Opera GX is still our sponsor for the month. So, relatively modern browser, very consumer oriented. The main things that make it stand out is you can constrain how much memory it's allowed to have, how much CPU it's allowed to have, so you don't run into the Chrome issue where it gobbles up all your resources, your games run like crap. It also has like built-in VPN and ad blocker. It also, nope, this is the wrong save. 1 second. That's the save we're looking for. But it has like built-in VPN, ad blocker, if you want it, Twitch integration, Discord integration. But we're checking out. I will put that's very convenient that link happened on its own right at that moment. Because I'll put that at the top, and if you click on that link, it does give a kickback to the stream. We'll let the game load. It gave me the warning this application is frozen. That happens with a lot of games when they're on these load screens. If you start clicking the background, it'll act like the game's frozen. And if it actually freezes, it actually freezes. We'll give that a minute to load up. That'd be a real bummer if, like, the save got corrupted or something. I don't think that's what's going on. I think because it's tabbing in and out of window, I might have angered the game. Alright, if it doesn't recover here in just a second, I'll just exit the game out. We'll try again. Yeah, we'll just try again. Because I've done that before, where, like, a game is on a loading screen, you all tab out, you do something else, and the timing is just right that it causes a problem. So surplus to requirement. And then if the game doesn't load, then the stream gets more complicated. Because then I figure out what I'm doing instead. This is unencouraging. Alright. Well, it's not crashing yet. We'll wait and see. In the event that it doesn't load, that our save is scuffed, what becomes our plan B? Because I was not prepared for the save to not load. I've not... Oh, there we go. There we go. All we had to do was discuss maybe playing something else. And then it got scared and it woke up. So, to pick up where we left off, we have made an incredible amount of progress. We hit the achievement for getting 500 beavers, so we are deliberately allowing the population to rapidly decline. Now, that said, when we hit the 500 beavers, there was a rapid population decline that was... It was intended, not by the means of which it occurred. You'll notice our food is in pretty bad shape. It's hovering around like 400 or 500, and it'll get up to like 900. We definitely exceeded our ability to sustain, and that was a problem. We've also been slowly building up more and more of a robotic workforce to replace our beavers. So we're working on getting that all set up, and that's one thing. The next thing we've got going on is I've got our Wonder over here. And for the time being, I do have it where they can start getting this all loaded up. My intention is to get this staged, ready to roll credits, but then also get these other ones staged and ready as well. Because we're playing for the stream today, I could probably get all 3 of those built today on stream. And then with that, we can get the achievement for doing 3 victories at the same time. We have started building our first sets of tubes, because while I did want to make it an underground network and all that, this walk from the main part of town all the way down here is just too long and has to be dealt with. So I've got that all queued up. The other project we're working on is, you'll notice this monstrosity. You know, our Tower to Babel and all that. That's happening up here. This is intended to being eventually the, like, massive area for our industry in the long term. We'll have this giant area that I'm going to make that nothing but the mechanical beavers. way up there. And then the plan will be to just, like, slowly make more and more of our workforce the mechanical beavers. And if we can keep building up the mechanical beaver workforce, then what I could potentially do is take more and more of our beavers off jobs that are farther out, or like farther afield, more likely to get injured. And the goal is to get all of my normal beavers, about 100 of them, and get them kind of all into one area where we have all of their needs provided, all of the entertainment and all that. Because one of the achievements is to have a population of over 100 and max out their happiness. And the strategy I have for doing that is, again, just to, like, really kind of get them into collapse into a small area where I can provide every single need. You wonder if Nazim would approve of your cloud district? Exactly. But that's not going to happen. Probably not even on stream, if we're being honest. That'll be a very macro scale project. But we've massively expanded our food production. And nothing we can do here to help with this. He's going to blast this path here. And the reason I'm doing that is so you can get water down in this area. So that more of this field is viable. Okay. Because granted, I'm not going to need that much. The goal here is to have all of our food categories maxed out at all times. You've got all the beavers running down here to get this turned on. As well as get these pipelines going. It honestly makes me... Oh, no, that's because they're going to be standing on it. Yeah, they're starting to also put, like, bridges along this, so we'll be able to access that. So one of the things I got over here... Getting this pipeline online, I'm going to need to start getting the bridges lined up over here as well. Okay. Because if we do it this way, then what ends up happening is they can build along the side and I don't have to, like, do it one box at a time. Alright. I'm pretty sure that automatically puts a path there. Alright. That takes care of that whole spot. That also lets me go here. Pick up that tile and start a set of bridges over here. Because I'm pretty much just trying to set up paths along here so we can get this tubeway in place. So we can hopefully get these, like, fast-moving vacuum tube things going pretty early on. Oh, you're not even in the right spot. 1 second. Alright. Yeah, so I'm trying to get a whole set of those going the whole way over here. So that way we can get this set up here. The vacuum tubes going the whole way to the main town. I'll have them drop off here. I'll have another route go, like, straight on out over this way. I'll be drop off somewhere around here. And then eventually we'll have it... I'll probably want to turn over this way and go here. And have it shoot straight up the wall here and go up top there. to connect all of our major remote locations. And that should massively help with a lot of the transportation. But all this is just, you know, another major project on the list of major projects to be done. You can see that they're getting that built. And I'll end up pulling the walkway off of there. We pull the walkway off of there. Yeah, that'll be too far. Probably here. Yeah, because I actually need to go to the corner. Alright. First crash of the day in No Man's Sky. I've been very fortunate with No Man's Sky that it's not that I've never crashed it, but it definitely has not been a frequent crasher. I know people have definitely had different experiences over the years based on a whole range of factors. Not that. Alright. Cool, so with this, I could probably go here and say destroy just the path. And again over here. Ooh, you're not lined up right. One second, I gotta fix that. I didn't realize there was gonna be a problem on the corner. We'll just go here and grab you. Then you actually need a path. Alright, so with that, for that path, I can't just go along here. Just grab the tubeway. And I connect that whole thing there. Alright, I've got that spot. There's only a tricky spot right here, where I kind of tunneled along here. I'll need to make that like a priority, because I gotta build out like 1 or 2 tiles here before I'll be able to make sure we can get it all. And with that walkway on this side... Huh. Must have made it so it zigzags there. Probably shouldn't have, but, you know. That is what it is. So I'll take the tube all the way up here. And it could just sit there for a minute. Then you'll be able to go around here. What about this corner? So this corner's also got the same problem. So let's fix this corner as well. It's that the bridge anchors to one spot, but it doesn't make its path to the next spot over. So you need like an extra tile on the corner. Alright, so with that, you've got this block to queue up here, so you can get that one done. Alright. So basically, I gotta let them build that, and then when they get all the way over here, we can get that last spot done. We'll just have a little zigzag there, and that's fine. Okay, otherwise we get you grabbing the metal down there. You just got the giant project here. This is getting pretty close to done there. That's getting pretty close to done. Okay, they got this piece of pipe done here. So that'll be another high priority one, because they just gotta go one piece of pipe. Once we get that pipe there done, then the last two they should be able to reach in that corner. You got that piece of pipe there, so I can just pop you in here. And once that's done, that'll connect all of that. And that's just another major project on the map. There you go, Canhawk with 125 stream streak. Catch less 125 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And meanwhile, all this is getting built up here. Okay, so I got a couple of spare beavers. Or mechanical beavers. So, on comes the first robots building robots. Because that is what the world need, was self-replicating robots. Robots building robots, there's surely nothing wrong with that. Well, it also is a thing that at some stage, I should properly go into. There's an achievement for having only the robots, so you have to build a robot after the beavers are wiped out. And there's a separate achievement for after the beavers are wiped out, you know, having one of your reproductive pods make a new beaver. Which at some point we might aim to do. Because I'm pretty sure the robots can refill these. Which means even if you lose all your beavers, as long as you have a functional robot able to run a breeding pod, you can come back from it. Okay, so you need robot heads. We're low on robot heads. So we'll end up needing more factories, which I think that's what this is down here for, right? Yeah, we're getting a platform down here. So we can go down here and we'll say science. Bot assembler. Not a bot assembler, that's not a bot part factory. Do that, and you will make robot heads. Okay. And you got another piece of the pipe here. Make that high priority, and once I get that done, I can just plug the rest up and they'll be able to reach it. And that's just a matter of letting them do their work. Yeah, because you're just planks and wood. We're good on planks and wood. Gears are struggling. The fancy wood is really struggling because it's all getting gobbled up by this thing. Oh, hey. That's fine. Also. And just filling this all in. Now, I definitely don't need as much of the, radish things we've got here is I've got... Oh, I have a minor problem. That should be okay. It'll fill this area up, but it should be alright. I forgot the reason I hadn't blasted that last time was it was not enclosed yet. It's fine, they'll get there. Okay, but as far as raw crop... Oh, we're running low on canola. Okay. Alright, so new plan. I was just gonna comment, I've got more of this that I could reasonably use. Let's unset you on this side of the water. You know, pull up what's there, get rid of it. This side of the water will continue to be the kohlrabi. We can make this more canola down here, because we're actually running out of canola itself. We do need more mushrooms. That's not a field-grown thing. We actually could use some more eggplant. And we got Flix with the 35 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. I do kind of wish you could queue those up and it would just queue up fine. Yeah, we'll just go over here. Yoink the plants that are here. Alright.
Thank you Flixels for subscribing for 2 months.
And thank you, Flix, for the 2 months you've been subbed, tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. Continue to support the channel and all that good stuff, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a lot, keeps this all going, and I thank you for that. Alright, did you get that pipe going? So you're already connected there. Yep, and so now I could just drop the last 2 pieces of pipe here, and they can build it there. So that, the whole thing is going to be set up there. We can get the whole way around here and over there. That side's already done. This area, the only place that's missing is this like little zigzag here, which unfortunately I don't think I can get away from. Alright, in hindsight, one thing I think we're going to do is going to make a path here as well that they can walk along it. We could do that zigzag earlier. If they remove the zigzag, then all of this becomes inaccessible. Or will I build that? So if I do it that way, they'll be able to get up from this angle and keep finishing that pipe. Okay, so you got one more and then that's online. Which then I got 10 spare robots. So you could send the 10 spare robots into the mines. I do suspect a big thing is going to be getting those tubes online so that the bots, as they get low battery, can get back to where they can recharge far more efficiently. And I don't have anything actually planted here. Let's clear that out so I'm not ignoring that as a spot to do anything. Because this could potentially be where we bring in the drop-off point for the tubes up here. Okay, we got the drought started. I still need to put that on the lower consumption. Right. You can't reach that because of district things. Or not district things, the pathing things. Oh yeah, you're also not queued to yoink these, are you? So I'm gonna grab all that. Okay, and now I could pull this up. And let's get them their canola. So the current trend, let's just go for the canola here. We'll let them get that canola going. And then over here, I can start tucking some eggplant in here as well somewhere. Granted, as the population goes back down, consumption will too, and that should stabilize. But in the meantime, might as well have it handled. Yeah, it's fine. We'll go over here and just tell you eggplant. Because honestly, I can go much farther out here as well. I'm already seeing a problem with that. The bottom ones we can do just fine, but the top ones I have to remove the trees first. We'll see if they even ever get to that. I've already got enough projects. And you're getting that done relatively quick. Yeah, you're just down to some treated wood, and then we have a launch button. And you're continuing to build with all the planks. Alright, the mine is available. I will want to get mechanical beavers into the mine instead of actual beavers, because it's a high injury rate job. I don't have 10 spare mechanical beavers right now. So we will work on getting that sorted. And we're working on that. And the first step is going to be going down here and getting more robot heads being produced. Hey, and thank you, Pagey Cakes, for the 70 stream streak. I do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so we gotta up our canola a great deal. There's gonna be a lot of effort into well-being as well, which a big part of that at the beginning is honestly just going to be getting as much of our stuff reassigned off of the actual beavers onto the mechanical beavers, to let the mechanical beavers like go out and do all the dangerous work and all that. And then as needed, the regular beavers, they're mostly just farming and all that now. But we can kind of pull them more and more off of that stuff so they can just kind of stay home, eat all their food, have all their entertainment, that kind of thing. That'll be good. Because then I can concentrate around just like where they're living, give them all the amenities in bulk, all the food they could want in bulk. And I should be able to push them to like maximum happiness that way. So give them their own little paradise. With really tall fences and armed guards. Armed robotic guards. Trust us, it's for you. You're being detained for your own protection. Okay, so what we could do here, though, is also cue those be yoinked, because then I'll put a path to clean that up. Yeah, so it's really nice that with the, with all the gas generators going on up there now, that while they're certainly not running at any meaningful capacity, production is continuing to go the entire time while this is going on. Genuinely, it's nowhere near as fast as it should be, but that's still a nice little bonus to it. I mean, it's honestly still running at about 30%. We could probably get this to be even better. by chucking another one down there. I could easily fit another one over here, too. So I can keep the production on as much as possible during the droughts. Water is getting dangerously low. And I do not like that. And nearly 24/7, we can watch the bot assembler run. It's mildly concerning that, oh, they put 2 robots worth of materials in there at a time. That's fair. I was about to say, it's mildly concerning that we're getting 2 robot heads for our robot. But, you know, it's 2 separate robots that they load in so it can be primed to just keep making robots. Alright, so canola's starting to catch up, even before we get our first harvest, so that's good news. Most of our crops are doing fine. Okay. We've got 4 spare robots to work. Congratulations. Another robot factory being taken over by the robots. One big thing is just the fact that, because of this all going on, I'm able to keep this all running. So some other things we can do to help out here. Put that down to cover all those production buildings here. Same here. So this whole area is going to be fully covered. We'll end up wanting to get more of the science buildings that just consume mechanical power to make science. Honestly, with the way those work, we could probably just put those directly on top of here, right? Nah, they're too big to fit on top of the buildings cleanly. But that would be a potential viable solution. Just put some platform here and chuck some of those number crunchers on the top. Because each one of those number crunchers can power 3 of those towers. Probably need to do that, won't we? So let's go here. Regardless, I'll put the path there. And grab the number cruncher. Make sure to supplement that. Meanwhile, I'm going to unlock where the robots can do this. Oh, I was looking at my materials here, not the robots, that's fine. Right, get that built. Because we can get that built, we can get our robotic workforce be increased. Stranded. You are not the smartest mechanical beaver. Get out of there. You don't... You can go home. I'll try this again. Without that same issue. You got that being built. Trying to get all this built. Alright, we're still in the population slowly decrease. We just turned off a whole bunch of the breeding pods so that they could slowly get themselves back in order. Alright, and that'll be the end of the drought. So get that all sorted. Right, and we did have this set up. Yep. Oh, and yeah. It's all just gonna take time. So this time they kind of blocked it off with like, what's the tall thing you're building? This is going to be ultimately where I do like the actual factory thing. We'll see if this ever gets done. But the idea is then the water will go on and we'll just basically have this giant aqueduct that'll kind of just zigzag. And the idea is as it's being built, like where I use the material, I can keep it running. And wherever it ends, it just dumps down to the ground here and it'll just return to this area. But I'll keep zigzagging it as I need more production. And that area is going to be run exclusively by the mechanical beavers. The robo beavers. That way the robo beavers can just kind of stay up there. We'll have all the charging ports, all the mechanical power, all that up there. And they can just keep building more of themselves and whatnot. Okay, so you almost have that sorted. Most likely, I'm going to need to get more gear production going on. Because they're producing gears, like, all the time. But all these things we're building here all consume gears. And metal and all that. That's the whole thing. You know they're robo beavers? Yep, you can get robo beavers. Alright, we'll get another one of the Robo Beaver factories to be being run by Robo Beavers. And another one. So now the Robo Beavers are being built exclusively by other Robo Beavers. And thank you, Doppelganger, for the 140 stream streak. Catch the last 140 streams, not miss a single one. So thank you for that. I need more grease. Means I need more canola oil. Alright, I got spare 8 Robo Beavers. So this is another job that requires a lot of injury. They're now run by Robo Beavers as well. And they're getting the tubes for zipping them along built. Alright, so we are starting to push the limits on the supply side. Well, these are still ramping up. But that's also not taking the fact that I'm building more steam engines still. To continue to expand the power here. And at 5,000, we'll start having the Robo Beavers take over, making the parts for the Robo Beavers. And our food is in really good shape now. It's not the range we want, but we are managing to keep everything online. And we still have 400 beavers. We did get rid of the breeding pods, so the population should decline to somewhere around 135, 150. We're just not having new beavers born in any meaningful capacity. So as the other ones age out, you know, it will slowly reduce down to a more manageable number. Yep, and you're almost ready to launch the Wonder. Which once we do that, I think what we'll do is we'll save, we'll launch the Wonder for the achievement, we'll immediately reload, and the reason we're going to do that is there's achievement for launching 3 Wonders at the same time. We're going to snag the one achievement just to get it done, and then the second one we'll just reload so that I don't have to waste all materials doing it all over again. And those are the 2 like big victory achievements. Yep, and you're getting all of that built, so that's good news. We need more mechanical beavers. Because the mechanical beavers, they don't die of old age, effectively, but they sort of do. They've got this durability score that very slowly their durability goes down until they break down. So it's effectively an age, but you get the idea. There we go. Lost a bunch more beavers to old age. But yeah, with these tubeways, it makes their movement speed 300%. So it should get them around the map very quickly. Which will help a lot, but that's yet another major project. Let's plan to get the tubeway over here as well. Yeah, so we go along here. That should be a pretty good route for us to go. Okay. Then go along here. Plant 10,000 trees in one playthrough. And I put the station for you up there. And part of the reason I chose this spot is to avoid dealing with anything related to the farms. Alright. So what you'll be able to do here is go vertical, vertical. Maybe horizontal, horizontal, all the way down here. And down there. And over there, and then right now that path's in the way. Oh, I'll need another platform on this side, won't I? That's fine. She'll be like 3? Yeah, so 3. Here. 5. That's a mistake. Here. Regular path in the corner. Now 5. Alright. And check out Passette playing some Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. So if you're looking for that, you can find that over there. But it's always good to have you in here. Also plays stuff like, has done the, was it Pokemon? I forget which one it was. I haven't kept up with Pokemon, so I don't know the different ones that well, unfortunately. I used to know them better, back when there was like 3 of them. Then over the years, I lost track. Okay. If you're looking for that, you can find that over there. And make this work. Then we can go here. Yeah, Golden Sun Dragon Quest. Yep. So you got all that connecting all this over here. And that spot there, and then I got a couple spots there to blast. Now connect that up. And then the next move would be going all the way over there. Don't put too much planning into that, but I'll queue up to put dynamite here. But then I want to make that go over here. And I'll just tuck it along the side here and just go straight on vertical. The whole way up. But that's a later project. I mean, might as well. I was saying it's going to be a later project, but you know what? Not like I got anything else to work on right now. We're waiting on things. RPG types? Yep. Actually have you go up, tower to here. It's unfortunate that that's all there. Not sure exactly where I'm putting the station yet, but we'll get there when we get there. Okay. They'll need to go here and say, please remove the trees. Which will need a path to get down here. That's not a priority yet. Okay, so that's just another project beyond the list of the many projects on the list. Okay. So let's do our test. So first, save. And now, launch. And that is the wonder. To repopulate the world. Okay, but before we do that, I'm going to immediately reload that. Because I need to launch 3 of those at the same time. But it is a world repopulator. It honestly might not be the worst idea to... Well, I think the problem is once you push launch, it just kind of stays doing it. I haven't messed with it too much. But the point is, I need to do 3 of those at the same time. We got all 3 building. One of them's just done. The other ones aren't very far along. I'm also thinking I might need to avoid reloading with this save. The save is getting pretty pokey. Pretty pokey about the load. The load times are getting a little long, unfortunately. But it is a very involved save. There you go. Yeah, because we got that one. This one, the metal is over halfway done, but the other stuff is just nowhere. And that one's barely started. That's just where the surplus materials are going, of which I need lots of them. Okay, I've got some spare beavers. Just in time, so beavers, robo beavers, you are now responsible for producing your own. Alright. So we're slowly passing all the jobs of manufacturing everything over to the robo beavers. Little by little. We're up to over 100 robo beavers. We are slowly making ourselves a robo beaver paradise. Alright, so it's looking like the next bottleneck I'm looking here and it's probably actually gears. Gears or planks are probably my actual next bottleneck. So let's go ahead and get more production of that. There's planks. There's gears. I plan the Robo Beavers to do that work too. Alright, and let's go over here. Just need even more lumber. Let's get you to work. Another thing I'm doing here. is giving us more wood storage right down here. So you can keep working harder. Okay, that's all coming along nicely. Solid progress is being made here. So once they connect these two pipes, then fast travel starts. Why am I struggling so much with water all of a sudden? Population's coming back down, but I have so much pumping water. They still seem to just not have much. Like, these ones over here should be absolutely good. Let's go get ourselves a bit more water production. Because I'm a little concerned that, for whatever reason, the water's not getting restocked as fast as I'd hope. Bang 3 more pumps onto this mess. Okay. So hopefully supplement whatever's got our water slowing down. It's probably something kind of tangential that I'm overlooking. Like, maybe it's something to do with, like, the canola oil is consuming way more or something. I don't think canola oil uses water. But some recipe I'm not thinking of that uses water is probably gobbling it all up. Alright. Yes, it's gonna be 3 wide, that's fine. Okay, so we're making plenty of heads now. And torsos. The arms, we need to increase our production of arms. Which would be a difficult thing to make happen right now. Not necessarily, actually. Well, another connection point over here. So what I could do here. Get another one of the spot places. Yeah, because you just have more to build down here. Alright. We'll continue to expand production as much as we can. Yeah, and food is more than settled with 4.5 thousand in storage. And I do have Yeah, we've got one spare worker, and they're going to get set up here once this gets built. And we're just keeping bot production going 24/7. All hours of the day and night, more robots. You enjoy that I'm drinking in the game? Yeah, I just drink it all in. Alright. Just got that last little landfill to do there. And then this area will be done. The farm should be set for pretty much the rest of the game. Because we're leaning more and more and more on the bots. I don't have to feed the bots. The bots just need material. Alright. I'm pretty excited about this first run getting done. When you're properly getting that all sorted, that's good news. Because I want to say you are set to low priority, yep. Yes, these are set to low priority, so anything going over here, it's because they just have a surplus of materials and workers with nothing else to do, that they end up going over there to work on that. A lot of our work is up here on this giant monstrosity. Needless to say, this is a macro-scale project that is definitely not what you should do. But part of this is going to be for achievement reasons, and part of it's going to be for our stuff, because that's pretty high up there. It's about 4 from the absolute max height. So my intention is going to be to take one thing and build it up to the max height kind of thing to get that achievement. Alright, so it looks like the cassava we're still low on. But that said, I've got 1.2k fermented cassava, so that's fine. And then the canola oil is the big struggle. Which canola has balanced out. I got multiple things over here for making canola oil. Like there's ones right there, there's an oil press. We got a ton of those going. I'm just surprised at how much it's been struggling. Oh, you know what? Do I not have canola stored right here? That'd be a significant impact. Alright, let's go ahead and get ourselves a place to store canola right here. I'll put it right there, so there's a way they can cut through in the middle there. Okay. Because then we can get the canola stored right there, and I'll reduce the pathing a bit. Somewhere there's one place left that's got not robot beavers for building. Okay, and you will be for canola itself. So it's stored right over here. And you're almost done with your nonsense. And then this will dry up. As soon as that tile's done, this dries up because then all the water doesn't get over here. Okay, so they did get all that sorted. Okay. The beavers should actually be able to, just reach up here. So you'll be able to take all of that. You can run you just right underneath there. I believe they can go the one tile higher. So that segment they could just do where they're at. This segment's all close enough for them to reach. And then this would be the point where I'd start needing to add the bridge. Alright. I can go here. Well, there's another drought. Okay. It'll also be nice that once we start moving our mechanics up top, the whole toggle the thing on down below, where I toggle it on and off for basic needs, could go away. I need to shut that whole place down. Oh, you're still not right. I've done that every single time. Every single time I hit a corner, I try to just do that like that, and it just doesn't work. I have to put one section of path, then the bridge. Now we'll see what happens here. And otherwise, we'll let that cook for a minute. You will be in range for all of this, so I can bring you across. Do this. Just in case it ends up whining. You can go like that. And we'll see how this ends up working. On this side. Okay. And eventually we'll have the station up there. So I think preventing that from being hooked up is going to blast that little area there out of the way. Oh, we got to blast an area right here out of the way. Remove that tree. And then I'll need to cut across here to connect that. For the meantime, we're seeing a whole lot of the pipes starting to come in little by little. Connecting to that bottom area. And we're right about balanced with the bots right now. We are still struggling on the limbs, I think, is the big holdout, which is waiting for this to get done. But a big part of that is all the beavers running up here to work on this. As this path gets done, there'll be less directions the beavers can go to work. Well, the robo-beavers, not even actual beavers. The less of the beavers will be able to move around. Meanwhile, you should be all sorted now, so you can go here. Eliminate that path. Crops. Canola. And crops. Eggplant. Now we can put a path here for you to remove these trees. And start blasting down this area. There's always more to be done. So yeah, so still struggling on the canola oil. We'll bump the making of the building higher to still hopefully alleviate that, because that'll help us make grease. And grease helps us keep the bots moving quicker. We definitely want to keep bot production going as much as possible. And we're still letting the population slowly decline by people aging out and all that. It's coming along nicely. We've already dropped about 40 people without anyone dying horrifically or anything like that. Just natural attrition of not having a bunch of baby beavers. Well, I guess with Iron Teeth it's having adult beavers. They skip being babies when you get to the advanced ones. No childhood allowed. Inner water's definitely on the upward trend. Not as fast as I'd like it, though. But hopefully that gets all settled. But also should improve as we just let the population continue to settle. Because we have 126 beavers who have nothing to do. So without adding any additional bots, I can absorb a loss of 126 beavers and have no impact on anything. Negative, that is. Like, obviously, there'll be the reduction of how much food is eaten and water's consumed. But there's all that. Alright, and pretty soon it'll be good to start getting a couple more places flipped over. Having the beavers work them. Or the mechanical beavers work them. Because mechanical beavers also don't sleep. They do recharge, but the recharge, I believe, is faster than sleep by a good amount. Okay, you. You're now being handled by a mechanical beaver. You. Mechanical beaver. And instead of having a constant amount of beavers injured being like 20% or something like that, we're getting down to the point of only having single-digit beavers being injured. Because we just keep taking more and more of the dangerous jobs and passing them off to the bots. I'm gonna give these a little bit of a bump up. They're the last two pieces on this whole length. And then they're still working down this way, which is fine. They're also working this way as well. They're working down this way, which is fine. One thing that will be nice is if we do get this section done, like the whole way down here, knocked out. If we get that far, they don't have to worry about all this nonsense. We could just go with it as it is. I'll probably leave the bridges there just as a... not a precaution, but like I don't have a reason to tear them down. We're getting the materials fast enough, it's probably just not worth the effort to tear them down. We already increased the amount of planks. Yeah, we have a bunch of our bots are starting to break down around the same time frame. We got some of our builder buildings are now going unhandled. A lot of them are going unhandled. We're having a lot of bots breaking down around the exact same time. So for the bots... making bots and making bot parts are high priority. We're going to take a hit in people being able to work. The bots need to be able to make more bots. We'll be on just a gradual downward trend if that doesn't change. What is with, like, all the bots breaking down one after the other? We're just suddenly having this, like, surgence of just dripping on bots. I really, really need you to actually be building. The bots are running out of fuel, not breaking down. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Because they're recharging very slowly. Right. I forgot that it unassigns the bots when the bots get low on power. I forgot that's how it worked. I was just like, what's happening? Because I saw, like, the breaking down or two. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's fine. And that's because we've fallen back into just using the steam engines, which allow a lot of these buildings to limp along, which is fine. But for the robots recharging, they recharge much slower. Which is part of the reason I want to get this area up here, because I can put a whole bunch of gravity weights hanging off of this thing all over the place. And those gravity weights will just be able to store tremendous amounts of power for during droughts and all that. They'll be able to potentially run for a good couple of days before the lack of moving water ultimately prevents it from continuing to run. Alright. I also need to get mechanical power down here somewhere. Just, if for no other reason than they have, like, a little spot that they can recover down there. It does make me wonder the viability of taking 4 charging, or however many charging ports, and then putting them on the wheel that the bots push, so that the bots can push a wheel to charge up charging ports for the bots to recharge. Because there's something that feels like infinite motion machine or perpetual motion machine that shouldn't work about that. That you are using an X amount of power to create locomotion, to use that locomotion to convert it to power to feed the thing that you're using to make your initial locomotion. Like, that shouldn't be a sustainable thing without outside material being introduced. Yeah, so we're fine. We just need to wait for the drought to back off. Some of the bots are managing to recharge themselves on the trickle charge we've got going on. Little by little, it grows. You're coming along. You're not really, that's fine. We just had a wave of about 15 people die of old age at the same time. You can tell that was a And like 4 more just went. We got like a screen and some change of a whole bunch of people died of old age. That's just the whole catching up of the where we turned off all those breeding pods when we pushed for the 500 pop and got it. And now we're bringing the pop back down to what I actually need. Yeah, so food is in great shape. We got a couple of meal items that are a little low, but considering I'm planning to cut the population to about half of what it is right now, actually lower than half of what it is right now, that we're just gonna slowly... There we go. Alright, so their current setup, there is one spot here kind of in the middle that our little canals don't quite cover. That's honestly fine by me. I don't really care that much. They overestimate how far that can carry range-wise. Well, actually, one thing that could work is because this is probably not always going to stay the way that is. I definitely take this and make like another canal over here. So like blast this way and this way to make that gridded off a little bit more. So that as I move any of this around that we decide to change, it just stays green. Right now I don't care, I just don't need that much canola. There's other projects that are higher priority. Yep, so you're working over there. You're getting that done. What? Wait, can they go through those without... Wait, can they enter that and even do the work from the pipe when it's not connected? They can. I didn't need these bridges at all. Well, that's annoying. I mean, I like it, but it's also annoying. I was just assuming they could only get on and off at a place where there's the pipes. Which might still be true, but the fact that they can work from the pipe I had not anticipated. Well, with that said, definitely don't continue the construction of these. I don't need you to stop. Yeah, the ones that are already built, that's fine. But those ones, don't waste the materials if we don't need them. Okay. Actually, for that matter, I changed my mind. You're gone too. Because then with this... we can put the tube here to connect all that. You know, I hadn't anticipated them being able to do any of the work from the tube itself. Because this is just a waste of time and materials to work on all that. That's fine for blasting through there. That's all fine there. Okay. Alright, so we'll let that go. Because, yeah, then we'll want to get the pipe up there. That's good. That means that took down the amount of effort it's going to take to build this, and tremendously reduced it. Yeah, and we're seeing it just pop from one side to the other as they're just kind of collapsing the pipe together. So that's really good news. Okay. So I'll be able to poke that over. And to wait to actually do that till I get that part done. Because then I'll be able to put the mechanical power, and like I said, I'll probably drop some weight, like have the gravity batteries off this side. That's still one thing I could potentially do, is work on getting them over here. So you can just start blasting this down all the way to, like, the very base or whatever. We can worry about that later. That's all fine-tuning stuff once it's functional. That's coming along pretty quick. To be fair, the pipes themselves actually are only like 3 materials. They're pretty mild in what they take to build. And we're now getting a surplus on planks. Still not doing great on gears, but that's okay. We only have 4 injured beavers. Meanwhile, so you're going to be up here. Put some bot charging ports up there as well. Keep making sure I got places to charge the bots. Alright, and that's close enough. We could open these again. We got plenty of bad water stocked up. We're starting to actually stock up dynamite. Another wave of 20 people died of old age. Which is just reducing the amount of hunger our place needs by a bit over 5% per day. Or per cycle or whatever. I'm really looking forward to these being connected just for the shortcut of it. It's just a last little zig, and then all the beavers going over here can just ride straight across. This one's got a bit more. It's not too long, but just that stretch there. That then they'll have that connected. Then they can start working on getting this whole route built out, so they have that spot to go to, and then eventually up here. That alone should help a lot. Would probably also want to branch off of where this port is over here. I mean, this one's not too bad. I can certainly see, like, shoving another route off to get over to this area or something like that. It all depends on how things change over time. Because I had planned to bury those tubes, but situations change. Only 5 injured beavers in the whole area. I'm definitely going to need another bot assembler soon. Probably make happen right around here. Okay, so we've already got another thing that's going to be making more arms. So let's just plan for 2 more bot assemblers, which will probably be overkill. When they do come online, there'll be bots making bots. And I'll suspect we'll end up needing another thing producing bot parts here, or potentially gears. Do I have gear storage over here? I didn't think about that till just now. Let's go ahead and... I think we do. Let's make another one. You're confused? You thought this game was about beavers building a city? It looks like Factorio kind of thing. It is beavers building a city. Like, I'm stacking a bunch of this. They do have the idea of power in this game, except instead of being electricity, it's mechanical power. So if you look at this, we've got here, you got all the water rushing by, turning my water wheels, and that's running all that. But it's not like inserter, conveyor belts, all that kind of stuff. It's literally, there's just a building here, a beaver goes into it, you know, it grabs some metal, it makes the thing, and it goes outside. It just needs mechanical power to run. And that has to do with the water management side of the game as well. But basically all this stuff highlighted blue, it's not that these are feeding materials through each other, it's just they're all connected to the power grid. That we have currently about 7,600 horsepower worth of power coming from all these wheels, and a couple of steam engines. Keep it all running. Alright. We have ourselves more robots to take over dangerous jobs. Congratulations. You have been replaced. And you have been replaced. And you have been replaced. Hey, hey! Alethus, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. Alright, all of those have been replaced, so we're going to go ahead and let that run for a while we wait for the bots to continue to just do their work. But if we can get a shout out there for Alethus, But how was your stream? What were you playing? All that good stuff. Well, welcome in, Raiders. We're doing some Timberborn, some achievement hunting. We've got a pretty sizable place going on over here. That we've got, honestly, a good probably third of the map is all lush and green now. We have our tower to the sky slowly coming together in the background. We are just about to finish connecting our first of our tubes. Also, this looks huge. You never seen Timberborn town this big? Oh yeah, no, we're definitely end game. We did get the achievement for hitting 500 pop, and you might be looking going, that number's much smaller than 500. That's deliberate. We have reduced the rate we are allowing our beavers to make more beavers, and then just letting age run its course. But yeah, no, we're doing a bunch of achievement hunting and all that kind of stuff. We've got our tubes doing their thing where they're zipping around all over the place. We've got our project here that is going to be our giant monstrosity. It'll be great. It'll probably never get done. But, you know, it's under work. We are slowly displacing all of our beavers by making all their jobs get taken over by machinery. Not dystopia. Kind of dystopia. Because with all the machinery we had the beavers working on, we were sitting around with like 20-something injured beavers at all times, and just half of our buildings were medical stuff to mitigate it. And so we've been slowly taking over the more dangerous jobs and handing them off to the robot beavers. But yeah, I know we've just been doing some achievement hunting and all that. There's some fun achievements in this game. There's also some cursed achievements in this game. Let me go ahead and get this for you. Playing some Pokemon Infinite Fusion. So if you're looking for some Pokemon Infinite Fusion, you can find that over there. Yeah, again, thank you so much for that raid and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, you can get pretty solid. Like the only performance issue we've had this entire time in the game is we have had the load time on the save file get slow. That has been a thing. But I haven't really noticed any like frame stutters or anything like that. But yeah, no, we can actually make the map far larger so far as the green area. Because you'll notice like these, what's secretly going on here is you'll notice there's a little sluice here. I'm actually diverting a tiny bit of water to go underneath this bridge. And then this happens to be mangroves, which is that. But underneath these bridges, there's just a tiny little lane of water here to fill the fields in. There's a spot here I've missed, but that's fine. Yeah, and it's not a terrible delay. It takes a good minute or so. So it's not nothing. But it's not like if you go and you have RimWorld and you put a bunch of mods on it and you go to boot it up and it just hangs for a while. We're so close to getting these pipelines done. Because this last little wiggle here. Because once they do that, everyone wanting to go back and forth between my mines and the main town, they'll have their super duper fast pipelines. Wonder why that's moving so much slower. It's still a direct route. Oh, it's because they're hauling things. Right. And they're probably low battery as well. Yes, they're low battery as well. Yeah, if they can get that last little bit of tubing done, then this path becomes just available for them to traverse. That one's got a ways longer. We have a separate branch that's going to go over this way. That's just going to take time. But yeah, then the plan is to eventually give the bots their own little utopia up here, where it'll be bots only just doing all their bot construction, reproduction kind of things up here. And eventually take the actual beavers and basically put everything they need in a small area. All their entertainment, all their food types, like everything they need, and have the bots provide for them. Because one of the achievements is to max out the happiness of your beavers. And the only way I can see that working out, because we're talking literal max, the only way I see that working out is to basically shove all the beavers into the tiniest confined space as everything they want, and basically don't have a work schedule. So all they do is wake up, eat, and recreation, you know, all their way to getting that done. 2 more blocks, and then that path opens. Alright. All we need is one more person to build that spot. Okay. That route is now open, so every day when we have the people coming to and from this area, they just zip along there. They'll be way faster. Nice. And this segment of the pipe is getting all finished little by little. That's fine. We got our giant reservoir. It's still doing giant reservoir things. I got that sorted, right? Yeah, you're good. But then we had that same tube is going to go all the way up here. And we'll have a spot for it up here on the top. Oh, and I got a lot more beavers, mechanical beavers, ready to work. Okay, so what jobs are you working that you're still getting injured at? Alright, you're being taken over by a bot. You're being taken over by a bot. You're being taken over by a bot. 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 I think that's every job that a beaver can get hurt at now has been unassigned from the beavers. We still have a surplus. So it's going to start being time for bots to take over even more jobs. Alright, well, I guess the hauling post? That's the first bot hauling post. Queue up a second one as well. So as we get spares, they'll take that over. And we've now dropped down to the amount of beavers I actually need working has fallen below 200. It was at just a bit shy of 300. We have displaced 139 beaver jobs. And we've officially gone to the point of taking over jobs that don't involve injury. I've got a single injured beaver in the entire city. There's gotta be an easier way to, like, go through and check the different buildings and all that. Oh, hey. That hauling post was never queued up the full way. Well, that's embarrassing. Now, realistically, I do think I'm going to need even more charging places. Because we're kind of reaching a point here. Here's what we could do. I could fit a bunch of charging places right here. So yoink that row of crops out. Build a row of platforms here. They're about to massively expand the places where robots could recharge themselves. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. You sleep well, all that good stuff. Thank you for tuning in, whatnot. So yoink all that up. Get all these extra charging ports going. Because I think we're starting to hit a bottleneck where the robots are kind of fighting over charging ports. We've hit the level of dystopia where we're not worried about stuff like homelessness or anything. The robots that have completely displaced our workforce, or are completely displacing our workforce, even they have their equivalents of homelessness that they're fighting over the place to plug in to recharge so that they can work again the next day. And we said this is a post-apocalyptic game. There are no injured beavers in the entire city of over 300 beavers. Not a single one. And honestly, with almost all the important mechanical jobs being taken over as well, pretty soon I'm going to start reducing the work schedule for our non-mechanical beavers. And allowing the bots to be more and more able to take over more and more of the responsibilities. Well, that's not what I like to see. We got disconnected. Hopefully... Okay, we did reconnect. Cool, cool. Cool, because it looks like we had a hiccup here on the connection for just a minute. Yeah, alright, cool. Yep, looks like we just had like a momentary disconnection there. So I'm not sure how long it had dropped for, but looks like it's just a couple seconds because we didn't miss the disconnection protection or anything. Alright, so you're getting that sorted out, which is good. You got the TNT spot up here sorted yet? No. That's fine. You just keep working on your bajillion projects you got. Oh. You're never going to pull that up because it's not connected to anything. I missed that part. You'll probably be able to do the TNT would be my guess. Huh. How can I get a path up to you right now? This will have to do. I missed that you're connected right here. Gives me another option for them to go around instead of going through everything. I'll also plan for them... Okay, they're already working on planting the bombs. Cool. Get up to a high priority. Alright. So you got that all queued up. As soon as I get that ramp, they'll be able to start blasting all that. I'm not too fussed. I'm just happy to see these things like zipping about down here, because that was a beaver that would otherwise be taking forever to walk across that map, getting to where it's trying to get to. And you got you built. Those are all getting queued up. There's just a bajillion projects going on. How are you doing? You're about 75% done with the metal. About a fourth of the way, not quite a fourth of the way done with the treated planks, and nowhere near anywhere with the gears. The gears are proving to be more and more the kind of the major bottleneck. Alright, so we are at the point where we're effectively fully utilizing all the trees here, and we still don't have enough wood. So this is going to be a point where I need a new place to pull a whole bunch of wood. Let's get this built. And we're going to start dynamiting this whole area down. And get it ready to just be another major forested area for us. It's coming along well. Yeah, it looks like, out of the things here, it looks like wood is our primary bottleneck right now. That's gonna have to be resolved because I got a lot of stuff consuming wood. So get these built. Because then we need to start blasting. Okay. All right. So basically, I'm going to start blasting to level a lot of this out, get it all cleared up, kind of make like we have here. But then I'm going to go ahead and, you know, knock a hole through here so you can get a big forested area. And just, it's going to have to be that much more wood cutting. Because despite how much wood cutting we've got, I need more. I just need more. There's always a need for more. The mechanical beaver uprising requires more wood. We'll also need additional pylons, but, you know, for that I'm going to need more science. But no Vespian gas, though. We're just not into that kind of thing. Okay. Just get the one last explosive put up there and you'll be good. We're up to 120 or 130 mechanical beavers. But I still need more. Alright, and with that handled, we just kind of need to get in here and start blasting. Okay. We'll knock down that area first, and then I gotta start filling areas in. We'll need to make a bunch of routes for the water to go through here. Now, I kind of learned this time, where I've got this set up, you can see this area in the middle is just a little bit out of range. That I am going to need to make my paths a little bit closer. So I'll probably have to go like path here, but that's fine. In the meantime, things are functioning. We can just definitely make them way more efficient. You're almost done with this area, which will be good. And it would appear that we've got no shortage of the beavers able to start working on the explosives down here. Another thing I know I'm going to need is we can grab you. Fill that spot in. Fill that spot in. Fill this spot in. Okay. Alright, so we'll start with that. And as you can imagine, these are all, like, really significant projects. It's kind of a key aspect of Timberborn, though, is just taking the map and very slowly converting it over to, like, being able to sustain as much a population as you want to accomplish your goals. And it just gets bigger and bigger. Your projects get more and more grand. Okay, then we can go here, because I don't actually want these ones here. Not yet, at least. And then we'd want to demolish those. Okay. Yeah, so blast this area down. Those ones will be something to tackle later. They'll start filling that all in. I'll need to blast, like, basically a grid through here. Make sure that all stays green. Then we can put down probably one forestry around here, and then a couple of wood cutting tents would be over fine. And then we'd probably want to have at least one storage of wood over there. Because we're doing our best to move the wood around. I got this whole area that's all wood for cutting. We got this area is wood for cutting. But with projects this scale, we just use... We use a very, very significant amount of wood. There'll be even more of the map that we'll have terraformed at that point, because this whole area is going to start turning green. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'll get ourselves a nice little panoramic view here of everything zipping around. Now I'm going to quickly pop to the restroom real fast, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Oop, I must still have a beaver somewhere assigned to a job they can get injured. I do have one injured beaver somewhere. Because we have been gradually trying to take all the jobs the beavers are doing and convert them over to the bots, but they focus on the jobs that beavers can get injured on first, because that lowers their well-being. The well-being has to do with how effectively they can work, how long they live, stuff like that. There's also a number of achievements tied around well-being. Some of the hardest ones are. But that's fine. We'll get there. But having only one beaver injured in a population of 300, it's pretty good. Honestly, watching these tubes zip around is really, really nice. Granted, this is just taking time, but that's okay. And honestly, they're getting a lot of this done here, too. Prioritize that so you can actually get that part started. Okay, and we got the sluices up here going. There's another drought, unfortunately. Eventually I'll stop having to worry about that on a meaningful level. Alright. Now, one thing I could do about this differently is if I used a bunch of the platforms that went out and everything and made a bunch of aqueducts up here, I could have, like, the aqueduct zigzag back and forth, drop down a level, and then zigzag back and forth for more. I don't think we're going to do that, one, because by the time I could actually utilize that, the game would probably be on its last limb for the performance from all the stuff we're doing. So it's not necessary. And then two, I got a lot of map to work with. You wonder what multiplayer would look like this? It's probably bad. Genuinely speaking, when you're talking city builder, settlement builders, they tend to not work well with multiplayer. Most of the time that there has been multiplayer that worked with this, there's been one of two ways they've handled it. Either one, you have two people effectively controlling a one-player game, which doesn't really change a whole lot, especially like this one where you queue up a big project, you kind of wait for it to work. Having two people queuing stuff up doesn't really change anything. Or what they'll do is they'll have, like, you'll have your city and they'll have their city, and there'll just be some loose interaction between them. So like your old school SimCity thing where you had your 5 or 6 people in the same neighborhood, region, district, or whatever. And if one of the people had bad crime, you suffered from it. But generally speaking, city builders, settlement builders have never been particularly good for multiplayer. Tycoon is mostly the same with some key exceptions. There have been Tycoon games that, with the thing and all that stuff, have had that. Let's see, you're thinking a big map with a constant time scale, 2 players having different settlements, possibly allowing trade, beaver, and warfare. There's no combat in this game. At that point, you're just looking for a game that's not this. Generally, I, like, anytime I hear, like, oh, it's a city builder, but multiplayer, I'm more likely to be uninterested in it because of the multiplayer aspects, because there's a lot of sacrifices that usually come into these kinds of games to make them multiplayer friendly. Like, for example, if we're playing, like, in a versus or whatever, we have to be at the same time scale. Like, if I can fast forward and you can't, whoever fast forwards more is going to generally have a big advantage. So that means either both of us are running at real time, or we have to kind of agree to fast forward. May as well play Age of Empires. You want 2 people to build different settlements that attack each other. Yep. Or for, like, using existing mechanics, build dams and flooding each other. Yeah, no, I think in that one, Kyujin, you'd be just talking about trolling at that point. I don't I don't think this game would lend itself at all to being multiplayer. I could see something like Whiskerwood being a little bit more amenable to multiplayer because trade is a mechanic in it. Combat, to a certain extent, is a mechanic in it already. I could see that one. I still don't think it'd be a good game for multiplayer, but they got the skeleton that there's at least something to work with. I think Timberborn would be a particularly bad game to multiplayer. It's like when you play games like they've had Prison Architect multiplayer, and it was a meme or whatever, but there was a multiplayer mod for Prison Architect, and it was effectively like two people controlling the same thing. I like to think of ideas, not necessarily good ideas. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I'm not trying to like bash you for having ideas or anything. There's a lot of ideas we get as gamers and all that kind of stuff that they can sound good in your head, and then the moment you kind of face it against reality, you're like, oh right, that's why they didn't do it. That's actually there's a lot of ideas that even like publishing studios and all that will be like, this is a great idea, and they'll get to the prototyping phase, like, I don't know, this is not working too well. Well, it still sounds good, let's try it, and then ends up ultimately getting scrapped. There's ideas that end up being, you know, really good ideas on paper that just end up not surviving because they're not the best. But yeah, multiplayer is one of those ones that almost any game, like, oh, this game but multiplayer, that a lot of times you kind of figure out there's a really good reason it's not. Right. Let's see. Not every game needs to be multiplayer. It seems to be a theme for any single player someone wants to make multiplayer. Well, there's a strong desire for multiplayer. Like, to be fair, there is a strong desire for multiplayer in game. Not everyone wants it, but it is one of those things that, like, multiplayer is kind of a key feature to a lot of people, so I can understand it. But then there's a lot of games where you kind of step back and go, okay, but what does multiplayer look like? Okay, does that add to the game, or does it take away from the game? And with a lot of games that are like this, that are very systematically involved in everything, a lot of cases the multiplayer actually is kind of a distraction / takes away from the game rather than adding to it. Now, there are exceptions. Like, playing games like Satisfactory and Factorio are very involved games that they do work really well with multiplayer. Which would be, you know, a game I would traditionally think of as just a single-player experience, even though it's been multiplayer for almost ever. But that's because with the scale of it, there is things where you can be like, hey, you go over there and go work on that. But a lot of that's you, the player, are directly involved in the actual work, versus games like this. You know, you queue up the job, and then you go and tell the Beavers to get to work. Alright, I need to go to the sluices. There's also a lot of games that people genuinely love to play, that people genuinely love to play, you know, multiplayer that I just don't. Alright, so we cleared all that out. You've just seen a number of games that are initially built to build single player and cave to the multiplayer crowd, and the final game is worse for it. Yeah, on the other hand, it's also gone the other way too. Like, very famously, you've got it was GoldenEye for the N64. They had no plans to make that game multiplayer. Like, that just wasn't an intended thing. And it just ended up one of the devs was like, alright, well, I think it wasn't one of the devs. Actually, no, it was one of the devs, I believe. That's just like one of the devs like, well, let me just take a stab at this. And just kind of knocked it out over like the weekend kind of thing. And it ended up being its most popular feature. So it can go either way. Yeah, generally speaking, I tend to be someone who's not super into multiplayer one or the other. Alright, so these would also be 3 tall. And I know I'm going to have him build it and then just have him tear it up again, but you know what? That is what it is. So let's see. So it's about 1, come on, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So around here is where we'll have the channel for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I think that's going to be our grid for making our little channels down here. What I will do is I'll tell you to not build those pieces of dirt for those two, for those two. Oh, still 1 second. The reason we're doing that is I'm going to be blasting that to make a channel for the water to go through. There's no point in me building a spot of dirt to then turn around and explode the spot of dirt, you know, to get rid of it. Alright, so with that, we're going to go through in here 1 deep dynamite. To bring it the whole way along here. Because this is going to be our channel for making the soil all nice. Path over top of that and that. Because then we'll put, like, the forestry and a couple of tree cutting. And then also a path connecting there so I can knock those down. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that there's, it's not only multiplayer as a feature, there's a lot of features. Like, procedural generation is one that comes up quite a bit. Oh, that's all the bots complaining about being low power. Procedural generation is going, they'll have games that have, like, an incredibly well-made, handcrafted world. You know, that people's like, yeah, you know, I wish there's procedural generation so the map wasn't the same all the time. And there's places that works. Especially like roguelikes and roguelites, that could be a very good thing to have the procedural generation and all that. It could be a very good strategy. But there's a lot of times that part of what makes the game good is the handcrafted world. And then there's like, to make good procedural generation in itself is a very, very significant effort. Like, it'd be one of those things that, you know, to go that route would have cost the game a lot of its identity. Like Project Zomboid, people wanting the map to be fully procedurally generated, so that's different every time, comes up quite a bit. And I'd argue, actually, the fact that the map is a very well-made, handcrafted map is one of the strengths of Project Zomboid. And then just kind of on top of it, for, like, adding the procedural generation to the game, I do feel like that would negatively impact the game overall. Alright, let's cut a little route here so we can get a spot there for the water to run through as well. But there's lots of features like that. But like, you have a lot of stuff around graphics that people want these, you know, incredible lifelike graphics on a game that's genuinely, like, cartoony by design. It's like, well, no, like, making that lifelike directly detracts from what the game is. Like, the game doesn't work in the same way if it's realistic. Like, if you took a game like Binding of Isaac that's utterly cursed and tried to make it lifelike, that game would not hit the same way. Like, Binding of Isaac is by a certain design designed to be cringe and gross and all that. But it's, you know, it's all cartoons, so who cares? But if you went with a completely different route to it and had it instead where it was trying to be lifelike, where you had this small child shooting blood from their eyes to defeat their enemies, you'd be like, all right, hold up. This is a different animal having, like, a photorealistic baby shooting blood at, you know, these photorealistic enemies. That's not something I need in my life. Frankly, if that was something in my life, I could really go for it no longer being in my life. Okay. That'll be another place for them to start blasting. And it happens a lot of stuff. Well, that game would make history. Probably not the history they wanted to. So that's the thing. There's stuff like that that does get picked up. And then there's a lot of stuff that people will do that, like, really out there stuff that barely becomes a footnote in anything. There's certainly been some wild games over the years that have done some utterly cursed stuff that just, you know, kind of goes almost fully ignored. I'm also noticing, as I'm finally getting this set up, I'm suddenly having a surplus of wood. I'm already committed this far, we're just going to follow through. It's probably when they do have a bunch of them. Oh no, we're probably getting ahead on wood because all my bots have slowed down because they don't have the power to keep going. Which I have queued up here. Somewhere I had queued up another steam engine. No, I don't. We'll get another steam engine queued up here. It's not going to matter because you got to build the platform to it first. That's fine. Get so close to getting that last edge done here. And then we're going to yoink the paths from this side. And we're going to start putting the mechanical weights on here. So that as we build out the power infrastructure here, we can get that going. Alright, it won't be too much longer before I probably need to get some more of these going. Let's go ahead and turn these two on. Because I got about 50 more population reduction I can afford before we start having tasks flounder. So we want to make sure we get the beavers reproducing again before that starts to kind of collapse. And I think this is where we're going to make our little paradise. Because as I start moving the bot infrastructure over here, all of this can just be turned into powering entertainment. So you can get all the entertainment varieties up here. All that. We can get storage for that. We can also do the same down here. This whole area can just turn into another entertainment area. We can see how we can do with all that. You've almost got this side closed off. Once I get this side closed off, we can tell you to keep that closed. Unless it's basically about empty. So this will just fill up, start spilling over onto this side. Like I said, I really don't care where it goes from here. Like right now, I'll leave it on to help power this a little bit better. But like once I start building all this out, I won't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, another wave dying of old age. And open you back up. Now all the bots start simultaneously getting in here to recharge. Just gonna take a minute while this all starts popping itself off again. And we have plenty of TNT. Just needs to be planted. Why am I floating? Oh, you mean the lack of gap just beneath where I'm on the screen? Nah. That's the camera getting moved around. Making that thing is entirely too much effort. How's it going, Tacky? Alright, so we got that little turn there. And then this will be connected. And then you got to work on this pipeline going up here, which will be a huge benefit to everything. I can also potentially see connecting the pipeline probably along this route over here. And then somewhere in this area having another exit. Maybe up here. Help them get to and from that. Enjoying a Friday night with some snacks and candy? Nice. Hope we got some good candy. You wouldn't want to be snacking on bad candy. That'd just be disappointing. Yep, and little by little they're building the whole platform up here. Well, sorry, it's salted licorice. I mean, don't be sorry for me. Be sorry for yourself. No, I'm teasing. It's fine. If you're into it, you're into it. Even if I mildly question it, but that's fine. I get a little bit more room for that. Rebuilding and why the platform? So this is going to be an area where we're going to have long-term power. So the idea is we'll have this extra tall area up here. The sluice at the very top here will go in. There'll be a channel here. We'll have tons and tons of the gravity weights just hanging off anywhere that's not in use. And it's a way I can kind of just keep zigzagging it as I need more power. We just keep building this out more. We make more space for a factory and all that up top. Then we bring it back around, and wherever it ends, it doesn't matter. It just dumps down in the area below here, which effectively has the same outcome as it has now. It's just a grand project to make it so I'm no longer susceptible to the drought nearly as much because of all the gravity batteries. It's also just a side project to do while all the other projects are being done. Because we got this little spot of tube here to get done. I'm actually going to bump your priority up. Just get that section of piping there, and that makes it so you can zip through all of this area much faster. You're getting done really fast. The metal's doing pretty good there. Alright. The bots are continuing to expand and get more work done. Because right now these two are just joining to give more horsepower here. This will also be an area only for the bots. There won't be anything that the regular beavers need up here. So we'll be able to sit there and just kind of, you know, keep only the bots up there. Because the idea is to have the bots take over responsibility for everything that the beavers are doing work-wise. Primarily focusing on stuff that causes injuries or cause them to have to walk very far from home. With the intent of around the area here, as we move stuff over there, we'll start shutting down a bunch of this and just turning it into food and recreation and decoration and all that. And just kind of make ourselves a beaver paradise. To try and go for the 100, like the max, sorry, the maximum, what's the word I'm looking for? Maximum wellness. Because that's a hard to get achievement. I want to connect to that pipe as well. I'm trying to get all this connected so they can travel along there and not waste nearly as much time running. And the moment it turns to the right here, that's when we get to start building the actual factory up top. Because it'll just be gravity batteries, water wheels. Then, we'll start with just like, bot production 1, bot production 2, bot production 3. Some storage of the individual components for it. Keep scaling it more and more. As that goes away from down here, we can start shifting all of this to not be there. I'll end up wanting to store metal, and like both the scrap metal and the other metal up here as well. Which the only bummer with that is because these are kind of where they're at and nowhere else. No matter where these are, someone's going to have to hike all that metal as, across the map. Yeah, so you're getting that last segment done, you're getting this last segment done. They're working on getting all the dirt filled in down here. Because this area down here is going to be more farmland, tree farm. And I've also got a place for the pipe to go up here as well. Alright. Getting there. And anytime a large number of these are in use, it's honestly a thing that makes me curious if I should have even more building people. Because looking at what we've got going on, the materials don't seem to be the bottleneck, it's actually the building. But I mean, I have so many of these buildings queued up to have the Beavers building running around. I know it's just another thing on the list. Start getting those built as well, because we're bottlenecking on them recharging. The bot population, it just grows. And honestly, with that being where I'm having them all recharging, it's probably honestly worth it for me to have a pipe come across here and plunk a station right at the recharging ports. So that the Beavers can just pop out, start recharging immediately, jump back in, and get back to it. Be a pretty reasonably doable thing, too. I could just take it right over this spot. Cut over. I wouldn't even need to affect the plants that much. I think I've talked myself into it. So all this is going to need to go. Cue that up to be removed. Yeah, right along here would be good. And you don't need these. Because they do also have an achievement. As they do also have an achievement just for, having enough of those stations and enough of the things removing the stuff. And we can go over here and say, alright, there's another tunnel. Do this. And I'll just bring this straight across. Meanwhile, I can go up here, take the path out. It'll be 3 tall. Okay. And so with that, we stack you once, stack you twice. Now put you on the network with everyone else. And that would give us a direct line over there. We'll add that as another one to be, you know, prioritized. Because I think some of these things where we're making the ability to get the beavers around are going to be incredibly important for everything. They're not very costly material-wise. It just takes time because the beavers got to run back and forth to actually do the work. Yeah, so that'll give me another one. That also gives me a little bit of an easier area to get to these storage containers, so I think this is a really good spot for it. It honestly could probably be better to be up here, but I think this is fine as it is. We got our path to go up here, and that's about to finish that whole segment. Part of the issue is one gets low battery on its way out. It just takes it forever to do anything. Okay, another wave died of old age. Just a precaution. Turn on 2 more of these. Actually, just turn them all on. Because we got rid of a lot of the massive number of surpluses. They're just trying to figure out how many of those breeding pods and we have to find that equilibrium. And you only got 6 tiles left here. Probably about the same up there. That'll connect to our 2 major areas of population there and there. To all the mines and all that down below. And then the next thing is connecting the ports over here up to that segment. And otherwise, they're continuing to work on this project up here. Okay. People were mentioning that this could supposedly transfer mechanical power through it. That seems like it shouldn't work that way. We could test that real fast. Because if I hook you up... Okay, so it looks like it'll transfer it through the building, but it won't transfer it through the pipe. That's reasonable. That's fair. I will let them build that, even though it doesn't matter. Because if we could, in theory, transfer it through the building, then I could have everywhere we've got one of these, you know, put some charging ports down there and let the surplus roll. Yeah, no, we could check. Because like I said, what I could do down here is I could put a charging port right here. And if that charging port works... Yeah, so if this charging port works there, after I connect this here, then it does transfer through. I'm not expecting it to, just... I would expect the pipe itself to show it. It also wouldn't make logical sense, but, you know... If that did, that'd be great, because then I could potentially toss some charging ports down here nearby this mine, drop some charging ports down here by this, drop some charging ports up here, and even if I don't have the entire rest of the power grid set up, it would still work. Okay, so we're getting all this done. Which is fine. Okay, I've got extra... extra mechanical beavers to get assigned to different jobs. Those are all storage. And I still have extras, and I still have extras. And very rapidly, almost no more beavers will be working in this area of town. At this point, I don't think any more beavers work up here. Well, I mean, I got a hauling post or whatever, but all of the actual jobs up here, 100% are robots. Now let's go down here and start checking some of these jobs. Check to make sure I didn't miss any of these that we could... Oh. Congratulations. The coffee is now the job of the bots. Your job for the bots. Your job for the bots. Okay. So with that, we passed off a bunch of jobs to the bots. It looks like I'm going to need more limbs, which I've already got that queued up. That's here. Which is waiting on a bajillion tasks to get done, so that that could be added to the to-do list. Yeah, because they're finally hitting a point where they can work on this, that strip there, or like just a little bit here. I'm also noticing they're starting to get all the stilts built for all this, which is good. You're connected here. Are you all the way connected? Alright, 3 tiles there and then you're done. 4 tiles there and then you're done. That'll finally be our tube network, at least this far finished. We have 2 injured beavers. I'm honestly surprised we're still having injured. Somewhere I've got a couple of dangerous jobs that I haven't flipped over quite yet. But we're getting there. Now we get the number cruncher set up. I'll get like a couple of the... Actually, I could probably just chuck one right there. Drop you right there. And you right there to make it so the bots work better in those production buildings. But the number cruncher's gonna have to get done soon to support that. Can I turn those off if I use too much? Yeah, I can, that's fine. But that'd be curious, being able to make everything one power grid. Doing that. Because it'd also be curious, because if that, the implication would be, you make it all one power grid, and I could just leave the weights up here, and I wouldn't even necessarily need the water flow. I could just have a ton of weights up here to be the gravity power storage, and then this could charge it up. Yeah, and you're getting your stuff. Because gears are still a bottleneck. Hey, you are almost sorted for right now. Alright. And so with that, we just put down our platforms over there so we can make our walking paths. Oh, well, it's gonna get blocked over there. Once again, I forgot that we weren't finished plugging that up. And so, we're having some bleed through here. But that's fine. It just went that far. They'll get that all taken care of. But as you can see here now, most of this all got to be green fields and all that. Once they block up this end of it, then that should be not that big of a problem. Population's still declining. We are probably going to dip into a point where I have some of the beavers just not needed. Alright. Another robotic workplace. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's overflowing. Which means it is going to go down there. Boo. Alright, so... yeah, so those just became very high priority to get that road done. To probably mean getting some other of these ones done. Because it is now bleeding out our water supply on this end. Okay, so this stripe going out here, there, needs to get finished. Oh, hey, that length is all connected, so look at how many are taking that route now. And you have 1 block left. And then you're connected. But this main route here is just getting massive amounts of traffic now. Please hurry with that. I really need this to be blocked off before the drought happens. Like, we're fine for the moment. This will be filling up enough to offset it. But it is going to become a pretty big problem. You know what I think we're going to do to make this not a problem faster? So grab you. Grab you. No. I've already got a sluice back there. Just kind of look at it going, okay, well, how's this get approached? Worst case, I can close the sluice off on that far end. Alright. They're just going to do their best. That's what they're going to do. Actually, we can work around this. If you keep working where you're at here, you can go around this way. And that'll get you over to these tiles that I need done. It's those tiles there that need doing. So all of you just dropped to... Well, actually, all of you just dropped to lower priority. That tile there, we need that one to get done, so it's all connected. Then we can get these tiles here. That'll block off stemming the tide of the water being dumped out. Okay, so that's connected, so I should be able to get all the way back here. Come on, you got 2 days left. You're waiting on planks. Yeah, the planks are all being eaten up by this whole tube network because they're all on platforms raised up. But that tube network is proving to be extremely useful. Like, I'm just seeing this constantly light up back and forth. And you're just about done down there as well. Look, man, I got this set to maximum priority. It's fully connected there. Those are neutral. That means you go here first. That's how that works. Not that hard. I don't know why you're not going over here first. There. All of that is now a down priority. Why are you the way you are, Beavers? You're absolutely gonna trap yourself. I also don't really understand why you're not working on that. Well, the demolition blocks shouldn't matter. Even then, they would still be able to do this tile. I mean, I could put another tile of path here to just go around it if necessary. Hey, Sick, how's it going? Well, this is pretty annoying. Why are you being so weird about your priorities? Because they start at the back and move forward, but there's a tile here. And you are set to max priority. Okay, I blasted those just so it'd stop whining about it. But shouldn't matter, because they can still walk around and get right over to that. At least that's blocked there. That's just increasing the throughput here. Well, I hate to do it. We're going to close that if it's not... If there's anything more than the tiniest bit there. Oh, I need to go down here. So it's still going to bleed off some water. But we are going to slow the rate that that water bleed off is happening. And I guess they'll just keep working at it until this is resolved. As soon as they get these blocks over here, these four, sorry, which I understand they can't reach that one, but as soon as they get these three, that whole thing's walled off. What's happening now is that's closing for a second and opening for a second. So it is bleeding off water, but very slowly. Interesting to me that all the ones here are just hammering away at that, which is fine. Still getting it done, and that's fine. Alright. Meanwhile, this is getting built. You're down to your very last row here. Your whole pathway is getting built, which is good. It's like the third time, too, that I've done this, where I'm like, okay, I'm good to pop it. Treating these as if they're solid blocks, and then I pop it, and it's like, oh, right, those very much are not. Maybe I can't build those until these paths are done? Because it's supposed to start from the left and work their way right. Yeah, we had a bunch of more beavers pass away from old age. So pretty soon, we're not going to have enough beavers to replace the ones that are passing away. We did turn on, I think it was 6 more breeding pods, though. So we should just let that run. We're probably going to dip down to like 150, 170, so we're going to be understaffed for a bit. I think that's okay short term. Alright, Alright, so I'm hoping they'll be able to do this tile, which will at least mitigate it a bit. One of the concerns here is as they, as this isn't running as much, they're not going to be able to recharge as fast. Okay, so you got a whole bunch of them all sitting here recharging at the same time. Okay, so they're getting that. That's exactly what's going on. So the issue is with these ones, with that arrow, it builds the block to whatever the flat side of the arrow is first, so it works from here over. And so these paths need to be built before these can be built, is what's looking like's going on. Because they started working on some of this stuff over here. They just didn't quite finish it. Alright, you've almost got that. Okay, that's one of the blocks done. Okay, and you're gonna get this one done next. Working on getting those last couple done. How's the reservoir doing? Not drained much more than I'd expect it to. A big part of that is because I limited how much is allowed to put out here. Whereas before I had it set with no limit, just kind of as a no backflow, so if the other area went dry, the farms would still maintain their water. Alright. There's just 2 tiles left. 1 tile left. So we've massively cut back the amount of water flowing out of here by just having that one and only tile being the only place where I can get around. Yeah, that's still already queued up to be high priority. So somewhere there's a beaver dragging planks over here for it. I think it'll be fine regardless, but still. Okay. In the home stretch of getting that area built out. They're also almost done with this segment here. Get those queued up there. I'm going to go ahead and knock you back down to neutral priority. Okay. So they could fill in all that area. We still got this row as high priority, but it's fine. We're doing okay with this. Definitely burning a little bit more water than we normally would, which is no shocker. We are just basically bleeding water out this edge. I got plenty, well, I've got some dirt. Why is that one tile isn't getting done? Alright. And while I'm over there, we're definitely going to build one thing that's above the, well, at the maximum height to get that achievement. Meanwhile, how are you all coming along? Okay, so you've got just about all your metal blocks, a little bit under half of your treated wood. The gears are just nowhere near that, and then this one has basically none of it. So it's still kind of, gears are still the big bottleneck. And the expectation before is that was a bottleneck, because at first we had this wood was getting low, and then as a result, planks and gears. I do think it's a matter of I'm just going to need to be producing way more gears. Like, just have way more gear production in general. If nothing else, they keep filling this in. It's just more and more narrowing the path. That'll still help. And we're now getting low on dirt. Because my only source of dirt is this drill going forever. But normally I'm not trying to fill in entire areas of the map, because we're filling this area in. And then there's a lot of filling in happening here. You can see all the pile down there as well. Here, finally. Okay, one... Oh no, you're building the tile below that. Okay. It's just fine. They'll work on it. We'll just endure it for this one. Interestingly enough, it still seems to be pretty okay even with that. I kind of expected this to do a little bit better on getting the greens here. It looks like we got just a little spot of stuff there. I've been kind of wondering if that's one of those things where it's based on water height. And that if I could resolve that by putting just like the dam blocks up here, or probably like right here where this bridge is, using dam blocks instead to raise the water up to the 0.8 and then have it rush through. If that would help or not. Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter there. I'd have to have it down here to see if I could get it up to the 0.8 and then have it bleed through the rest. It might not be a terrible idea. Yeah, that might not be a terrible idea, because if I do it that way, where I put the blocks here to the 0.8, it would fill up to that, and then it should flow normally after that. But then if I set this one to watch the height to being, like, with it, you know, being below that 0.8, then it should be fine through all here. Well, no, because then I'll just dry that all out. Never mind, it's fine. I'll just leave it alone. What we got's working for the time being. Okay, so they finally got that. They just need to get the little bit of dirt here. And that will at least be no more water leaking out this side. Okay, so the water's no longer leaking. So I can go to you. You can go back to normal. You're just designed to be a one-way lock. I'm not actually trying to, you know, mitigate the water going through there at all. So you've got all that. You finished all these other areas entirely, so everything's connected down here. You're connected over here. Why would you do this? I also don't even know how to get you out of here. Can I build on top of you to force you to fall off? No. Well, unfortunately, that does mean... Okay, so it did get both of them out of there for right now. Okay, so they're building that tunnel to add that onto the network. And also try to see if that does actually transfer the power through it. Yeah, right now there's no mechanical power. That checks out. You're not connected to anything. If we get this last little stretch here connected, and then that set of gearing, if that has power down there, then that means it transfers through the whole pipe system. I'm not expecting it to, but you know what? I've never tried. Just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean that's not how it works. Alright, so got that almost sorted out. Just keeping ear open for Tomb's out doing some fun event. Let's keep an eye out for when she's on her way home. So she's usually when she does this event every year. I'm not gonna say what it is because don't dox yourself. But it usually goes pretty late. Do you have any thoughts on the lawsuit over Steam's price cut? Which lawsuit are we talking about? The price cut. Do you mean where you're not allowed to charge different prices on different platforms other than on Steam? That lawsuit? Like, basically, if you charge the price on one thing on Steam, you can't just go to another store and have a big discount kind of thing? Which even asking. Oh, let's see. The one being brought to the UK for the 30%. Oh, where Steam takes a 30% cut? I mean, your host... So, like, you're putting your game on Steam, you're getting all the Steam's marketing, you're getting all the Steam's utility, you're getting the Steam's, like, show front and all that. I think 30% is an entirely reasonable rate. That's honestly very consistent to what we see, like, if I put an application on the Apple Store or on Android or anything else, you know, 30% is actually not an unusual percentage for that. And I would argue as a developer, if you're putting your game out, you know, that 30% cut, you're going to get a significantly larger than 30% amount of sales by being on Steam typically than you would otherwise. So that's just a sound investment as far as I'm concerned. But I don't know the details on the lawsuit being brought. But yeah, no, if it's like, if they're just like, Steam can't take that kind of a cut, I wouldn't find that reasonable. Yeah, 30% is not, like, that's pretty in line with what other digital stores charge. Yeah, that's honestly 30% is right in line with what most of them are charging. And you'll have groups that'll come in, like, Epic likes to do their whole thing where it's like, oh, it's so awful what they're doing. It's so unreasonable. That's because Epic's the underdog, and that's their primary marketing against Steam on why you shouldn't use them. But you have to keep in mind that they are a competitor who wants you to not use Steam. Yeah, that's basically what they're saying, trying to say it's unfair for taking advantage of their place in the market. Yeah. No, and I get that. It's Steam's kind of in a weird place. So, if we're talking about, you know, is Steam a monopoly? If we're talking about by the legal definition, typically no. If we're talking about, like, the fundamental, are they such a controlling force within the industry that they can kind of set rules, then yes. Because usually to be qualified as a monopoly, you truly have to be kind of almost effectively the only place to go. But the reality is, it's not a monopoly. Literally anyone can go and put their products anywhere else. Like, Nintendo exists, Sony exists, Microsoft exists, Epic exists, GOG exists, like, itch.io exists. You can put your things on all those things. Now, granted, Steam's the, you know, 2-ton gorilla in the room, but all those other platforms exist, and you can make sales on there. Like, I'd actually argue companies like Nintendo, Xbox, and Sony with the PlayStation Store, those I would argue are far more monopolistic, even though they don't control the market share, because they do limit how you can put your... Like, Sony especially limits how you could do crossplay and that kind of stuff. that they're a lot more anti-competitive, anti-consumer, whereas Valve, generally speaking, is very pro-consumer, very pro-developer. It's amusing and sad because they say Steam is a monopoly because how dare they have a service people trust and go into marketing. That's kind of the exact thing I'm going with it. Is just generally speaking, yes, to a certain degree, like Steam like Steam does control a very predominant market share, but they're not doing anything anti-competitive or anti-consumer broadly speaking, which is the problem with monopolies. Like if you couldn't go to another platform because Steam existed, then they would have a very sound argument. But that's just kind of the thing. They're not doing anything to prevent you from going anywhere. They're just providing a better product so you stay on your own. Yeah, no, exactly, Lardine. Steam's competitive advantage is they just don't do anything to, like, royally piss off the most of their user base. And there's people who still get upset with, stuff that Steam does, which is totally fine. And that's not even getting into self-publishing. You have tons of wildly successful games that just don't exist on Steam. That they're just, they're on, again, Epic, GOG, whatever platforms, that kind of thing. But that's kind of the catch. If Steam was doing something, I don't know, maybe making developers sign up for exclusive things that say they can't go onto other platforms, Epic, then they'd have a sound argument. Then I would be 100% behind being like, no, they're a monopoly, they need to be taken down a peg. But they don't. They don't do any of that. They literally don't do anything to get in the way of anyone doing anything. There's like no real major stuff to deal with that. Yeah, that's the thing. Epic behaves like a monopoly in how it operates, very anti-consumer, anti-thing, while simply lacking the market share. And even the people over on Epic who are kind of in charge of stuff, a lot of times they'll even call out their own launcher for being kind of crap. To which my response is, so work on that. Stop worrying about your exclusives. Work on the thing you recognize is a problem. Yeah, so I need to pop these a little bit more over so I can get that spot in the middle. Also, Steam taking on multiplayer co-op hosting, forums, and all that hosting. Said Focus needs to self-host? Yeah. Epic doesn't like to sell anywhere else for a year. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Yeah, so I can't speak for UK law. Most likely, if they're pushing it in the UK, that was a deliberate decision to specifically target the UK, or whatever their legislation is around that. Just like here in the US, you'll have certain things they'll look for a very conservative area to try and push this, this lawsuit, or they'll go to some place like California for another lawsuit. People are going to try and pick whatever place will give them the most likely getting the favorable thing. But I will say, I'm also on board with the idea that, if it turns around, like, Valve is big enough, if they wanted to do, like, the whole FU kind of thing, they very well could be like, the UK says, oh, you can't take 30%. They're like, okay, well, we're just not selling in the UK now. And just watch the near riots that would happen. You'd have every gamer calling up their local politician being like, what the hell have you done? I do kind of wish more companies would operate in that way, by the way. That when an area does something that they're just wholly against, they're like, alright, we just don't do business there. And then, you know, it becomes a whole thing about, like, how popular is their product and all that versus their politicians. And you'd have cases that companies would do that whole, like, ultimatum kind of thing, that then they just stop existing or whatever. So the UK bans 30% share, then they just do a new share at a higher price in the UK. Well, what would most likely happen, Illyspid, is if it did come down to it, it would be that the, there would be some legislation that is part of whatever court proceeding or whatever they've got going on, is at the end result, they would be like, you need to be within industrial standard or whatever, as defined by the government there. And, you know, that could be 15-20%, and maybe... Because the problem is, for Valve as a company, if one country is like, no, you can't charge more than 15%, it'd actually be more financially sound for Valve to cease operations in that country versus bring it down, because the moment they bring it down in just one country, they're going to immediately get, like, repeats of this where they'll have to bring it down everywhere. So it'd definitely be one of those ones where you're like, alright. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Now, granted, I don't think Valve's the kind of company who is like, make the most money or else, because they would operate way, way worse for all of us if that were the way that Valve ran. But, still. Yeah, no, my opinion on that is it's a dumb lawsuit. I have, like, genuinely as a software developer, I have had applications that I've authored both as part of a larger team and smaller on the Apple Store, on the Android or Google Play Store, whatever they want to call it. Windows Phone, back when that was relevant. That was the one that was the cheaper one. The other two took 30%. What was Windows Phone? Is there like 5% or 10%? It was definitely one, but that's because they were the underdog. So they wanted to incentivize you into getting in there while not screwing themselves about never being able to make money ever. The Microsoft Store was also another one I had applications on. I've also had a ton of applications that were just like, they didn't have to be deployed on a store. Okay, so that's all connected up. Yeah, so at this point, this is connected up. It's on that grid. But if we look down here, this is on the same thing, but it's not powered. That's kind of what I was expecting, but it was worth testing. Like I said, I think what might have been explained is power can go through this building. So, like, if I built another building right here, it would bring power through it, but it won't go through the tube system. Because it'd be weird for that mechanical power to somehow go through what's potentially pneumatic. But yeah, no, it's like, if they were to set a precedent that Steam could not charge 30%, they would then need to negotiate with Google, with Nintendo, with Apple, with Microsoft, probably Microsoft, both on the Xbox and on the Windows Store, and have to set all of them. They would need to have, like, codified in law, like, this is the maximum amount you can charge. And if they did that, like, that'd be, you wouldn't see little lobbying dollars. That'd be pretty much everyone involved in all of that stuff just raining hell on all of it. You would have every sea level screaming in the winds when it comes to that kind of thing. Not saying that we don't want sea levels to have to scream into the winds. I actually would get a certain amount of joy out of that, but it would definitely be one of those things that, you know, it'd just be a dumb thing to do. Okay, so here. Not that that couldn't stop them from doing it. Just because something's dumb doesn't mean they don't do it anyways. Alright, so we need... probably... well, we got the thing for making more limbs. Let's have the pad queued up there. We'll figure out what we're going to build there later. Let's see. Yeah, you don't understand why go after Valve first greed for the high shares when other game companies exist. I think it's probably someone like I don't know the individuals involved. It's probably either one, someone who's got a chip on their shoulder just because Valve has market share, because I've certainly run into that within game dev circles before, where we have covered games that deliberately do not put themselves on Steam because they're like, oh, the 30% being stolen from developers. I'm like, all right, hold up. Hold the F up. Come on. Let's be a little bit more fair about this. Stolen from developers? It's like, come on, man. There's a lot of advantage you get from releasing on it. But there are a lot of game devs who see that lost revenue as being, people taking their hard work and claiming for their own kind of thing. And there is a certain argument you can make about that. I don't agree with it, but there is a certain argument you can make about that kind of thing. How did what? Is that just... That's probably just why that's a... Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not giving them money proceeds to kneecap themselves. I have made that argument, not with Valve and Steam, because this would be more like mobile dev. I had that argument with people who were being like, I'm not going to put stuff on the insert name of platform because their cut is a little bit higher than insert name of other platform. Like, cool. So you've just cut yourself off from 33% of the market or 60% of the market or whatever the addressable market is for that platform. And you're like, okay, well, is that 15, 20, 30%? Is cutting yourself off to 60% of your customer base worth saving yourself 30% of money you're going to share with the people who are giving you 60% of your customer base? And it's like they stare at you and like, this is what you're talking about doing. It's like, don't get me wrong, it sucks to feel like someone else is benefiting from your work. But in this case, you are benefiting from their platform too. It's not a one-way road there. Like they are offering you something of value in return. And you might argue whether it's 30% value, that is a valid argument. But still, it's like you're ultimately going to get less business because like you're trying to save yourself a dime at the cost of yourself of $1. It's just not worth it. Yeah. There are also additional aspects such as restrict what is bought on Steam won't work with additional content bought elsewhere. Yeah, that restriction, I take that more as just a pragmatic one so far as handling a lot of stuff. Because with all the things downloading through Steam and all that, having it where you buy something on Steam and then buying it on Epic where they both have their own folder directories and then figuring out how to map that all together, that's going to require both Epic and Steam to sit down and come up with a plan. And you're not going to do that when you're direct competitors. You're just going to, like, Epic's going to try and find ways to undermine that process to try and, knock them down a little bit and all that kind of stuff. It's just not... That just doesn't happen. Like, getting people to work together just to get a working API over legal requirements is hard enough, let alone anything like that. But it's also... I can't think of a single platform that does be like, oh, hey, you could just take the DLC from this one and move it over there. Now, you can get away with it where it just works by copying the directory and dropping it, but that's just the game itself, not the platform. If just like games on GOG and Epic won't work with each other's networks either, save files from Epic won't work on Steam, vice versa. The dumb part of the lawsuit is because they basically have to say every iPhone and Android app would be required to work on the other device, which they don't now. Well, yeah, and part of that is because, when outside of certain cross-platform languages and frameworks, when you're making applications for Android, a lot of times you're writing them in Java. When you're making them for the iPhone, these days you're making them on Swift. So there are different programming languages that encode or compile in different ways and everything. You can't just grab, like, even if I could grab the app and dump it on the other one, it's going to boot it up and the thing's just going to go, I don't know what to do with this. What's this crap? It'd be no different than if I go and I grabbed my MacBook and I tried to, just boot up like Word. The Mac could just go, You know, and there's software you can get it to emulate and port and all that, like Wine and everything to make it work, but out of the box, just trying to boot up a Windows application on OS X, it's just not going to work. And then the vice versa is also true. If I grab, you know, the Mac version of Premiere and try and just boot it up on Windows, it's just going to throw its hands in the air and go, I don't know what this is. They would also have to not let game keys from outside sources not work on Steam. At that point, because you can't tell which are stolen keys... Well, I mean, there's already that kind of thing. Because, like, when you generate keys, it's not like there's some overarching, like, global key hierarchy. When you generate the Steam... Like, Steam generates a key for your game that works only on Steam. Like, the key isn't some magic broader thing. It is a key generated on Steam specifically for that game. And then Epic will have its version where it makes its own key. There's no communication between those platforms, like, in overarching anything. I couldn't even imagine how you'd attack that. Alright, Darkstar, thank you so much for the 235 stream streak. I appreciate that. It certainly would be fun if Microsoft proprietary documents were universally openable and editable. Same with Google services. Yes, no longer need to pay for Word and, like, open those documents. Yeah. Microsoft should be sued because they made proprietary software files. Yeah. Now that, like I said, I obviously don't know the details on that lawsuit, but from what I'm hearing from my experience as software dev, it sounds really dumb. Because of just how software works. And again, it's totally valid to be like 30%, they shouldn't be taking that much if you're the ones who are, as a dev, that is a choice you can make. Absolutely. You should even have those discussions. Like, does it make sense to use this service if they're going to take a 30% cut? Absolutely. Have that discussion. It's worth having. But at the same time, if we're being honest from a business sense, the answer is 99.9% chance, yeah, no, you should do it. Like, it does genuinely make sense for you to make that decision. Alright, so we do have this up to this height. So what we could do here now, I want to grab just the path, nothing else, and want to yoink that. Because what I'm going to start doing, then grab the mechanical power here. I'm going to start putting the mechanical batteries over here. And this is going to be a huge sink of planks. I'm going to make this a usable space for building stuff on top of, whether it's storage or whatever. But then we can go and get all these mechanical weight, or all these weights over here. Oh wow, you're already getting that built? Okay, never mind. You're not as far as I thought you were. I was just looking down there and it looked like they had built the pipe all the way here. It's like, wait a second, I gotta reassess where my priorities are. They surprisingly have gotten this segment done. Because we'll want to, once we can get that connected, get that pipe all the way up there. It doesn't matter until we have the station, though. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that I'm sure someone's suing. I think there's certain times where you'll do a lawsuit where you either A, you're hoping you can win because the person's just not knowledgeable on it, which, okay. Or B, sometimes you don't even actually care about the outcome of the case. You care about the PR. So I could very well see, whether it's a game dev or another publisher or whoever is the money behind the suit, I could see someone being like, oh no, look at that big bad Steam. Really beating up on the little guy. You should support us, the little guy. I could see stuff like that, but again, I'd have to look into it more. I think the just broad hostility against Steam/Valve while it can be like, one, it can be just counterproductive. It can also be kind of misplaced. Because like one of the big groups I see have like big pushback against Steam and Valve is, people who are for having physical media. Which, I have nothing against people wanting to have physical media. There's nothing wrong with that. But in a lot of ways, I do feel like a lot of the concerns that people have for physical media and why they want to maintain that, it's not that those arguments aren't valid, they are, but they don't give them the nuance that's necessarily appropriate. Because they look at physical media as being this thing that lasts forever. You get your copy, your Super Nintendo cartridge of Evo or EVO, and that's going to last forever. And that's just not true. The circuitry in that is going to wear out and it'll stop working. And with the physical media, you can try and copy it and all that, but a lot of those circuit boards and chips and all that, some of that stuff is just resistors, and that you can go to the store, buy, resolder, do all that stuff to keep it working. But some of that where they've written into the memory on the actual chip, the physical hardware, when that chip's gone, like, that's it. Chuck it in the bin. It's done. You're not getting it back. Like, it's garbage. And those have a kind of finite lifespan. You can do stuff to get them longer than average, but they have a finite lifespan. Now, there's certainly argument in their favor for physical media of, like, the games as a service where you buy the game and less than a year later they shut the whole thing down, which is part of the solid argument, I would say, does work for physical media. But again, with the online component of games nowadays, having the cartridge for the game with the servers shut down doesn't help you any. The server's still offline. There's nothing to connect to, there's no brain behind it anymore. But I see a lot of pushback for people being like, no, you don't own the game if you don't physically hold it. I'm like, well, technically, most of those cartridges you buy, you technically legally bought a license. You're physically holding a cartridge that contains the data that's licensed to you, but you actually did buy a license for the game, not like the rights into perpetuity for that media forever. You're licensed to use it. And so it's a whole thing. But I understand there's a fear that, like right now, the people at the helm at Valve have generally been fairly pro-consumer, pro-developer and all that. And all it takes is, Gabe being like, well, Gabe died, heart attack, old age, whatever. Gabe's gone. That happens. And right now, the people who have been running Valve, because Gabe is basically, he's there, but he's not really running it in the same way anymore. He's mostly retired. Like, it's all the other people who are actually doing the work these days. He's got a good team there. And because he's not publicly traded, they can't just swap out the CEO for someone who's going to nickel and dime the whole thing. But there's always the possibility that, Gabe's gone, it's time to pass the torch, and they just make a mistake in who they pass it to. And now you've got someone who's, profit at all costs kind of mentality, and suddenly this one place that generally is very pro-consumer starts going on the whole enshittification treadmill where we get nickel and dimed on absolutely every inch of it. And then we got to figure out what we're doing because suddenly Steam's a problem. And there is that fear, and it's a valid fear. But at the same time, there's not really a good alternative. Like, yeah, you could own a disc for every single game, but again, discs don't last forever either. Like, and you can back up your discs or whatever, but then the hardware to read it, if you're talking consoles, those don't last forever either. And a lot of those have proprietary tech as well. There's not really a solution to keep stuff forever easily. Not anymore. Like some of the super old games before a lot of this stuff came up, you got some pretty long-term solutions. But as games have advanced, the ability to just copy that floppy and just, chuck it in your computer, and as long as you make a backup of that floppy from time to time, you're good forever. Those days are kind of gone. But also the scale of games have changed too. Because back in those days, that's when we had like NetHack. Your whole game fits on a 3 1/4. Right, I'm gonna use the restroom again. I'll be right back. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. And thank you, SKP Bunny, for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. It's and I see it kind of as the same issue. So like when I did software development, like in Office and all that, like especially going back 10 years ago, let's say. Well, maybe not that long, like 5-10 years ago. So before streaming and all that, there'd definitely be times that you would be working on, say, like a Microsoft technology. So you're working in .NET or C# or whatever. And most people just don't give a crap. Like, are you getting your work done? Who gives a crap? Get out of here. Get out of here. But there would always be like the handful of people are like, no, you're with Microsoft. Oh, that's a blocking language. Oh, like they're so awful. And all these kind of thing. And that's ignoring like the AI BS nowadays. This predates all that. And I get really tired of listening to it. It's like, okay, like as far as programming languages go and development environments and all that, you know, it's some of the best tech we've got to work with for like actually doing development. There's plenty of other completely viable options out there. I'm not, you know, saying negative things, but I'm not the one here who's saying all the negative crap about what you're working in. That's like, okay, what language are you working in? And it's like, oh, well, I'm doing Go. You know, it's this brand new language. Like, cool. What have you successfully produced with Go? And they kind of stare at you for a minute because they produce nothing yet. And it's nothing wrong with Go, by the way. And it's like, all right, and also hear me out. You're bad-mouthing me for what Microsoft did like 20 years ago. Look at what the hell Google's doing right now. They literally dropped their slogan, don't, you know, do no evil, because a whole lot of people called them out for, you know, violating the spirit of their slogan. So, I hate to break it to you. Again, ignoring the recent Gen AI stuff, in a lot of ways, Google became what Microsoft was. And Microsoft, for a while, was being kind of like Google was. Now, they're both pretty crappy. But there was a while that Microsoft is doing a lot of good stuff. Then money. It's the same with all digital media. Ebooks, audiobooks, you have over 100 audiobooks on Audible. If Amazon ever scraps the audiobook program, extreme case, very high chance that you'll lose access to all your books unless it's a dedicated tablet, download everything. Yep. Well, that's also like, because you can, well, people also sit there and be like, well, physical media will survive when they shut the servers down. It's like, yeah, but it won't survive when someone, you know, breaks into your home or there's a fire, there's a flood, or, you know, anything goes wrong. And statistically speaking, it's more likely that something's going to happen to your junk in your home than this entire platform dumps everything. Didn't Kindle code their files a lot to destroy the possibility of open them after their servers go down? Didn't Kindle code their files a lot to destroy? I hadn't heard anything around that. Then the Zune happened. I mean, so like the Zune came out a lot on the like actually, because the Zune actually, so as much as people make fun of the Zune, I actually would say the Zune, especially the later generations, had some really solid players. Like, they were kind of the butt of the joke, and I didn't own one myself that I used regularly. I had the iPod Nano? I had like 2 different iPods over the years. Like, I had like the really small one, because they had the iPod as like basically a glorified hard drive with a screen smashed on it. And I found those comical because people bought them and they just broke all the time because it's effectively a spindle hard drive you're dragging around with you, just eating up all the battery life. Oh, you're still waiting for those to get built. That's fine. Man, I mean, I don't know with the Kindle. I don't know. It's also one of those things like with the permanence of stuff. You know, I'll have people be like, "Oh, aren't you worried that like someday, Steam servers will go down and you'll lose all your games?" And it's like, yeah, that would suck. Like, to be clear, that would suck. But realistically, out of games that I haven't that I've played in the past how many years, how many of those games am I going to go back to play again someday? Like, literally ever. I could probably count them on one hand. Like, there'll be like the occasional game like the Stardew Valley and the Terraria that I'm like, you know what? I could realistically see playing another round of that. And honestly, to be fair, even with Stardew Valley and Terraria, that's probably... Well, I mean, Stardew Valley I could definitely see doing another playthrough. Terraria, I'm kind of at the point, like, I'd check out the new content, because I've loved the game over the years, but I've played it enough times that I'm not as much like, you know what, I need to play that again. There'd be a lot of games, there wouldn't be very, very many games I'd revisit. Like, No Man's Sky I could definitely see playing a lot more of, it's been around forever. RimWorld I could see playing more of, it's been around forever, but those are actively being updated and moved along and all that. So I wouldn't super be worried about it. Yeah, losing the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games and all that. I mean, thousands of games. Like, just looking at my library, if I turn off where it's just what I got downloaded and ready. Rogue Legacy, great game. Am I ever going to play it again? No. Star Wolves, no. Stanley Parable, no. Space Run, no. Papers, Please, no. Osmosis, no. Windward, no. The Walking Dead, no. You get the idea. The vast majority of my library, I'm not going to replay. I don't want the discs of those things floating around my house. Those I'd want to give to someone else or just bin. You've almost got enough to get that up there. Star Wolves? Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There's so many of those games I got through Humble Bundle back when I had, like, the subscription. Part of the reason I got rid of the subscription is so much. Like, just so many games that came through there, and the vast majority of them... Like, there was always, like... It's kind of one of those things. It was usually you'd have the month would come by, you'd have, like, 1 or 2 big games, you'd have, like, 1 or 2 kind of really interesting in-games, and then you just have a bunch of just kind of clutter. That no one is really interested in. It was a game out there, they just kind of chucked it in there. Alright, so treated planks are coming along, metal bits are coming along, the gears are not. So that's going to be one of the next things we need to do, is increase the throughput of that, which I've actually got this going on down here. Do you get your games from Humble Sub? I never was really one to buy much in the way of games from Humble directly. Especially now that they've changed their whole thing and they're not a particularly good organization anymore. Alright, so let's go and take this loose. Like, they used to be a really good organization, but they've gotten far more profit-driven now, so far less of the money you put towards it actually goes to charity anymore. And they've really screwed over a lot of people. Like, Humble Publishing shut down without even letting the people they were working with know that they were shutting down. So you had a whole bunch of games. Like, when they shut down, they had a game that they were publishing that was literally supposed to be released in the next week that they didn't bother to let the devs know that Humble Publishing was shutting down or anything. they just announced that it was shutting down, and the people are like, we're launching next week. You're the ones facilitating that. What do we do? And ultimately, they contracted it out and made it happen and all that. But yeah, no, Humble unfortunately got acquired, and they're not the organization they used to be. Like, they used to do some real good, but unfortunately, they got acquired. Now it's about the money. It's also part of why when you look at stuff like Humble Bundle, the stuff pack, you know, being offered on is way, way less good compared to what it used to be. Is they're not willing to do as much to make that kind of stuff happen. I wonder if I put a gear here, that I'm assuming that one it won't go through the edge. No, I'd have to get from the side. Oh, you can do it through the second floor. That's kind of interesting, actually. Okay, so this could be an interesting consideration. Because what I could do then is put the gearbox there. And that brings it over to this side of the path. So we can hopefully get more production going on. Because it looks like gears are one of my main hurdles right now. So I go ahead and put like 2 more rounds of gears here. And then the rest of that's probably fine. 2 more rounds of planks. Let's see, also, Humble Games now expire their offerings and slots used up for the month trial. At the same thing about every month. Yeah. No, they've gone like they're a fully profit-driven organization now. And being a company who makes a profit isn't in itself a problem at all. It's just kind of, again, how they do it. Alright, so that should give me a bunch more gears and planks and all that. We already have storage right there for it. You are still coming along to get all that squared away. Let's also increase the priority on these. They eventually get that starting to blast. Alright. Because then we get all of this all queued up. Because I need more bots. So you're making limbs now. Oh. Now get you assigned to the bots. So that'll start increasing the number of limbs that we can hopefully get. Or that we're just having a bunch of bots breaking down and then losing their charges. A big part of that is all the ones going up here working on this. Okay, so they're officially starting to get the tubeway station built up here. We'll tell them to make that a slightly higher priority, and once that's done, and they got the platform in front of it, we'll connect the tube, and then it'll be a matter of just getting this tubeway built up between them to pick up the pace. Alright, and you are still getting worked on with that treated wood. Bump you all up on the priority list a little bit. How did the bad water get down here? Have I been missing some water resource this whole time? Oh, there is a water seep over here. I missed that there's a water seep here this whole time. I was like, where did this water come from? We haven't had that connected in a long time. I don't really care that there's a water seep there. But it's just one of those things. Like, this being filled in here is just that. Because I've got that open so I can get the bad water out of it. That's probably from where we spilled over. You get run by Beavers for right now. Till we get more bots in. Yeah, once we get that built, I'm gonna get the pipeline going back and forth as the new priority. This is coming along well. Yeah, and we're just having more and more beavers die of old age, and then, you know, they're having jobs left vacant. We did turn these back on. It's just going to take a little while for it to balance out the population. Like I said, I'm expecting it to land somewhere around like 150, 130 or whatever. I see a bad time horizon. Yup. I've almost got that built. It's so close to being able to start actually doing stuff with that area. But yeah, now, like, you can see how the scale of your projects can affect everything. Like, this has been, like, 2 streams working on. Then you'd have, you know, projects like this will be all sorted out by the end of stream, no problem. I mean, probably the next hour, this will probably all be done here. Little projects like chucking a couple of things here and there get done relatively quick. So much of these, like, little one-off buildings are getting knocked out, no problem at all. Yeah, got almost 200 jobs. Oh yeah, I haven't finished building the one in the corner here. And that'll power those up. Okay, so you're right about to finish that. Then once they build that, all of these become available. There'll be a massive increase on the rate we get gears. Which I think is it's holding up our robot limbs from getting done. Which would be holding up a lot of things. And our food is just in amazing shape these days. Like, I am way past good on food. Is it currently waiting for stuff to open? Neat. Antique bookstore is having its anniversary now. Nice, cozy, quiet place for a coffee nook. Nice. We don't have much in the way of, like, bookstores around here for anything like that, unfortunately. So actually, yoink that group, because then I'll put a storage place right there. For the wood right by where the wood's produced. Okay, so you've got this now. So connect these two. And then with that... get that pipe done. Alright. Because then they get that pipe done. And I'll just be good for all that. Now, that also being the case there... that'll be the 4 batteries up top here. Which then I'll end up getting batteries on the other side as well. I'll probably have multiple rows of those. And all those will end up just piping the power, like, up along here. The power's gonna be all produced in this, like, little area here. And so once we get the wheels on there, we'll just keep building more and more industrial buildings on there. Alright. So the bots are all recharging. And we're increasing our gear production tremendously. You've got you up here set to get more bot assemblers going. You're making more heads? Alright, now you're not. You're making more limbs. Because the heads have an incredible lead right now. Okay, so you got all that piping set. You got this spot. Yep, so now we're just going to see them going one at a time. Slowly building this whole thing out. And they'll get that whole connection, and then they'll be able to zip on over from here, right up. That should spare a lot of walking time. Meanwhile, I've got you sitting here. Almost got the number of bots caught up. And get these back assigned to the bots. We're getting pretty close to hitting the limit on our demand here as well. And unlike last time, there's not a real good way to expand. That'll be another 250 horsepower. Yeah, I'll be really pushing our limit on that one. Which is fine, because that's the whole point of this place, is that we can get the bots up here and they can just work on all that. Let's increase the construction priority for these 2 bot areas. Because that way we can get our bot population up so we can start getting some of these unfilled jobs that the Beavers have vacated. That we can start getting those reassigned over to bots. A lot of those are honestly these ridiculous number of hauling posts we got up here. Oh, I forgot I got a bunch of bots assigned to those hauling posts. I forgot that was a thing. In that case, flip that over to the Beavers. I suddenly have a bunch of spare bots. So bots take over these jobs. Once these get built, the bots will do that. That's a bot job there. Looking for any of these jobs here that are not being worked by... Okay. You're a bot job. You're a bot job. You're a bot job. Alright. Oh, I goofed on that one. You're fine. No, I goofed on this one pretty bad. So the issue of where I goofed here is I thought of these as having the power through the bottom. Alright, so this is going to be a bit of a mess real quick. So what we're going to need to do is get mechanical power. Use the vertical here to bring it up there. That'll be kind of step one of this. I don't have a way to get to this side realistically. That's not necessarily true. It won't be a convenient way of doing it. Oh, I can't build over top of that. Never mind. I don't really need that. This whole time we've never once had someone get contaminated. Oh, I can't build over that anyways. Never mind, we can put it back. I can't build over top of that. I can build up here. But where can I get it to where it can get power? I might be able to make this work. So if we put this here, we put you here, and you there. Now I bring you across here. That'll fix my blunder. Okay, so we'll get all that squared away. You've already been flipped over to bots, so that's good news. All of that's already been flipped over to bots. I got 2 more spare bots. Let's go on down here to some of these jobs. We have all that squared away. I guess at this point, time to start moving some of these jobs over. So you are now handled by bots. You are now handled by bots. You are now handled by bots. We just keep assigning more and more work over to the bots. Get one more platform here, and then this will be connected. AI takeover is here? Pretty much. Pretty much we are outsourcing all labor to the bots. Little by little. It's not the future we wanted. It is the future we got. Yeah, so you need more parts to function. Yeah, you're waiting on parts to function, of which those parts you're waiting on are probably the arms. You are waiting on planks to function. You're waiting on wood to function. We're just gonna need more bots. We'll set you to bot, so if I have any surplus, they start taking over the hauling to help as well. Honestly, with this, nah, it's fine. Yeah, as far as this goes, I mean, I still actually do have some horsepower left. I'd probably want to go down here and get more happening, because, like, the issue is the arms are waiting on gears, and the gears are waiting on planks, and the planks are waiting on wood, and it's just people hauling stuff around. Alright, so you've got the storage over here has been built. You're gonna have wood there. We do have wood and plank storage over there. Alright, so I'm gonna need you to get over here and start getting this done. So I can get these, because right now, they can't really get much done so far as chopping trees. Which is fine, those still have a while to grow yet, but we'll want to get that in business. So you're missing mechanical power. You can't reach it? We can fix that. We want to get that back on the system as best we can. Because then we just need to keep massively producing bot parts. The issue is just how many gears that's just gobbling up right now. And they're all getting there. So what I might end up doing, and this will gum up a lot of the works, you are now a neutral priority, and you are now a neutral priority. Which does mean it's going to deprioritize a lot of this stuff. But a lot of that'll be planks and all that. So it's going to gobble up a lot of the good materials, but I think we're at a point I want to just start making sure some of those gears get over there. Alright. They're getting all this sorted out so that we can hopefully get this wood coming in, which will help us get the planks coming in. Yeah, honestly, it's just waiting for all of it. It'd also be potentially worth putting another one of these stations right over here, where that wood's, that wood supply is. Gonna try and hold off on that, though. Okay. With the beavers, the population's going back up. We don't have that many jobs remaining vacant. But yeah, that should go way faster. Then it'll be mostly just the gears holding this up. And you're all just standing around. That's fine. You got one more tile there, and then that's connected on this side. Now we just gotta get this track. Oh, not really a priority, but let's make sure we fill in that hole I made. Yeah, as they get those paths made, they'll be able to get the trees the whole area through. Alright. Yeah, so farming-wise, everything's amazing. Nothing really to add there. Wellness-wise, what is the thing that's kind of holding us up? We don't have enough wet fur. No one has enough time to get to the scratcher. I do wonder if it's one of those things that as we free up their schedules more and more, like how much of that we can get away with. It's also something I'm realizing, I think for right now, about the only thing the beavers are doing is getting the wood and handling food and water. Everything else is mostly the bots at this point. Like, we are 5 bot jobs away from the bots doing more work than the beavers. And so what I could see doing is, as we get to that stage, we get some of the bots to take over some of the wood cutting, and then potentially we start shortening the schedule the beavers work. Give them more leisure time and all that so they can maintain their happiness and everything else. We got our first bot woodcutter. Alright. And it's still limbs that are holding us up. Pretty soon it'll also be torsos. And that's still likely the hold up on gears. Get a little bump in the priority so that way they're not running as far handling that as well. That your limbs and torso do hold you up. It happens. Happens to the best of us. And the worst of us. And everyone in between. It just happens. And how goes your nonsense? So you've got all your metal. You're about 75% done with your treated wood. You've got a lot of that to go. I want to get both of those done so we can launch all 3 wonders before the end of stream. It's kind of what I'm hoping for, as it were. Okay. So all of that should be completely available. And once we start getting some extra bots, we'll push there. It's going to be hard to get those gears. So what should happen here is our wood should increase, which should increase our planks, which should increase our gears. One thing we can also do over here. It's too big of an area to get the full benefit. What I'm kind of leaning towards is, well, I don't really need the stuff down there that much. So you're basically covered up here. There's not really work here. They pass through there. You put one of those back there so as this expands, I can get the boost. Let's see, 30 degrees Celsius here. Probably 34 degrees Celsius in your tin shed. Hope everyone is going well. Gross. Just gross. You know, stay hydrated. Do your best to stay cool. Because gross. We're starting to get where we're warming up quite a bit. We're not that hot, though. I know it isn't Celsius, but we've been hovering in the, like, upper 80s and all that. Your AC is making funny noises, so you have a backup fan on. That's no fun at all. None of what you're describing sounds like a good time. Why are you living on the surface of the sun? Alright. I appreciate with the bots that they just go up numerically, so we can kind of get a good feel for all that. You're just saying, bot was created. Bot was created. Just a last little corner there. And that'll be another section onto our tube network. Does make me wonder, realistically, could I put like another tube network stop like somewhere right around here? Have them get onto this path. They didn't make it wide enough to really facilitate, because they saw it as a temporary solution, but this project's taking too long. Which we're fixing. But all that. Yeah, I was gonna see there's an angle I could bring this up and over here to drop them off over here, which wouldn't be a bad move. I could get it over here. But there's not a great way to do that. I could probably put it here, have it go through here, go across there. And just cut across the crops here to connect. Probably, or what I could do is we can go right here. There's your station. Gonna yoink up the line of crops right here. Can I do go over here? Oh, that's not the right spot. Yoink those up. Keep those there. Alright. Almost got that connected. Because then we'll work on getting this extension down here. Oh, because then we can go here. Alright. Let's see, a lot of what we've seen is cobwebs and cruds clogging up. Let's see, your AC looks like it functions like a brand new one. Even the Havoc guy who maintained it does look like best looking AC you've seen. Yeah, but they sometimes just say that. But yeah, no, generally if your AC is like, as long as you're taking care of it, you shouldn't have... Like, they'll wear out. Like, that's a thing that just happens. It's a mechanical thing. Every mechanical thing, every single time it does its operation, you know, is one less time it will do what it, you know, what it's designed to do. Oh, right. Alright, 1 second. Don't build that one. This is where we're gonna go vertical. So you're gonna need 2 high of these. That way we can go over this path quite a bit. But yeah, no, I would always be dubious. Someone's like, this is the best electrical I've ever seen. You'd be like, you mean it's functional? Because, like, I can't imagine you look at electrical and go, oh my god, this is the stuff of legends. Not unless there's something, like, particularly noteworthy about it, but, like, an AC just doing its job. I would have very little faith in someone being like, this is amazing. You have your warranty that you have your AC checked twice a year. Gotcha. Yeah, no, most of those warranties it's one time a year. Honestly, there's usually not much need for more than that. Even once a year can be quite a bit, like quite more than you probably need. With vehicles, there's a big difference, but there's a refrigerant and system setup. Well, yeah, and like a vehicle, because you're winding through all the other stuff, but like an AC, you usually just have your, depending on the type of air conditioning, you just have like your outdoor handler, your, you know, your indoor area that's like forcing the air out if it's like central air, or, you know, window or whatever. The cleanness you've seen, I can see that. People here don't tend to worry about cleaning the ACs, not. But yeah, no, if you're getting it serviced twice a year, that's... I was gonna say that's once more a year than most people, like, but let's be real. That's twice more a year than most people. A lot of people, they get their AC set up and it just sits there until it breaks. Then they're gonna call someone in. And that's pretty much the routine. Alright. So good news is since I started putting this up here, it's jumped almost 130, or sorry, 150 gears. I'm really hoping I'm not starving the gears for the rest of the system, because that's a very valid concern. But we are continuing to ramp up our gear production, so I'm hoping that'll balance out. And the person who fixed it? Yep. Yeah. That's the story with your AC. You moved in a year ago, and it broke 6 months ago. Yep. That sometimes can be part of what motivates people to move. Not AC specifically, but like, you'll have a home that's facing, in the near term, a major repair. Which, like, you know, AC would be a major repair, foundation would be a major repair. Like, if you've got a wall that's compromised that needs to be, like, torn out and redone because, you know, like, it took water damage or something, major repair, plumbing problem, electrical problem. And there's a lot of time that ends up being the thing that's motivated the person to sell, is they're just looking at that task and going, you know what? I just don't wanna. Like, you know how I feel about this? I feel like saying no. That's what I feel about this. I'm also suddenly realizing they're gonna have to get down in here, aren't they? You can worry about that when they feel like it. You still haven't had someone out? Yeah, no, here in Florida, like, not having an AC, especially when you get to the summer, like, genuinely, your house is considered an unlivable space without air conditioning or something of that nature. And it's a valid concern when you're talking, like, the temperatures can get to upper 90s at, like, 70-80% humidity, sometimes creeping a little bit into the hundreds of Fahrenheit. And, you know, you're talking about houses that are just not designed with the idea of, like, letting air through them anymore. That's, like, old school, you know, plantation-style houses. So very genuinely, without air conditioning, it can get over 100 degrees inside your house, which is just not safe. So yeah, it's a whole thing. They'll be like, yeah, this is... I can't remember the term for it. I think it's not fit for habitation or something like that. You move to a temperate region in New Zealand. It does occasionally get hot, but only a couple days a year, and the heat function is more necessary. You get around the freezing, so we have also do wood fire. $130 on a tin roof. Oh yeah, no, that's I remember when I was running network cable and all that, and sometimes during the summer I'd have like a network job, and have to go up in the attic when they had a tin roof. And I stopped taking those jobs during the summer. It's like, this isn't safe, man. This crap is well over 100 degrees in here that I'm having to drag cable through, you know, drag through spider webs and all sorts of garbage. All, you know, get completely, you know, coated up with fiberglass insulation. It's like, look, man, if you have either an open air attic or it's like a tin roof or something, like I don't work during the summer. I'm sorry. I'm not willing to put myself in the hospital for heat stroke over this. That was also around the time I started shutting that company down. It's a company I ran doing network solutions, computer repairs, and all that stuff. And it was a very successful company, but it was definitely one of those ones where like, nah, man, I am just not interested in that work anymore. Like, it made pretty good money, but nowhere near the money I made as a software developer later. Like, and you feel for people who need the work done, but it's like, nah, there's gotta be like a, hey, you called me in like the wrong time of year, you're getting charged double. By the way, we're doing this overnight, I don't care if it's inconvenient for you. Let me guess, you can't reach it? Of course not. So I might not have to get rid of many of these. Maybe just one or two might be enough. And then you'll be able to reach these ones up here to keep the whole thing going. Okay, that put those in range. So slowly connecting everything else, because that should give me access to all the stuff over here really quickly. I'm gonna kind of get it on the rest of the network. It'll also help them haul the gears and all that over to this place. You've never watched shoveled snow, but you've watched people do it. I've shoveled snow. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of work. But it definitely is one of those jobs that there's certain jobs that I find it feels like people are a little bit more vocal about, of like, oh, that's such a like, oh, it's so tiring or whatever. It's like, yeah, I mean, yes, I'm not saying it's not, but the number of times I've gotten the dismissive, it's like, oh, you don't know, you just mow grass where you're at, you don't know what it's like to shovel snow. It's like, yeah, I do. I grew up in Michigan, I absolutely know what it's like to shovel snow. I would say it is harder work than mowing the grass, correct. But I also remember in Michigan that shoveling snow was a thing I only had to do a couple of times a year, maybe more or less depending on things, but generally not that many times a year. And in a lot of ways, I prefer that, where it's at least cold while I'm getting sweaty, so it's kind of, as I'm heating up, I'm cooling down. Whereas I can't stand being out in the heat. Like, you go online, or you go and you're like on a hot day and you're having to deal with like mowing the lawn and weed whacking and all that, and you're just getting sweaty and overheated. And you're like, guess what I'm doing next week? The same crap, because it's already going to be grown again. They hate it so much to get a snowblower. You'd imagine that snowing a few days would be awesome, but it would lose its magic. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the things, is for a lot of people, definitely the magic of snow really kind of stands out when you're a kid and you can just go out and enjoy it without all the work around it. You know, worrying about salt rusting up the bottom of your car, and, you know, like, you know, shoveling snow, and, you know, potentially having to, like, de-ice your windshield if your car is parked outside for anything. Like, I would still say snow is a nice thing, a fun thing, but it definitely does knock it down a peg when you're dealing with all that stuff. So getting that last stint done. We're just watching all these zip around on the tubes. Once I get that segment done, I'll go and get the next branch over here. Make sure you unblock your... Make sure you unplug your block heater before you pull away. Road salt is the absolute bane of your job. If you don't mind me asking, like, because you have to drive through it or you have to actually put it down or whatever, is you're a cold-loving person, you'd rather take the cold... Oh, yeah, no, I'd rather live in an igloo than be out in the heat. Like, if I have to choose an extreme and it's between, like, the extreme desert or, like, Antarctica, sign me up for Antarctica. I'd hate it because it's too damn cold. Sorry for the language. But if I have to choose, I'm going with cold over hot any day of the week. You're a mechanic, you gotta fix up all the rust. Oh, so you tear off a lot of exhaust systems, too. Because that was the one I always remember seeing the most getting chewed up by the salt. Is you'd have, like, your exhaust, like, the muffler on your exhaust pipe would get, like, all scratched up from the bits of salt kicking up. And then, of course, the salt causes it to rust as well. So it's just ripping the entire exhaust off of car after car. It's easier to get warm when it's cold than it is. It's easier to get warm when it's cold than it is to get cool when it's warm. Yeah. With the cold, you can always put another layer on. When you get hot and you're sitting there in, like, your bathing suit or your boxers and you're staring there going, I'm still hot. There's nothing left to do. Nothing left that you can legally do in public. And even if you could legally do it, dropping the boxers ain't going to do a whole lot for you. It's going to make no noticeable difference. Brakes, hubs, exhaust, leaf springs, like the paint. Gotcha. Yeah, I knew about the exhaust one because I've seen a lot of rusted out exhaust systems when I lived up north. The brakes, hubs, and leaf springs, I wasn't... I mean, it makes sense, but it's not stuff I personally had to deal with at any point. Just seeing all of those go back and forth is very satisfying. You got the last couple here. And that's all connected. All right. Now, it's also funny, you wouldn't think it, but we have a lot of those same problems with everything getting rusted out here in Florida, just not inland. Because you go to the beach. If you want to live that salt beach life, you know, go out surfing every day and that kind of thing, it's honestly, it looks like a very fun, relaxing lifestyle. Your car is what you're giving up for that. Because all that ocean salt water will just slowly eat through your car. The moment you get a single ding or scratch, it's just like this opening just rust hole that shows up there. Yeah, we had that in the far north New Zealand. Driving on the beach is a thing, especially up there. Yeah, here some private beaches will let you drive on them, but broadly speaking, driving on the beach is a no-go. Because it's real bad for the sea turtles. Finally on, and you're waiting to see you play this game. Yeah, that's good to see you. We've been doing, like, we're at that stage of the game. We're very late game. Technically, we did one win earlier. Technically, I pushed this button. It's, I mean, it's right behind my head. It says launch, but I pushed that button, and that's winning. But we're doing an achievement where I'm not just winning once. I'm winning 3 times at the same time. But yeah, no, we're very late game. It's very good. Like, the whole thing's gonna look way more complicated than it really is. But, because you mentioned you were curious about the game, but you hadn't seen much of it. Basically, when you're looking at Timberborn, it is a survival craft... Sorry, not survival crafter, that's a lie. A survival settlement builder, that, if you think about your typical one out there, like your Banished or your Farthest Frontier, the game loop is, you know, spring, summer, fall, you collect food, clothing, firewood, whatever, and then you've got, you know, winter. And the winter, you just kind of hunker down and just hope you get to the other side based on what you collected. With this, as you just noticed, it mentioned, you know, that we had, like, the temperate climate. This one, the cycle is you have temperate climate, and then you also have drought, and you have bad water. So if you look in this case, the water is now spilling forth. All the land around the water starts to turn green. And that's because we're in, like, the good season, the temperate season. And what you end up doing is you're trying to juggle because water is everything. If you want food, you need water. If you want water for your beavers to not die, you need water. There's mechanical power like all these wind turbines or all these water wheels and all that I've got going here. You need water. Water is your lifeblood. It's everything in this game. So much about this game is shaping the land and moving the water around, like, to take advantage of it. Like, this, for example, there's a water source buried in this thing. I made this big reservoir around it to just hold a large volume of water so that when we have the drought, I just got a ton of water sitting here that I could just slowly bleed the water into my river to keep our people happy. And then hopefully the drought ends before that depletes. But, so you're trying to, like, get all that system to retain water for when you have a drought. Now, there's kind of a catch that there's also a thing called bad water, which is where suddenly your good water source becomes contaminated and starts spewing out radioactive water, which is very unhealthy. It's real bad. And so it kind of becomes a thing where you need to retain water, but you also need to divert the bad water away. And all these are projects you work on and build up and scale. But one of the magic things about this is there used to be hills and everything around this whole area, and you notice this is mostly flat with a little bit of elevation here. That's because you can terraform just about everything in this game. So if you look over here, you'll see all these, like, weird arrows and all that. I am slowly filling in this land to give myself more area I can farm on. We also have places, like, I can go up here, for example, and be like, you know, this tall spot of rock, I don't like it. I could queue it up to put a bunch of dynamite on there and just blast those tiles to get it lower. So much about this game is, like, slowly manipulating the map into what you want it to be. And you can get, like, really grand about it. You can do there. Like, this river, you'll notice it kind of is up here and it's kind of down there. This river used to go like that. Kind of made, like, made like an S pattern. And so I could take advantage of it more. I straightened the river out, filled this whole area in, and made a very narrow thing so that the water flow was very quick, so that all my water wheels would be chugging away. Now, when you look at this monstrosity here, you'd think Factorio. Each of these is just its own standalone building. The reason they all highlight is because they're all connected mechanically so that they get power. So just think of it like electricity. They're not, like, passing junk in between them or anything. But it's pretty cool. They get a lot of cool stuff going on. It's looking like I'm going to still need more robotic arms. Because I still need more robots. Yeah, because I still need more robotic arms. I think the robotic arms are waiting on gears, maybe? No, you're churning away. But yeah, no, it's really fun. It's a really good game. You can make it where it's not too sweaty. You can also make it real sweaty. There are difficulty settings, and you can make it hurt you as much as you want to be hurt. You have these options. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a robot part factory. Yeah, so you're there. So let's go ahead and put you here. And you are going to make robotic arms, and you're going to be run by a robot, and we'll give you a high priority to be built. I don't know if and or when that'll ever get built, but that's fine. I've just got too many projects going on. Okay, we've only got 3 more units of tube. And then we'll have the fast, like, tube way for our beavers to move around at extremely high speeds. Now we're going to continue building all this up. But yeah, so you get the idea is where, like, this hill was. If I click down here, you can see I have this entire system that we're going to be starting to build there. That the idea behind this is I'm making a big trough, so where we have, like, for example, these water wheels here, I'll be able to put those up here and just zigzag the water back and forth. and continue to take advantage of all that mechanical power it gives me. And then I'll also have over here, I've got one started, what's called a gravity battery. So when there's not enough power, the battery, like the weight slowly lowers, giving me, that lowering, twisting gears to give me mechanical power until it hits the bottom. And then when I have a surplus of power, it pulls it back up. And one more piece of metal. And then this whole thing is done. It'll be on to get our next tubes set up. Alright. So now we should see a lot of traffic come along this thing and not through this path anymore. Because it's just thing. Yeah, and I guess you can pause or slow down the passing of time, build stuff, whatnot, like in SimCity. Yeah, so you can queue it up. The Beavers actually have to do the work. But you can, like, pause and plan the whole thing out, and then, unpause and let the Beavers work. But the Beavers actually do the construction, for example. So, like, we actually look up here. You'll see the Beavers, like, run up here. They'll plunk down some materials, and they'll run back. Yeah, so you'll see, like, this one's building that block right there. And you get the idea. But so it is like SimCity in the way you're doing it. It's just, instead of just you hit the button, the building magically appears after a couple of seconds. You can do, like, if you've seen RimWorld, you can do the same thing where you queue up 1,000 projects, and a lot of work's getting done, but nothing's getting finished, because you've just queued up too much stuff, so you got a lot of stuff getting partly done. Now, one nice thing that RimWorld doesn't have that this does, is I can go in here, for example, what I'm doing right now, is I'm like, I do want this to get done at some point. So I'm telling you to be a slightly higher priority than my other tasks. So that you do put a bit of effort on there. They used to kill so many your early games when you were learning. Oh, just queuing up too many things? Yeah. No, absolutely. Oxygen not included, you can do that. This, you could do that. RimWorld, you could do that. It's kind of, for your survival city builders, it is a very, very, very common thing to get yourself in trouble, is to do the whole thing where you queue up 100 things and going, why are all my people angry? Oh, I have a fat, half-finished barracks, which means I don't get the benefit because it's half-finished. Oh, I have a fat, half-finished, common room, but it doesn't count because it's half-finished. Oh, I have a half-finished, wall for my defense, but it doesn't count because it's half-finished, and they just walk around it. That you have to kind of stop and be like, work on this one. Just this one. Only this one. And when this one's done, then work on the next one. Dupe's busy building ladders when they really, really, really need the bathroom. Yep, they're going to knock this thing out super fast, considering they can reach almost all of it right from the ground. There'll be just this one spot in the middle that they'll need to, actually, they could probably, yeah, even this one spot in the middle, they'll just do that. So they're going to knock that thing out in no time, because they got a surplus of the materials, well, actually, I don't. Okay, so we got our next thing that's getting low, is apparently metal is getting low. Look, man. I don't know what you want from me, game. I got nowhere to put any of this stuff. How much power do we have in the system? Okay. So you take 200 horsepower. I'm getting real close to the limit of what this thing can handle. Trying to decide how I want to do this, because we're dealing with a bit of limited space here. If I set that up, we've limited being able to put anything else down here. I think I'm going to do it anyways, though. Then go here, and we won't be using those platforms. And that gives me a 2x2 place, probably for producing more canola oil. No, we're good on canola oil, finally. But we will do is I will go up here and say more robot charging stations. If they find themselves with a little bit of availability, they can work on that. Oh, the reason all our metal's disappearing is I'm getting that set up. Okay, so the good news of this is we're down to basically the gears. This thing is over halfway with its metal already. Yeah, no, Opera GX is sponsoring the channel this month, which I really appreciate. Fairly modern browser. Basically, it's a more consumer-oriented browser than, say, like Chrome or Edge. So, like, Chrome is very infamous for, you know, you'll have one tab open, it'll be taking up, like, 12 gigs of RAM, and then your games run like crap. Opera allows you to go in and say, okay, you only get 4 gigs of RAM. That's it. That's all you're getting. You don't get any more. You can only use this much CPU. That's it. All you get. So it doesn't mess with your games. Built-in VPN, built-in ad blocker, bunch of stuff like that. Lots of customization, Twitch integration, Discord integration if you want it. So, very, very consumer-friendly kind of thing. Alright, so let's go ahead, and we need to keep expanding. You're already using Opera, so it's a plus? Yeah. No, an Opera GX and Opera are two very different browsers. They're related browsers. Oh, get you switched over. Okay, so let's go over here. Alright, so you're all switched. Being handled by the bots. You're doing your thing up there. And you're being handled by the bots. And slowly but surely, all the jobs are going to the bots. The bot workforce has now completely and utterly overtaken the beaver workforce. And with that, we now have another rail to move things around even faster. So everything is just trippy lights moving around now. Love to see it. Oh, we got more bots ready to work. So all these farms are now handled by the bots. So the farmer was replaced. Okay, and it's looking like the population's on the upward. Let's go ahead and turn off a few of these. Because we're not actually trying to increase the population, we're just trying to manage it. Kind of keep a balance on that. Yeah, the fact that we're just seeing the bots just flying up and down here now is really encouraging. Actually, now I think about it, I don't need these. And the reason I don't need those is I am ultimately going to make platforms for like building stuff and all that. So right now I'll just let them do what they're doing. They're gonna leave a gap in the middle, but I'll build platforms and all that. And that project can just continue to be what it is. When this side's done, we're also going to put gravity weights, or gravity batteries, the whole inside here. Get all mechanically connected together. Everything's running so much smoother. Alright, we got more bots. Okay. What is the tower? So what we got going on here, it's a work in progress. you'll notice that this is kind of making a trough over here. This is going to be an entire area for setting up like an entire giant mechanized everything, because I'm going to be able to go and take the trough, go around here, turn it around, go around there, turn it around, for just no matter how much mechanical power, I just make it longer. And I don't have to finish the whole thing for it to work. Once I get around this bend, I could just put a wheel on it and it could just dump on the ground. It'll just go into this area that's already existing anyways. So it could just be, I could just keep endlessly extending it to whatever I need until I either get close to this edge here, or just, you know, basically I can use all of this area here vertically for it. And ultimately, if I want, I could turn it around this way and drop it into this reservoir and whatnot. But then the idea is a lot of this stuff is going to get broken down and moved there. I'm not sure if that'll end up happening on stream or on my own time way later. Like, once we're kind of done with the run so far as stream goes. Because it is a massive project. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm going to be pursuing getting the beavers to the maximum happiness. And my strategy for that is basically hand every bit of work over to the bots. Everything I can, the bots are doing it. And then the beavers just kind of live their best life without worrying about any responsibilities. We'll go to their schedule and basically tell them, like, almost their entire day they just spend, you know, lazing about, eating food, recreation, that kind of thing, so that they're constantly just hovering around all the things that give them happiness. And that's gonna be my strategy, just have like a little paradise here for the beavers to get everything they could possibly want. And then meanwhile the bots will be working constantly. Alright, bots take over that job. Bots take over this job. Yeah, we got the gear production way up. And with that, now we're getting a lot more bots. The downside is metal is getting scarce. Which part of that is we have this actively consuming it. Once those are done, I'm going to have such a surplus of metal and gears, I'm not going to know what to do with it. Alright, looks like I'm also going to need more grease. Yeah, so you're 3x2. Not really a spot for you right now. That's fine. We'll live with it. Oh, we got more bots. Very rapidly, the bots are taking over all the jobs. Like, honestly, one of the few jobs that the beavers themselves, I still have them queued up for, is just hauling things. Simply because that's flipping 10 jobs at once, which is a lot. Okay. So I'm trying to think if there's another good place for me to put a tube going there. Because they've got this length here, but I don't really have a good place to have them drop off along here. Because I have like all places I could build the station, and just figuring out how to get a path down there, which is tricky. I could potentially put one up here to take advantage of all the water there, but water's pretty spread out all over the map, so I don't think that's going to be that important. Because only the beavers really need the water in any real amount. I got 2 more bots ready to work. bot and bot. I'm gonna get yet another bot available. Okay, so we're about to hit 200 bots. We're over 200 bots. We're at 201 bots. There's just a couple that need to recharge. Yes, it's honestly looking like I need more recharging ports. Because everywhere I'm looking, there's just lots and lots of that sitting around. We can go up here, add a couple more over there. Okay. Just looking at these anytime, and these things are super full. Okay. That'll be good. There'll be a bunch more recharging ports there. Well, actually, did I miss a spot? I could have put one right over there. No, we're good. Alright. So we got all that going on. Yeah, because I'm seeing them constantly build with the metal. So they're almost done with the metal on this one. They're almost done with the treated planks here. They're about a little over a third of the way on the gears. So that'll be good. And once those are built, that'll suddenly be a big draw on my resources gone. Okay, one more block this way, and then this whole thing's done. And like I said, after that, I'm going to end up putting more of the gravity batteries over here. I'm not sure what else we're going to put over here, because we will have mechanical power in the area. One achievement I believe I have left to do. Let me double check. There was an achievement I believe for getting the power wheel things. Are they running them? And getting those to produce 10,000. There's one for the Folktale using their wind turbines. Oh, generate 2,000 horsepower using only power wheels on a single network. So power wheels are these things. So 2,000 is 7 of those. It's 4 beavers each. So if we ever end up with a big surplus of beavers, I was gonna knock down 7 of those and get them walking. This doesn't even need to be doing anything, it just needs to make the power. Okay, wood is officially completely handled. Planks are basically completely handled. Gears are doing okay. Oh, can I get... I can get another building back here. Alright, so let's go here and gears. We'll get one more thing making gears back here. So tuck you in. You'll be run by a bot. That still gives me 2 more bot jobs that I can get handed out. So you're done by a bot. You're done by a bot. Little by little, everyone's getting their jobs taken. Now, the downside is every single time we have a drought or whatever, suddenly production's going to grind to a screeching halt because all the bots will start running out of power and whatnot. Alright, that'll be the treated stuff done. How are you doing in your metal? Because the good news there is once the metal is, once the metal's handled, that'll be good. It is interesting to consider that we very well could just hit a point where we just allow all the beavers to just die and the food to end. And that the bots would be able to just keep going. Like, the bots should be entirely self-sustaining now. There's even an achievement for having the bots continue after all the beavers have died. It is one that once I've got mostly everything done here, I'll probably do. I'll deliberately let a die-off happen, where we just dump all the water out, let all the beavers starve or whatever. And then once that happens, you know, the bots will just keep producing, we'll get that achievement, and then the bots can handle the breeding pods, which means after all the beavers die, they can bring the beavers back from non-existence. The beavers should form a union. Yep. The beavers really should have done their collective bargaining. Yeah, so I think I might do is I might get another tube run all the way down over here. Because I could probably go and drop it on one of these roofs and make a path down. Actually, I could probably bring it here, just drop the pipe down, bring it back up on the other side, and then extend it over here. Keep it along the sidewalk kind of thing. Yeah, because we set this up as a test. This mechanical power doesn't matter at all. So I could make it vertically go, bring the tube over here, and like put a couple of stops along here so that the beavers hauling stuff around don't have to go as far. Yeah, because I'm thinking I could put one stop just probably like up here somewhere. You can just walk off, get here. That gets access to the wood. Maybe get another stop, put it up here so you can get to these resources on this end. Another stop up by the water. Basically, just start interconnecting this as best we can to get more mobility around the area. Because the more stops they have, the more they can just drop off where they're needed. I honestly could drop them right around here and get them access to all this recreation stuff up here. You're almost done with that last segment of wall. You get pretty close to getting that bend made. Right, in the meantime... We yoink all this path up. Okay. We yoinked all the path up because that's going to be a thing I'm going to need to work on here. Okay. Because eventually it won't let me build the dirt up more. That's kind of the stage where you can build that up a lot. Kind of stage where like that's as high as this part goes. I'll do it this way. Because as you can see, this is a major, major project. Yeah, so I can't go higher than that with the dirt. That would be our limit. All right. And even though I don't expect them to get this done anytime soon at all, I am just queuing it up so if anyone has nothing better to do, they continue to progress it. All right. What you building there? This is going to be a giant trough with lots of mechanical power at a very high elevation for gravity batteries and a whole bunch of stuff. It's kind of just like one of those unreasonably big projects that you do. The Timberborn just enables you. So we're not going to worry about getting the whole length of that queued up. Just going to go... get this segment done, because that'll be enough we can start putting a bunch of the water wheels and all that. Alright. And there are way, way more efficient ways to do this. They just require more planning, and I don't really care. Alright. So like I mentioned before, once I get around that bend, we can just start... once we get around this bend, we can just start building the water wheels, and it can just be those things that we keep increasing our production more and more. And just as I need more space, I just extend this a little bit more and all that stuff. Alright, and we go here, and there. Okay, so you finished with this half. So what happens now is I grab you, we take the path off the top, I go to mechanical, gravity battery, for right now, you can go ahead and tuck over through here. You get all those gravity batteries hooked up. They'll need to be attached to mechanical power and all that. Unfortunately, we are going to have a lot of bots that are going to run out of power as we lose a lot of mechanical force down here. That's fine as far as I'm concerned. You know what could be the weird thing for work? I don't have the space for it yet. I don't have the space for it. I could see going over here somewhere, wiring up, and just having a giant set of the things for, like, making the beavers turn the wheels to keep this powered. So effectively, it's just hard labor pushing a wheel in circles all day, every day to keep the robotic forces fully powered. Alright, so you're just waiting on gears. You're waiting on gears and treated wood. I'm honestly thinking we do that, because I've got the spare workers that'll make it so we still operate during droughts and all that. It's just cursed in so many ways. But I do have the mechanical power right here that I could bring it over and just build out a platform over here for it. I love it because it's so unreasonable. Yeah, so I can start flattening that out. And you still haven't gotten that done, which is fine. Oh, right, because you're filling all this in because that's still queued up to be done. Even though it's definitely not a priority. Now let's go here. That's the lowest priority for now. It's been a while since you tuned in, but you love that you're still kicking it. The great content. Well, thank you. It's always good to have you. But yeah, no, we've been I've been doing a whole lot of stuff. Doing a whole lot of stuff, like variety games wise and all that. Channel tends to be kind of all over the place with the game choices, but I think that's a good thing. It's a solid amount of variety. And you are just continuing to build all of this. Little by little. Metal's low. Still probably need more robotic arms. Gears are low, but everything else is good. And the gears are low because we are just consuming the gears for everything. Yeah, and so we're now starting to have a lot of the bots kind of dropping off because their power is failing. Because we don't have the mechanical power being delivered by the water flow. They're not turning our wheels. Yeah, you're over halfway done with the gears. You're almost done with the metal. Treated wood's starting to get done. Just the idea so much here. I'm just plunking down a ton of these. Gearing it in. Okay, so let's go ahead and plan this. Okay. They have you. We'll run the axle over to connect all that. You know, give that a bump. Because that'll let me get a lot more power into this whole thing. You will also be, for workers, low priority. You only work it if you got extra people. And some of which it's going all to that. Okay. Because we get all those built, we'll comically be able to, significantly supplement our power through hard labor. Yeah, I think these jobs over here are the last jobs, so far as the infrastructure, the bots aren't doing. At which point I think all the rest of the stuff like food and all that is beavers. So we very well could go in here, have the bots handle all of that, and start reducing the work hours of the beavers. Hey, Draconic, thank you so much for the 225 stream streak. Catch the last 225 streams without missing a single one. So I do really appreciate that. Did I finish setting up that wall? I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just gonna wait. It's fine. Yeah, you're almost done. So we just gotta wait the not quite 3 days for all the power to come back in here. Through the water flowing and all that. Yeah, because we're low on metal, we're low on gear, we're low on the treated planks. The treated planks I'm almost using exclusively for getting the wonders built, so we don't care about that. The metal drain is pretty bad. But that's almost done on the wonder, and when that's done, we should have a surplus of the metal to manage our bots and whatnot. The gears are the stickler, which they have been this whole time. We have continued to ramp up our production of those. But, you know, it still is what it is. Meanwhile, the bots are just honestly surprising, considering that we have 200 bots. The fact that we're only sitting at about a 7 that power has died over the last couple days is better than I really expected. It's still very heavily a problem. But that honestly could be another thing that would help out, is if we get all these batteries set up and we get the bot recharging stations. Even if it was just that was just like a water wheel and an army of recharging stations, that the bots could continue to recharge throughout the entirety of a drought, even that would help us tremendously. That might even be where I start. Is that a wifey?
Yeah, hi, husband.
Hi, wifey. Did you have fun ski?
Yeah, I had fun ski.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been having fun ski?
It's been a good evening.
Oh, good. I'm proud of you.
Okay. I love you.
I love you.
Yep, you know what? I think the working hours for our beavers, we're going to go ahead and cut their shift down by 4 hours, only requiring them to work 12 hours a day. How generous and benevolent I am. Only 12-hour shifts. You're welcome. Okay. Because then we're going to carve over to this path and we can put another whole row of those. That's 12 hours of free time? Exactly. And you only have to sleep some of it. And meanwhile, we've got all of them just running circles. Supplementing the power as best they can. Which it actually does look like they're gaining ground on the bots recharging, having that many of them running over here to give it an extra... I mean, it is almost an extra 1,400 horsepower. That's not nothing. Considering those bot recharging stations, I think, are only 50 horsepower apiece. But you see here, they're just all chilling here, trying their best to recharge. At only 30 to 50% efficiency with that. Yeah, all this is just going to take so long to get done. That's fine. That is why it's there. Okay, so let's let the water through so that the power can start kicking back on. Because with that, the water wheels will start turning in not too long. Which will give us enough power to get everything back online. If 3 out of 4 beavers die on one of those wheels died, the remaining beaver should automatically be called Conan. Alright, so got all that queued up, that's fine. And you're coming along just fine. Only 30 more metal, and then that's basically sorted. You still are just working on gears. That shocks nobody. But it continue to shock nobody. Alright, so it's slowly ramping up. And as it does, everything becomes more efficient. The bots will start to catch up on their recharges. Oops, one died too many. But you get the idea. No, I got what you meant. Yes, the bot population, or the beaver population is hovering right around 200. We did pause those. We're going to leave it to see where it settles with those. Because I'm actually having the goal of trying to get the population to around 100 with the bots handling everything else. Because I need 100 beavers for one of the achievements related to well-being. Like, going under that doesn't let me do what I need to do. Alright, so it's looking like the limbs are catching up and the heads are still in really good shape. We need more torsos, probably. Not enough to switch something over. It'd also be good to get more grease production going, but that's going to be a little tricky to set up. Or is it? Alright, I can make this work. Let's go over here. Not you. You. And we can go here. Grease factory. Oh, then I guess what we could do over here. Couple more recharging ports. And I'll give that a little bump up. Okay, because the grease is the thing that makes your bots work faster. We want to make sure we always have a bit of grease. Alright, so with that, chat, I'm going to quickly use the restroom and welcome my wife home and all that. And I'll be back in just a minute since we're on ad break anyways. And I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Is that a wellness high score I just heard? What changed that we hit a wellness? Oh, wow. Our food is, like, maxed. Wet fur is nearly maxed. It's almost like by massively reducing the work schedule of my beavers, that suddenly they have time to, you know, take care of their basic needs and all that. This doesn't sound right. I think we need to extend their work schedule and all that. Fully automated luxury beaver dams. Yeah, so honestly, just having themselves a nice, super casual schedule now, as we continue to reallocate our efforts elsewhere. Because they've already pulled them off of, like, all this food is all on the robots now. There's just a little bit of stuff here. I technically only have 167 beavers still working. Everything else is the automation. Make the 165. And if we look at that, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. 100 of those are haulers. Oh, hey, I've actually got some tucked over here. A couple of builder ones. Yeah, so 100 of the 157 are haulers. Hey, Alpha Stitch. Thank you so much for the 50 streams. Sure you catch the last 50 streams. I'll miss a single one. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. And even the processing of the food is almost entirely by the bots as well. Yeah, so this is just climbing up because there's more and more time for the beavers to do stuff. The labor monument is one that, can I build more than one of those? Hey, 60 wellness. That's a new achievement. Okay, so I can build a second one. So I could go up here somewhere where, like, the housing is. I could build another monument. What do you require? You just require wood. I have tons of wood available. Meanwhile, for the fire one, you require wood and metal. I actually do have spare wood and metal now. And then the last one, that requires mechanical power. Worry about those two first. Okay, so we're continuing to have the population stay up like that. Let's pause one more of those. Yeah, very genuinely, I won't need that many more mechanical beavers before literally just the beavers are just hauling stuff and that's it. And then we could again start setting that over to the mechanical beavers, the bots. And you're queued over to do more limbs. Oh, good, you're actually getting that. You're literally building it right now. Perfect. And then this is for more steel, which I'm not going to actually need. 61. So I don't actually need the increased amount of steel. Alright, so let's look at what we got. So we're still 62. I'm actually surprised you're getting that done. $63. So your thing is back here. Be good to get one of those over here. Somewhere. To cover this area up someplace. What's the size of that thing? Yeah, I'll probably wait until after the wonders are done. Okay. So with that, it's still gears that are holding us up. More than anything, I think. But we have tons of planks. So let's plan for this. So you've got enough space for a couple different things. And put you here. Put you there. I can build a little bit of platform down here. Then we can go to you and get more bot part production. And for right now, you two are going to make limbs. Actually, you're probably going to need to be chassis. We'll say limbs for now. We'll just leave it there. And make sure you're all assigned to bots. We don't want to accidentally give more workers jobs. You saw an ad for yet another Sims expansion? You're not even working at Sims 5, are they? No, but consider this. Imagine right now if they start making Sims 5. Ultimately, they're not going to be able to bring all that content forward. Even if the devs genuinely wanted to, if they do any type of meaningful engine change, they would have to take the time to go to each and every bit of extra content and bring it over. It's also one of those things that I wouldn't exactly say the Sims engine is particularly out of date. You know, it's never meant to look lifelike or anything like, you know, Inzio is trying to go that route. It being cartoony is fine. So it's kind of one of those things that they could piss off literally everyone by suddenly making all of your DLC that you spent thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars getting gone and obsolete, like they did when they switched between like Sims 1, 2, and 3 and Sims 1, 2 and all that. Or they could just keep adding to Sims 4. Because that's kind of the thing. There's not really a reason to make a sequel with a game that you keep adding more content into it until you get to that point where it's like, okay, the engine really is really kind of holding us back. Which does happen. I was saying, like, Overwatch 2. Yeah, Overwatch 2 is kind of its own special case for just, you know, the engine wasn't a problem. It was trying to plug the idea that they were going to have the, you know, single player, like, thing, the single player campaign or whatever. And then this never happened, completely defeating the point. $64 wellness. It's almost like if you don't overwork people, it's better for them. Yeah, I mean, it was... So originally the intent with Overwatch 2 is they were going to have this whole single-player campaign, and that was the justification. Obviously they wanted to make money on it. I'm not going to disagree with that. And I would agree in the realm that they were going to be adding a single-player campaign that, you know, meaningfully added a bunch and all that. I could buy that being like, you know what? Making it a sequel, sure. But when that didn't happen, it's like, alright, but no really. No really. You didn't do anything. Alright, so bot and bot and bot. You're slightly reduced priority. Don't overwork people. Make them happier. What you got me? Power to the people, man. Know your value. All right. And a whole bunch more jobs just became bot jobs. Granted, the only reason any of that is possible is because we are just making an absolutely ludicrous number of bots and offloading all of the work onto the robots. Okay, and more charging ports. Okay, and how's it going? You have just a couple of gears left. What's your plan for Skynet? I think you're going to find the robotic uprising takeover is going to be a lot boring and more mundane. It's going to be like the garbage we're dealing with now of just more and more jobs being outsourced and just being an economic situation and not Terminator walking the land. Which it won't even be the quote-unquote Skynet that is the problem. It'll be the people using it as an excuse to just not do basic compassion, humanity, that kind of thing. Okay. On the plus side, AI is now hiring people to do things they can't, like delivery. So they still need us for now. Also, AI is also demonstrating that it can't do the other thing. My favorite one was, I think it was Claude. So they have a much higher rate of bugs and coding problems when you're using stuff like Claude and other generative AI stuff. And one of the things, it wasn't Claude, it was a different one that was marketing it, is that they had designed their bot to, don't you worry, it can now go and it'll help you get rid of the bugs that were made by the AI. Which means that it's like absolutely bunk. Because if the AI had the ability to detect the bugs and all that kind of stuff, it wouldn't have done it in the first place. It's like, so your detection that failed to begin with will also fail because you're using the same thing. You meant Beavers Skynet, but you agree. You always told your friends that Skynet would replace humanity with custom sex box. Yeah, I think it'll even be more boring than that. You hope they all look like Lucy. Amazon recently blamed employees for their lack of oversight on AI-generated code that caused their servers to crash. Oh, there's been some wild ones. So far as, like, just AI not being good enough. Because it's kind of one of those things, and it wasn't even, like, around AI or integrated development environments or anything like that. That was kind of my argument with certain programming languages. When people get into, like, the theoretical about different programming languages being better than other ones, and usually my answer is, hey, did you make the thing successfully in it? Cool, you used a good programming language. The theory past there is kind of irrelevant, that's just people posturing. But with that kind of stuff, my argument was compiled languages were better, because if I get the best of, like, someone, like, if I have, like, the best developers who have walked the face of the earth, and one of them makes an application in C#, and the other one makes an application in JavaScript, those applications should be effectively indistinguishable so far as the end product. Like, yeah, if you look in the codes in the file, you'll be able to tell the difference. But, like, both of those top-notch products, you shouldn't noticeably be able to tell the difference. Both products will be amazing. However, if we then go to the other extreme and set our minimum bar to it runs as the only thing it's required to do, it runs. The minimum bar, going through the compiled language, where you have to compile it first, or it tells you, here's the middle finger, get out. The minimum bar is higher on a compiled language versus an interpreted language. Because with JavaScript, it's going to try to make it work, even if it's not valid code at all. It's going to try to flub through it, and it'll throw some errors in the background, but it will technically run. It won't do anything because it'll error out right away, but it will run. But again, when you hit that compile button, you never get to run the compiled code. It goes, hey man, you're calling a variable that doesn't exist. I can't do that. I'm just not going to do. Let's see, how come the cheap replacement isn't as good as the quality workers? Oh yeah, that was again even before like AI and all that kind of stuff. I've had the argument with like with bosses and all that where you'll have the boss who like you'll give them information and then they'll be like they'll just kind of like push to just have you do what they wanted in the first place without like listening to you kind of thing. And it's kind of like, hey, you're paying me a lot of money for my expertise, and now you're choosing to ignore that. Why are you paying me a lot of money? Like, if you're just gonna throw away my considerations, if you just needed someone to write code, you can go to the university and find someone. It's fine. Like, straight out of class, they're still learning, if that's what you're aiming for. If you actually want my expertise, maybe actually take it. But yeah, and that's we ran into that with contracting out a lot. We had a company that we had a very high attrition rate because the boss sucked. And so we just kept having good people leave for better jobs because it's a really good time to be a developer at the time. You could just, if you weren't happy, you could quit your job and have a new job within a month. But we were going through all our good employees because the boss is a jerk. And so the only people we could get were people, they're trying to get their first job. They had nothing on their resume or almost nothing. And he was like, why is the quality of our code slipping? It's like, well, you gave up a whole lot of people with 5, 6, 7, 8 years experience for a whole bunch of people who had about 5, 6, 7 weeks of experience. What'd you expect? Some of these people have been programming for less than a year. They haven't had the chance to make mistakes and learn from them. They're just starting. But yeah, I see the generative AI and all that for coding. I definitely see that the best of the best code will probably still be about the same. It's not going to make that better. But it does feel like it's taking like between the ceiling and the floor of the quality, and that the floor is going down, and the percentage of the code, like the distribution between ceiling and floor, a lot more is going down towards that floor level, which is going to hurt us in a lot of ways. Because bugs happen in everything. I used to know a guy that we always run into each other at conferences and all that, who worked as a project lead for software development at a bank. I think it was Bank of America, but I don't remember. And he would tell me these horror stories about like these bugs that would get into the code base that would be zeroing out accounts, and then they'd have to go through and pull all the paperwork to correct everything and everything, all that, because someone's account got zeroed out and just suddenly hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of money just vanished because a bug got pushed to production. And then they would go through and have to fix it all, and try and sweep it under the rug as best they could. But so you're in the military at the start of COVID. We had a bunch of people leave due to contract violations. A huge number of people left your section because your sergeant sucked, and that dude would not stop. Yeah. The company you work for went through a round of layoffs, and you're watching some 10-plus year development talent walk out the door, which isn't great for capital or intellectual capital retention. Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of the big thing that's happening more than anything, is the brain drain. That very genuinely, with how much turnover, you're not just having, 10, 15, 20-year experiences developers, leave company A due to layoff and show up at company B, so company A is hurting. You're having 10, 15, 20-year developers leave company A and go into a different profession. Or just straight up retire if able. And that's going to be a real rough thing, as, they're trying to find more experienced and qualified developers, and they're not willing to hire new talent. They're not willing to retain the experienced talent. And now you're turning around going, well, where's all the experienced people? Yeah, you got rid of them. You pushed them out of the industry, and it's especially true in game dev. Like game dev, where you have these entire publishers shutting down the entire wings and entire companies. A lot of those people are leaving game dev and not coming back. They're just going into an entirely different profession. And it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, we're going to see the quality of work take a significant hit, because you have new people and they have new ideas, and that's good and all. but you definitely need the more experienced, like seasoned people in the room, you know, who have made those trips, you know, made those mistakes, and been like, you don't want to do that. Here's why you don't. Before hundreds of dev hours are wasted. Alright, so we're all done with the metal blocks entirely from this. We got the second one. It's going to work on, like, getting that stuff ready for launch, which is good. And then this one's going to start getting its gears in. That's good. Let's see, the dude would not get off his high horse, even when there was, like, 3 guys left. Yeah, no, that was, that job I mentioned. We were down to our last handful of people, and the only reason the ones had stayed is because I was kind of the mitigating factor. That I was someone who would call my boss on his BS and would push back. And so a lot of his worst ideas were not happening because he had to kind of get through me to get them to happen. And so I would keep pushing back, and, you know, there's only so much pushback I could do. But I got to the point where I'm like, this isn't worth it. I'm tired of this place. I want out. And so I ended up leaving the company, and it was definitely one of those things that within, like, a couple of weeks of me leaving the company, pretty much everyone else had left so far as the dev team. Say the sales department, the legal department, all them, they were fine. But the boss that I was in, you know, the boss in question was strictly they were the IT boss, but in that company, IT, like, development fell under IT in that company. I don't know how that's gonna work. We definitely want to set the later ones at a low priority, because then I can put a stairwell down to reach the other ones and not get trapped. Okay. Yeah, they're just getting all of that built out now, because we got planks for days. Alright. So with you working on all that, let's actually get you down here. So with all that effort up there, you can get this going. That could potentially get us some more bots. Alright, so I got more bots available. There should be a couple of farmhouses over here somewhere. Where are those farmhouses? There you are. Congratulations. More beavers. No longer needed to work on those things. And how is our wellness? So the scratcher is still not getting full effort. And the roof is not getting full coverage. And then the ingenuity thing is not getting full coverage. So this is another corridor that is a high traffic corridor. So we'll try doing here is right along this line here. We'll just go right there. We'll go decorations, roof. So all the beavers cutting through here. Get the decoration bonus from the roof. All right. Oh, you never did get those built. That's fine. Honestly, I don't care that much. Okay, so I can put a back scratcher over here, I believe. Or not, doesn't look like it's going to get mechanical power. Wait, you require mechanical power, right? You don't. Well, then never mind that spot. We'll put you back. In that case, let's just put a bunch of back scratchers down in a couple places. That's a hard to use place? Boom, there's 2. There's 3. There's 3. Alright, so that should help mitigate that. But just looking at the wellness and being like, alright. So the detailer's doing its thing. The tribute to ingenuity, I'll probably have to build it up there. You want shrubs. You would like a shrubbery. Alright, so probably want to go up here somewhere. That's a spot you can't really use, and that'll be going through that main hub. Put you there as well. And over here. Got a bunch in that spot. Tuck you over there. Yeah, the knight's in knee. Yep. So we got the roof we're going to improve on. We got all this stuff. The scratcher we're getting. The detailer is a tricky one. Let's check with the detailer. Do you require power? You do not. So put a detailer down there. A detailer over here. Detailer right there. So I'm basically just spreading those out as much as I can. Because we're trying to push to like max out the happiness. We're pretty close, honestly. Yeah, there's a couple things that need just a little bit more. This is going to be the tricky one here, is the tribute to an ingenuity. But then it's going to be trying to get all of those actually genuinely maxed. Now let's turn another one of these off. Okay. Why are you complaining about power? Because you don't have any. Oh, right. I see my mistake over here. We'll need to go down here. Put a gear to bring that across. What's a building I could put down here reasonably enough that requires some mechanical power? It'd need to be a small building. I don't really need another oil press, but it'll serve. I'll need another one eventually. It's fine. Buildings don't need to use power to pass along? Correct. I still need a building that would fit there that makes sense to put there. Just all those blinking as more and more bots are being made. Where else can we go ahead and put another one of these towers, by the way? So you're fine over there. I don't need the extra workers there. Honestly, I don't really have a place where they need it, because them just running by the towers don't make a lot of sense. But if they're actually working... Ah, here's where we got a bunch of laborers we could go and switch over to the bots when I got some ones. We got 8 more stacked up right there. Okay. Alright, we're going to shorten the shift a little bit more. Because we only got about 40 beavers who are actually doing things that aren't just hauling stuff. Okay. Oh, we got another bot available. Okay, I need... Oh, there you go. Do more jobs that are not being run by the bots. Or not being run by the beavers. Okay. And actually, for this matter, we can now let this start flowing the water out that way. Now put the extra weights, or the extra gravity batteries here. Start hooking up the rest. Honestly, weirdly enough, I could run an axle all the way over here and up here to this garbage up here and just have it be one power grid. It's a terrible idea because it just get in the way of everything, but I'm tempted to do it anyways. Because if I can run it that whole way, and I get it all hooked up, then it can go like both directions where it could power this back. I mean, I'm tempted to just try and see how it goes. So we need to get an axle along here. And honestly, probably the easiest way to do it would be just put it over top of this and just run along the same route here. The challenge being, I wouldn't be able to take advantage of the way I've got this set up the same way. I'm going to do it. At least for setting up the platform, this part will be easy. This will be a little finagling to bring it over. Yeah, and then you go up here. Okay, and then this would be how we can get the power to either side here. Okay, you up there. Bring it across, bring it over, do this. Now, challenge is how on earth I'm doing this part of it. Because unfortunately, I don't think the beavers along the tunnel can, like, stop and work on stuff sitting on the tunnel. I'm hoping they can. But I'm not particularly expecting them to be able to. Which would mean messing with the idea of, like, adding the bridges. Okay, so with that in mind, I need to get the power over here. Okay, and we can go here. I guess I don't actually care about this spot. Alright, so if we go down here where I know you can't reach, and say that and that are a priority, will we see that get built from the tube? I don't think we will, but I would be curious. Because with that, all these gravity batteries would then become accessible and usable. And then just on the same token, as I build more water wheel and all that up there, this can kind of stay where it is and still be functional, useful, all that good stuff. Okay. They did build a platform. Can they build the thing on top of it? If the answer is yes, our priorities have just changed. They can. Alright, never mind. That's easy. That is easy peasy. Okay, so you've got all of this. I'll start with those two. Okay. And you missed that one. That'll be an interesting approach to all this. Now, it's going to take a hot minute to get anything done, because right now we have the problem of we're in the middle of a bad water, so there's no mechanical power really happening. So we are struggling to keep the bots botting. We've got almost 100 bots that are out of power and all that. And you're getting close to having your stuff done. You are making really good progress there. Now, most of this is just a couple pieces of wood and planks. That should go relatively quick. Okay. You know, all the stuff it's complaining about has to do with gears. What did the big wall do? Nothing yet. What it's going to be is if we click on here, it's going to be a big, like, aqueduct. That the idea is I can put a bunch of water wheels, all that kind of stuff, produce a ridiculous amount of power through here, have the grab batteries to recharge and all that. And then the intent was to build all this area up here for the bots. But if I can just funnel the power down to what I've already got, that might be fine for the time being, where I just really don't even need people up here other than to build more of it. We can just, as I need more power, just put power on that one piece and just shove it through the system. I don't think I can get down to this spot very easily. I mean, I'd say that, actually. We could bring it across here. And punch it through the side there. Not really a good spot to get at it, but certainly could finagle it. I don't think that one makes nearly as much sense. There's not nearly as much important stuff down here. And that's not true. That thing's digging, but I guess it's pretty fine in the dirt. Alright, so the metal's all done. We're about a quarter of the way through the treated planks. And we got about 90% more gears to make. But if I can stabilize this where we start getting these brought in, that'll help a lot. And right now I got a lot of them running back and forth with the gears to this thing. Did you finish down? Not down here. Up here? Yeah, so a lot of stuff is just kind of shutting down right now. That's okay. They'll get that sorted. We just gotta wait for the rest. Yes, the Scratcher's still a bottleneck. Roof can use a little bit more. Alright. Actually, for that matter, let's go here. You're neutral priority. Get these ones hooked up. These two. You'll worry about the rest later. We just need to keep production going. Alright. So how much is left in the reservoir? So honestly with that, just open that up for right now. It'll let some of the stuff downstream run a little bit better. There's more than enough water in that reservoir for us to keep that all going. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just leave that. Yes, only 44 beavers are running non-hauling jobs. And realistically, I'm probably missing another one there. This will be a matter of running around trying to find them all. I know 8 of them are here. Oh yeah, and another 8, 16 are the actual buildings there. So it's already 26. No, 24. 24 of the 44 jobs are just between those buildings. I just got a couple different like random farms here and there that I gotta assign people. Oh, and I also have 4 of those. Yeah, getting the gravity batteries built. Cool. And soon we'll get mechanical power back. We're going to just latch that thing closed. Just leave it closed. And let it fill this thing up. That's filling up super fast. Alrighty then. It begins. You're getting close. Yeah, so it's still a matter of gears. Everything is gears. We're now at the point where it's starting to kind of run at the same rate as the planks. So all the bots are getting recharged now that we actually have mechanical power again. Okay, and what are you missing? So you're still missing scratchers. That's probably just waiting on our builders to have time to deal with them. I don't think it really makes sense for me to put a prioritization on that either. And you're still working on getting your network supply back up to 100%. That's fair. Right now, that's kind of using what power I've made available. Build a structure at the highest allowed height. Alright, so apparently that grav battery is literally at the highest allowed height. It does have 40,000 HPH stored on it by just having that weight up there. I'm glad I chose to do that four down from the maximum, so because that's four tall, it gets there. Alright, so that'll get that next weight going, and then they'll start working on the actual... Yeah, they're starting to work at getting this actual thing built over here. Which is just gonna take time. Oh, I'm seeing tons of these all stopping along the way, and just suddenly, like, all these are popping up. That's gonna go fast, because I got tons of wood. And that'll be good. Having that storage will be a massive boon. And then as that goes along, we'll end up just putting more water wheels up here, all that stuff. Okay. You only got one bot that's out of power. We got about 9 jobs that bots take that are currently vacant. Which is mostly waiting... Well, actually, the parts-wise are doing fine. It's honestly just waiting on the actual bot assembly buildings now. And you're still waiting on the special wood. Alright, so that's 80,000 HPH stored. They've already got this whole area here with the mechanical power. I'm glad there isn't the idea of, like, each block having, like, 1 horsepower of friction or something like that. So a long run like that doesn't, you know, suddenly gobble up all your power. Because that's one of the things you'd have in real life and why you couldn't do this. You should end up having friction along the entire way, and every bit of friction you'd have would just rob you of just a little bit of mechanical power. And then plus, if you're talking, like, from here, you have the gear turning this spot. The potential, like, flex on it and everything and the torque would potentially divert that power off to the side, which could break things. There'd be a lot of things that'd be a big danger with trying to push mechanical power that far that you'd have to, like, way over-engineer it just to, you know, again, keep this shaft here from trying to, like, flex off to the side and all that. And then again, each and every spot here with a bearing would be just a little bit more friction. So you'd just be, you know, wasting just a little bit more force and losing it as heat. Yeah, they're just knocking that out rapidly. Solvable with root temperature superconductors? Well, I don't think the temperature is the problem. If we're trying to use mechanical force, the issue we're trying to deal with is you'd need to be able to have a frictionless system, which, you know, is not even theoretically possible. You get, like, a minimum friction system, like a very low friction system, but then also on top of that, when you're taking a lot of force on this gear and putting against this gear, those gears are going to be pushing away from each other to a certain extent as well. So there's a lot that goes into that that would not work. They still have these vertical climbs to deal with. Which it's 1 gear per piece. But they can only build them 1 piece at a time because they do require the piece below it to be built to do the next one. Those are, like, that and the big climb here are going to be the 2 places that bottleneck. Okay, so one thing that is going to happen here. I'm going to need some platforms there. The reason I need the platforms there is so I can put the gravity batteries here, and I'll put the water wheels there, which will give me access to power on this side. It'll be just 1 or 2 water wheels there. This spot will be available to divert the power around the corner, that kind of thing. Right, they won't do that because of the other thing using the gears as the priority. Okay, so you're a priority now. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? So just the vertical blocks. It's getting all framey for some reason. You actually built that one. That's curious. Yeah, so just those vertical blocks. And the reason I had to high priority those is because this is also high priority down here now. No, I'm not. It's a neutral priority. It would have been fine. But yeah. Good, how's the Beavers? It's going good. We've got 2 wonders set up. We're working on getting our 3rd one to launch all 3 wonders at the same time. We are continuing to expand our population of mechanical beavers. to slowly make it so the only workers around the entire place are mechanical beavers. We only have 40 jobs that aren't hauling that are being done by beavers themselves. Everything else is being done by the bots. Okay, these are coming along very rapidly. Alright, we got the gears turning. This is not a reasonable way of doing this. It works, and I have plenty of materials to do it, but it's certainly not a reasonable approach. Getting a little framey all of a sudden. Okay, so got one more here, and then that's connected. That is an interesting thing about making, like, the entire map one power grid. Alright, so that takes care of that. And the moment this gets up here, then these gravity batteries are on the system. The skyscraper, what? It is going to be a very high aqueduct with grav batteries. So you can see we have grav batteries up here that are carrying 40,000 HPH each. Which is why I'm bothering to pipe this in, even though I'm planning on producing the power up here. I already have the grav batteries, and that is a very high amount of storage. Don't see a reason not to. Alright, so we got 2 more bot beavers ready. So we currently have about 250 bots working and only 138 beavers working. And the beavers only work 6 hours a day now. It's not necessarily that tall for storage. One of our achievements was to build something at the highest elevation we could. So that grav battery got it for us. And then it's just going to be, I'm going to have the aqueduct kind of go back and forth. And just go with it that way. Yep, so once I get that last bit of that column going, then we have a lot of power storage. And how goes all this? All of that's good. We are definitely slowly draining the number of bot heads we've got available. So we might need... Yeah, no, we've been knocking out achievements. Because the, with the 1.0, what's the word I'm looking for? Experimental build, they did add achievements to the game. So, you know, gotta get your achievables. Oh, we got 4 more workers available. Okay, those are all being handled by the beavers now. Or the bots. I got 3 more. So all the battle water is being handled by that. Right, there's 100 beavers are being haulers. We've got 16 that were from that. That's about 17 workers unaccounted for. That they're working here. Oh, you know what they are? 4, 8, 12, 12, 16. You get the idea. Alright, that's probably all the beavers that we have for that. So weirdly enough, I could probably have the mechanical beavers take over the job of spinning the wheels to power the things that help the mechanical beavers. Perpetual motion machine, don't worry about it. How do robot pops decline? So if we actually grab one of our mechanical bots, they have a durability thing. That durability is effectively the same as age. That it very, very, very slowly wears down. And when it hits 0, the bot breaks down. But you can get a lot of bots going relatively reasonably. Yeah, so it's still limbs as the thing going down, but we also have... We have all of the mech parts are slowly going down as well. So we'll certainly need to scale up operations here. To continue to take advantage to copious amounts of bots. Can that be underneath? No. So you definitely get mechanical power here, but there's not really a place I can take it to do much. Pretty much packed in here like sardines at this point. I can get mechanical power through here if I can get a walkway here. But I'm once again kind of... Oh, actually, we can just put a walkway right down here. I don't think you can add this. Yeah, I can't add that retroactively underneath it. Yeah, it's not going to help. I need to make some changes there that I'm not willing to make. It breaks stuff that's probably more important. However, this area I could work with. Yeah, no, I can go around that square. But I'm thinking I could just also go right here and just bring it up on top of here. Then go here. All right. I can't go over that thing, so we're going to go around. Is this the efficient way of doing it? No. No, it is not. Alright. Other jobs. With 8 of those, let's get the first of our supply things flipped over to being handled by the mech beavers. The population still hasn't dipped. I was expecting that to drop off by now, because we have almost 200 beavers. And we're sitting here going, what exactly do you do here now? Take another hour off their schedules. Okay, so we look at this. We still need limbs and probably torsos. Mechanical beaver. Limbs. Chassis, mechanical beaver. All right. And they're officially on the grid. And what we'll do here is to help out our poor bots down below. A bunch of recharging places for up there, too. So you have to run the whole way down here. Alright, so that's one power grid. And how are we doing on your construction? Okay, so you're not quite halfway up on your treated planks and about a third way up in your gears. So it actually looks like the treated planks are falling behind. Which, let's see. We've got this. We've got pine resin. We've got the planks. And I do have those buildings going here somewhere. Here they are. Yeah, I do have those buildings running constantly. It'd just be needing even more of them. Now granted, part of that is you're gobbling those up as well, aren't you? Yeah, both of you are both trying to grab up those treated planks, is what's going on here. So new plan, you are now a top priority construction. Get it done. Other than you. If you get to that stage, do it. Do it. Alrighty then. And they'll just keep working on that. Yeah, the metal's getting there. We're just seeing the treated planks and gears is climbing, like, pretty steadily. At the rate they're getting those gears in, that thing's gonna get done in gears in no time. The planks, though, I don't really have a place I want to put that production. I do have mechanical power just about available everywhere right now. What we can do here is we can go there. And I could very easily just go plunk. I don't want to look at that. Let's not do it that way. I don't want to have like two next to each other as a corner. It'll upset me too much. Okay, and bot. And bot. We're just having a bit more production on there. But yeah, once this gets its last stuff, all of the treated planks are getting there, so we're just trying to rush those last two. And that'll be good. And once the gears are done, we'll start seeing all of these projects coming together, because I'm not really using almost any of the treated planks outside of the wonders. Added bonus, I can honestly get away with, you could potentially yoink one of these, and then build the Thing of Ingenuity up here. The second one, to try and go for the maximum happiness. Because the Earth Repopulator... Yeah, it's the Earth Repopulator is the only one I don't have. The Scratcher is still falling behind. But I got a ton of those queued up. And the Beavers are going to them constantly. It just seems like I need a lot of the Scratchers. Which is slowly getting sorted. Yeah, the fact that they need all of these maxed, like literally all the food is maxed. The campfire is really close. The roof is really close. The tribute to ingenuity is really close. That we don't have yet. The scratcher and the detailer, but almost everything else is maxed. So we're gonna set you. So it'll be a massive boost in priority. We're going to start running out of robot limbs soon, and I'm worried we'll start having a decline in the robot population after that, which would be real bad. We definitely don't want to see the robot population dip at all. Okay, once you've got that set up, it'll be time for me to build the grab batteries here. Well, actually, probably put the water... No, it's fine. We'll build the grab batteries first. Pipe that on over. Then we can start building the water wheel, because technically they can build it from the other side. Because I'm only going to be putting like 2... Well, probably only 1, actually. Because if I go to build a second one, it's going to be kind of hanging out here, and the water is going to divert. And so it won't work very well. I'd rather just leave that space open for that. Yeah, so gears and planks are very low. That's okay. We're almost halfway on the planks. Almost halfway on the planks for that as well. Get those built to help with the planks. Alright. It's also amusing to me that with all the wood we've got going on over here... Oh, 1 second. Boom. Okay, we'll need to have you climb 1. Put the last piece of TNT here. Because then what I could potentially do is get a bunch more tree area here to help out even more with this. Because we are managing to actually get ahead on our wood again. Which is going to slowly become a problem. Man, they're getting all that fixed, sorted out. Yeah, so the gears will get done first, at which point will be good. Those gears will just go to whatever projects are needed. And eventually those gears will just get, like, backed up and all that. And when the gears get backed up, then they'll just be basically exclusively for the bots and any new construction we're doing. It'll also be interesting that, like, we'll hit the point that the processed, like, laminate wood or whatever, we'll use it, but not in any meaningful amount. Oh, we got a couple extra bots available. We've already flipped all those jobs. We've got 8 set there. Congratulations. More jobs being taken over by the bots. Let's leave it to just the 6 of those. Okay, and boom. Destroy that. Destroy this. Trees. Oak. Oh, that's how far we can kind of get away with. Cut down trees. Is it by the Simcopter? Sorry, I've been away a while. Yeah, no, Simcopter's fantastic. Simcopter 1. Yep. No, I've not had anyone I've, like, had a falling out or anything with. That's not true. There was one creator, but that was a long time back. And it was never, like, someone, you know, that I had any real connection with. But there was a creator who, you know, we raided on and off for a while when we were playing Project Zomboid. And I was lurking there one time, they're like, oh yeah, you know, I don't raid people, why would I give my audience to someone else? I'm like, alright, well, I'm not raiding this guy again. It's like, if that's your perspective on it, definitely not bringing my audience by here anymore. But yeah, no, Sim's fantastic. Sim's excellent. I definitely recommend Sim. That was a long time ago that came up. Like, that's been years since that happened. That person's not even around anymore, as last I checked. He tried changing his screen name like 3-4 times and just... it wasn't even related to it. I just kept changing his screen name, so he like went from a very relevant person to he kept changing his screen name and his audience kept losing him because they couldn't figure out who he was. And with people hearing me say screen name changing, it's not Bonds. I know Bonds has also changed his screen name a lot, but I have no issues with Bonds. Bonds is fantastic. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. It's worth mentioning that stuff. There's people who come into streaming thinking it's a very zero-sum game. It really isn't. It's like, yes, on a certain level, there's the argument that, yes, if someone is watching someone else's stream, they're not watching your stream and yada yada. And from a very technical standpoint, like a very limited view standpoint, that isn't wrong. But broadly speaking, working with others and being cooperative and all that, you're going to benefit more than the splitting of the audience. The bottle was invisible, as it should be. Look, sometimes people don't want to be part of the stream, and the bottle didn't want to be part of the stream. Just gotta respect the bottle's boundaries. Alright, drought approaching. Let's see if we can happen to... what's this game? It seems like RimWorld. I wouldn't compare it with RimWorld. This is Timberborn. If you want something to compare it with, if you're familiar with games like Farthest Frontier or Banished, where it's a survival settlement builder, because RimWorld, a big part of it is the direct, like, antagonistic side of the storytellers and then the combat it brings. This game doesn't have combat. What this game has is you're basically against the environment, that it goes from, like, a normal season to drought to bad water. So this game is entirely built around the water. It might be a little hard to see because I got all the junk on it, but there's a water source inside that little area up here, and I've got a reservoir I built around it. And all that water dumps in here and goes down this passage, which powers my industry, and it loops down here and goes down there, and then it goes out here off the side of the map. But a lot of this game is all about water. It's about shaping water and using water. Like, you can't see it, but underneath these walkways, I've actually got water going underneath there. And, like, this whole area is water. That's got water going underneath these walkways to make all this soil fertile and usable. Because if you look anywhere that the water isn't, it's all beige and brown and awful and nothing grows. So water is your lifeblood in this game. Your beavers need it to live. They need it to make food to live. It's what gives you most of your mechanical power. Like, everything about the game kind of depends on water. Honestly surprised you're not getting any of this done. Let's put you as a neutral priority. You're as a high priority. I just have too many priorities going on. The stuff isn't getting done. But like so much of this game is just about managing the water, doing all that, using stuff like gates and sluices and dams and levees and all that to shape that. Because when we started, again, you can't see it because it's like way down there. There's a water source. That was like a little water source that kind of went out, like I think it was like over this way, kind of like snuck out there and went like that. And then I built a big box around it, used dynamite to sink the whole thing down, so like that's all flat on the bottom. Put some sluices over here so that any water that, like when it starts to get full, it just dumps. Then I got another sluice that when it starts to get below that highest level, it'll only let a little bit of water out at a time just to kind of maintain. You know, so I'm getting enough water to keep this functioning. Not the wheels, but like all the farms and all that. So there's so much involved into it. Now that said, where it seems like it's immensely complicated, you're also looking at a very late game, like very, very end game. Technically, we've beaten the game once in this save already. But, you know, looking like right at the end of the game kind of thing versus at the very beginning, you're like, the only technology you have is like a dam, so you can just kind of like, here, this is a dam here, which basically what happens is, as far as the block height, it covers about 0.6 or 0.8, so when the water level's higher, it just flows through. So it's enough to hold some water back while also not backing up and flooding your area. But there's so much of all of that. The sheer amount of green happening. And then our tower in the back corner. And all of our tubeways and all that kind of stuff. We're continuing to build our bots. Been loving watching it, no doubt. Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. It's one of those games I worry about, because like, you look at it, I got this project set up. And for the most part, like, I shift priorities once in a while. I'm like, oh, I'm short on this, and I build a building. But for the most part, like, the game's just running. Like, I've got the queued up job, which is this monstrosity here. Like, that's all queued up and getting built slowly. It just takes a while. The tubeway made this look like City Skylines for the first 3 seconds. Wasn't sure it's Timberborn for a bit. Yeah, no, the tubeways, this is my first time like really using them. And they're really cool. I like them. Now, if you play as the other faction, because there's 2 different factions, the other one's, like, we're playing as the Iron Teeth, the other one's the Folktales. If you're playing as the Folktales, instead of the pipes here, they instead get they get zip lines. So you can go down here and have them travel really long distance by zip line. Yeah, there's a path going down there. Yeah, they're working on it. Just everything takes time. Alright, how are you doing down here? You're about halfway on your treated wood, 2/3 of the way on your gears. You're about halfway on your treated wood. We're doing the best we can with all that. These are queued up. They're waiting on gears. Everything's waiting on gears is what's going on here. Gears are just the order of business today. Are you set as high priority? That's fine. We'll just leave it going because that'll get done. All right, so the drought's gonna roll in. Now, one thing to notice, so this area is gonna dry out during the drought. So you'll notice this is all green and all that down here. When the drought happens, the water is gonna stop coming from the area we've got up there. That's what the drought does, is it turns off your water sources. And then it's going to be kind of like, notice how very quickly everything kind of dries out and goes to hell. And that's what you're trying to manage. Yep, and just like that, the drought starts. You see how the water just starts drying up, and for a little while it'll sit there. But then it'll just evaporate away. Oh, also, before I forget... Yeah, I already gotcha. Yeah, so very quickly this water will dry up. And when that happens, you'll see all this kind of turn brown and start dying. Which this area I don't care about. It's outside, like, what I'm working with. But that's why we have so much based around the water retention here, because all of this, if this dies, we're in real bad shape. Like, I honestly could probably endure having, like, a complete loss of all our food. Like, production for a cycle. But I really don't wanna. Okay, speaking of which, we now have more bots. So get those assigned over to this. And shorten the shift. Our actual beavers now have a nice long shift of 4 hours they work a day. We have been basically pulling them off more and more and more tasks. Because wellness makes everything work better, and I got some achievements around wellness. And the more I have them not working, the more they can just self-care and keep the wellness up. And since I've just offloaded everything to the bots, really kind of don't need them working anymore. Alright. I do suspect we will get both of these done and be able to do the 3 wonders going off at the same time achievement. $25 gears. 25 gears. Wait a second. Okay. Oh, these have already drained all their power. Never mind. I was like, okay, well, hopefully these last. Nope, those are fully drained already. They gave us a little bit thing. Is not having them work good for achievements, or does it give a boost to the bots or something similar? It's for achievements. So the hardest achievements from, like, talking to a couple other people, they said one of the hardest achievements is there's an achievement for having over 100 beavers at the maximum wellness. And the reason why giving them a shorter shift helps with that is by giving them a shorter shift, they'll spend more time doing their recreation and getting food and all that versus working. Which means they'll end up, if we look at the list here, these things here where they're all maxed out, before I had that they're kind of like in this middle area back and forth because they were only running to grab food as needed. Versus you'll notice this is almost all maxed out, that's all maxed out, this is pretty close to maxed out. So we're just missing, I'll need a second one of this thing on the north half, and then these the moment I turn those things on. Then we'll get that, which that is, here's one, here's the second, and here's the third, because there's an achievement for doing 3 of those at once, and this one's ready. I just push the button and it's done. This one is mostly ready, and this one is wrapping up its construction. It's about, it says 59%. In actual material, we're probably closer to 75%, but you get the idea. Could you have them all work again once the achievements are done? Yeah. Yeah, no, if I wanted, I could easily put them back to it. Like, right now, because I have the bots doing all the work, I kind of don't need them. What I'm honestly probably going to do... what bonuses do your beavers get? So, based on their wellness, if we look at this, so here's one at 67 wellness. This beaver works 240%, you know, normal speed. They move at an extra... And that's 240 bonus speed, so it's higher than that. They're moving 65% faster, and they're living, you know, double and then some their normal lifespan. So that's where the wellness comes in, is they're all working, like, these beavers are doing effectively the work of 3 beavers or so. Yeah, so you got hauling posts. We got the wheels. Ah, there's a farmhouse here. That's now handled by you. You got you. That's now handled by you. Just getting everyone assigned here. And we'll take one of the hauling posts and hand it back. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a researcher. That's one of the only jobs that the bots can't do. Yeah, so get those all assigned. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do, once those are assigned, I'm just going to go to one of these supply things and hand it back over to the beavers. Okay, cool. So what I could do now is I'll go up to one of these that I've assigned to the bots. You're now run by beavers again. So it does actually make sense for population purposes. Live longer equals more beavers. Yep. That's actually one of the reasons I think I genuinely need to go over here and turn off another one of these so that our population overall is lower. Because I don't just want as much. We did an achievement yesterday where I got 500 like 500 beavers in our town, whatever. And all I need to do now is I need to quickly try and knock this all, like, I need the population to stay above 100. It doesn't need to stay, like, I want it to be around 100 or so, just above it on the, ideally. Have everything else done by the bots. And all that. I do genuinely wonder, could you have your bot set up where you aren't using the water wheel or whatever, just the push wheels, and make it self-sustaining, where they're capable of producing enough bots to make the materials to keep the bot population up, while just spinning the little wheels by hand, and using that as your only power source? Would you be able to make a self-sustaining bot population? This is going to be a very long drought. This is going to be pretty annoying. A bot perpetual mobile? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, is could we achieve perpetual motion through bots? That we create a bot. It uses the power it has to make power to power other bots, where it's efficient enough in its power generation to power the other bots it's generating power for, which of course in real life wouldn't work. But in video game, no one said perpetual motion can't be a thing. And the reason it can't be a thing in real life is, in real life, the loss of energy to stuff like heat and all that would mean you'd, no matter what, have some loss of power along the way. And so you'd be converting, you know, power from 1 to 1 minus whatever was lost to, again, stuff like heat and friction and all that. Well, friction makes the heat and all that. Could you make an experiment off-site where you do a separate set of bots to try that? I think it'd be too hard to separate out everything, because I would need, again, like, the ability to, like, recharge the bots and have them going there versus the bots that end up running over here. I could maybe set up a whole district and do that. But I think for that kind of a test, I'd probably want to make it just a clean test where, you know, I unlock the bots and everything, basically clean sweep the area or whatever, you know, remove all the power generation, I guess, would be more accurate, and then just make just that. So the only source of power is the bots, and just see how it rolls. It'd be a fun experiment. Yeah, this is the downside of droughts and bad water, is while it's going on, we lose so much of our mechanical power. But that's part of what this is about, is we're going to have tons and tons of the battery weights to store just really large amounts of power. Because these got us through a good chunk of the first day. But then, you know, now that the weight is fully retracted, it's got nothing left to offer. Or, like, could you make an infinite water machine? Where the water flowing by could turn enough wheels to pump the water back up to the top to flow by, you know, go by the wheels. I imagine that one's true with the mechanics of the game, where you could just keep putting the wheels farther and farther along, and then be able to pump it up to the top. With the catch of evaporation as a mechanic, so you would slowly run out of water if you didn't have more water being input to the system. I'm glad the tubes don't require mechanical power, because that'd be rough. You tried that? Infinite pumping didn't work? Oh, is it something like the pump cost increases as it goes higher kind of thing? Well, I mean, I feel like mechanically that part of it, like the amount of horsepower, wouldn't be your issue. I'd be curious, or like maybe it just doesn't have the throughput. You lose water momentum, and there is a minimum of speeds the wheels will turn. I see. Then evaporation got through it. Yeah, the evaporation I figured to be a thing. Yeah, because I noticed with their wheels, like right now, they're not turning. You know, you do rob it of a little bit of momentum. I never noticed it being that bad. Because ultimately, the water behind it still has water behind it. I would assume eventually it'd back up to the point it'd overflow the edges, unless you make it deep enough. I mean, it would make sense for them to do that versus the City Skylines classic of your infinite hydroelectric dam, where you do like your spiral of all your hydroelectric dams and all that, and then just have a water pump at the bottom to fill the top. So you can just kind of like cycle your water through your hydroelectric dams and having net plus and pos, you know, water, despite the fact of, you know, conservation of energy physics simply dictates that cannot be done. You can't just magically create energy out of the ether. You can have stuff that seems like it's doing it, but usually that's because you're just not accounting for where some external energy, like solar or heat or something like that, is doing that. You had 20 plus wheels, 3 tiles wide. Couldn't do it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I definitely assume, because... well... Right, because if it slowed it down, the catch would be, even if you were making the horsepower to pump it, the rate of water would be that the water was noticeably evaporating by the end. Gotcha. So it's just how slow the water was moving overall. It was a lossy system. I also wonder if they finagle the math a little to make sure you don't just do that, because it feels like that'd be an easy way to beat the game in that regard, because you could just have a giant reservoir over here, and then you could, you know, bring the water around, just have a whole bunch of wheels or whatever, and then pump it back into the reservoir and just have it cycle forever during drought. And sure, it'd evaporate and slowly lower, but, you know, you'd keep mechanical power the entire time. Even if it did mean, like, of your 20 wheels, like 10 were being occupied in the cycle. Could maybe speed it up doing locks, but still, it didn't seem possible. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if there were ways to do that. I mean, of course, the alternative is you play as Folktale, you just put a bunch of wind turbines up there and have them run the pump, and then it all becomes irrelevant. Because once you build the wind turbine, it's just near perpetually, like, just near perpetual energy. There's that huge lake southeast of your base. That entire thing plus dynamite area was zigzagging path of wheels. Yeah, no, I believe it. What'd you find out with your wheels going down? Yeah, so that's what we can go ahead and do is once the drought ends, and we're gonna wait till the water gets going. But once like the reservoir's up and the water gets properly going, we'll check the first wheel and we'll check the last wheel. And see like in this straightaway where we're hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wheels back to back, what's the difference between the lead wheel and the last wheel? Because I've noticed them being both around like 1200 to 1000 horsepower on the wheel, which is a loss. But I'm curious, like, if I watch the last wheel, is it actually like 800 or 600 or something where it's like very substantial? Alright. This would... You mentioned at the top left you were going to make a huge amount of wheels with while the water goes down. Yeah, no, but what I could do in that case is I could go over this row would be at one height, would have, you know, whatever amount of wheels we feel is appropriate. Let's say it's 8. You know, you get to 8 and then it's starting to kind of bog down. And I could turn around, make a lock that goes down, or not even a lock, I could just make it go down one height. And then by going down one height, it would start to surge forward again. So then we could repeat, like, the, 8 wheels. You get the idea, just kind of going like that. Just have to dip every so often to give it speed again. Or use a lock or whatever I have to make it work. But effectively lower the elevation every so often. Let gravity do its job. I need this drought to go away. It's like 10 minutes of just waiting. Like, stuff is still getting done. With everything happening here, these are still running. They're just running at like 30% capacity. Because I've got all these gas turbines and everything. And then I've got a ridiculous number of bots that desperately are trying to recharge, but because they're only recharging at 30% the normal speed, it's just causing a backlog of all the recharging ports being used. Wonder how much surge you need to keep going? Yeah. Would it also be a thing where if you're just putting them in sequence, if say we're losing 10% of the power per wheel, I have no idea what the actual amount is, you would definitely hit a threshold where for the space it just makes sense to drop it a tile versus adding more wheels onto it. Like not even waiting till it like starts seizing up. Let's say like the last one you're only going to get like 50 horsepower. There's no reason to do it. You'd do the drop and you'd hopefully start up near the top, even if it's not quite the top. It also depends, like maybe you have to drop 2 tiles or 3 tiles per time to get enough momentum out of it. That'd be a thing to experiment a whole lot with. Now the catch with that is, if we're talking about pumping water up, one would assume you'd run into the issue there where you can't pump the water up because each time you're doing all those and you drop down one, you've increased the elevation you have to pump the water, therefore increase the power requirement to pump the water. Okay, we're almost done with this. So even with, what was that, like a 12-day drought or whatever it is, even with that long, the reservoir's fine. I'm actually good, I got half a day left on that. I'm just going to pop this open. Because what that'll do is that'll give us a little bit of mechanical power here. It'll take a couple seconds to get going, but these wheels will start turning. Yeah, and those will start turning as well, because now I'm draining the water faster, so this is draining the water faster, which gives us a little bit of flow. But we need way more than that for pragmatic reasons to do much. Because these things per wheel can produce about 12,000 or 1,200. It's making about 200 on that one. Yeah, so right now looking at that, 220 versus about 170. That is about a 50-60 horsepower dip between the two of those. And at these speeds, that is a good 20% reduction along all that. But that's not... Even 20%, like, from here to here, a 20% reduction is still really not that much. But like I said, for the actual test, we'll want to wait till it's going at, like, full speed and then do our comparison. I think one thing working for me is the fact that I've got this gap along the right side here. Because it's 3 wide here with the wheels in line. It might be that it's maintaining the speed because of this gap here where it's not being obstructed. So it could be that if you fully fill it, it really backs the whole thing up, but you can kind of finagle fuss with it. Hi.
Hi, husband. I love you the most.
And I love you more than that.
More than the most?
Yeah, it's just how math works.
That's so nice.
You know imaginary numbers?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Your love for me is imaginary?
No, but it's like how those numbers work where they just mean whatever they mean. Love.
I love you. I love you more than the square root of -1. Oh, I'm going to bed. Bye.
I figured you were going to bed. Alright. Yep, and now we watch. It's still picking up power. Oh yeah, it's not going to get to full speed until that's over the top. Surprisingly, that's actually getting a decent amount. But like I said, we can get about 1,200 horsepower out of these. But they're only at 500, they're already halfway there. They'll get up there once this fills up and starts dumping over the top. Okay. And meanwhile, the bot's out of power is slowly ticking down. Because at least with that, we're producing enough power to almost have it running at full capacity. So that'll be good, because that gets my gear production back online. Because our gears are at 2/3 the way done there, and then all the gears are free to just work on bots and all that. We're about halfway on our treated planks, which you've already got things to build more treated planks. I'm going to go ahead and unlock this, even though I'm not planning to do anything with it. Nope, wait, start. No, don't do that. Nope, nope. Bots need to be on other jobs. Because so far, they're just working on getting all this hooked up. And I won't worry about building out all the other weights and all that till this is done. Yeah, it's fine. We're not at all desperate about this food situation. And once all the bots are recharged, I feel like we need to shorten our worker shifts. That our beavers are just too overworked on their 4-hour shifts, that we need to bring that down to a hearty 3-hour shift. Yeah, so you're ready. You are very close to ready. Yeah, so it's just going to be that treated wood, which you've got that queued up as a priority up here. We're just waiting on gears. Always and forever. Yeah, you should be spilling over pretty soon. Alright, so we actually got pretty low on the reservoir on that one. That's okay. The bots now outnumber the beavers for workers 2-to-1, and when they all get employed, like when they're all recharged, it'll be almost 3-to-1. Okay, so the water's spilling over. Let's see. So per Google, it is possible to get infinite power. You need somewhere between 15 large wheels per pump just to break even. Folktails, which you had tried with, don't have large wheels, so it's even harder but doable. Gotcha, so it's doable, but there's just, kind of the setup is so costly, it's not really pragmatic. Okay, and slowly the weights are going to come up. Once the water settles to being high enough to get that. Because they do produce over 11,000 horsepower with what I've already got infrastructure-wise. It's just taking a minute for that water to raise enough to get enough, it wouldn't be CFM. I actually don't know what the units for water flow would be. Because PSI is your pressure. But as far as the force imparted by water coming by, I don't know what the units are. Because for air, it's CFM. And very slowly the weights get lifted to store our power. They're going to need to lift a lot faster than that to be relevant. CFS? Cubic feet per second? Okay, so it'd still be... Yeah, CFM would be cubic feet per minute. So it'd be the same idea, just... They're talking like the unit scale. Alright, so these are going full speed. Alright, so that's hovering at around 1,200 horsepower. Yeah, so between the two of these, that's a basically 1,200 horsepower. And that's basically, we'll say 1,150. So we're losing about 50 horsepower start to finish on 8 wheels, I can count. 8 wheels start to finish. Is about a dip of, not even, it's like 40 or so between those. So honestly, that's really not bad. That's only like, what? %, 3.5% or something like that? It doesn't feel like it's that meaningful. Like, it's obviously a dip. Okay. Yeah, you're also waiting on gears, that's fine. Okay, all the bots are recharged. We'll have to wait for a couple of bots to get reconstructed and all that. But they are slowly going to do that. Like I said, I think the plan will be to put a bunch more of the gravity batteries over here. I'll put a big wheel like right around here. I won't have like the second big wheel wouldn't make sense here because it's going to go around here. This one's not going to get much force behind it. So I'd rather leave it for me cutting across a path here and all that. We get all that connected. We'll probably just need like, you know, 1 or 2 gears over here to connect these all up. But just let them keep building for the time being. We're just waiting on gears. And you're almost done. Let's see, a wager is 6 wide channel with 4 wheels in the middle, 20 wheels with self-sufficient. So the catch with making the channel wider is you end up having less force behind the water because you've kind of spread out that force wider. It's kind of like the same idea that if you take like a pin and you poke it down on something, and then you have like your like a whole big surface you shove down on it and you have the same force behind it. This one has more, it applies to its point. Or like the classic where they'll talk about like, you know, if you have a normal weight woman standing on a stiletto or an elephant step on your foot, the pressure is about equal. Just because the stiletto, it's all focused on a fine point versus, you know, the elephant has like the big pad that's like that big, spreading out that much larger mass in a, you know, much larger area. Like you'll see when it comes to water flow. Like if you look over here at the speed this water's moving, where it's a bit wider versus down here, this area down here is visibly faster than that. So you get the idea. So there's kind of a catch. Like it's actually one of those things. That's the reason why I made this narrower. As you can see how fast that water is going through by how fast those wheels are turning. Let's see, how much energy would a pump to supply your 8 wheels in the city be? I have no idea. Like, that's the question about figuring out the math there, is being like, okay, what can we make work? Like, how much can we abuse this? Alright, bear with me, chat. I gotta use the restroom really bad, so I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. It's all going extremely well. We're just kind of waiting here for... Yeah, it's fine. Kind of waiting here for the last wonder to get built. Once it gets its gears, the gears are just going to start pouring out everywhere. And we should have a surge on the number of bots we have. I keep slowly turning off more and more of the breeding pods. But because of how ridiculously long our beavers are living... Because we jumped from something like... It was around like 45... well-being to 65 once they started cutting back their hours. That big boost in well-being has kind of overridden the reduction in how many... Yeah, because I've got it down to... I think this is literally just 4 breeding pods is covering the entire population now. It was 5. Alright, so you only have about 200 more gears, and then you're done. You've only got about 150 more planks, and you're done, and you've got about 900 more of the special planks. And then these will get done once that's finished. So you fully recharged, that's good. Well, actually, you're not fully recharged. You're very close to fully recharged. And meanwhile, they're just building away, making our big canal... reservoir, whatever this thing is up here. And our increased amount of chassis and our increased amount of limbs take a little while longer. Less than 200 gears. They're getting there. You know, plan for you. Be a place where they can cross. That when we start getting the gravity gears or gravity batteries and all that going on, they can still get around. Alright, about 160 left. I am producing a lot of gears, though. The building unstaffed. Yeah, it's fine. None of those are particularly urgent. You're set to minimum? Yeah, you're minimum. But I actually don't need you working there. There's no point in me queuing up the other gravity batteries till the first batch is done, though, and that's all gears. Everything gears the whole way down. And you know what? I think you've all earned yourself a reduced schedule. You work 3 hours a day now. And you're at 65. Like I said, it's just getting the tribute to ingenuity and the Earth Repopulator. And that'll be a matter of probably taking them off work entirely and leaving it just to the bots. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, raiders. If we get a shout out for Italics, if I got any of my mods here and all that kind of good stuff, we'll, actually, here, I can get it, because I think we had some already head out for the night. But let's go ahead and get a shout out for Italics and our fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out, playing some Terra Invicta. I was lurking there a little bit earlier, because I haven't played Terra yet. But, I did see a lot of portraits of a lot of people, and I really didn't know what was going on, but it did look good. I definitely need to check the game out badly. But for those that don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator, highly recommend. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, has done like Vintage Story and all that kind of good stuff. So, RimWorld, you know, you've got that. So definitely go check them out, and thank you again so much for that raid. But absolutely highly recommend. Oh, you haven't played it? I feel like you'd enjoy it if you like that kind of spreadsheet strategy games. Yeah, no, I could definitely get behind a good spreadsheet strategy game. It does seem like a game I'd enjoy. Part of it's one of those ones, it's like when you approach Stellaris, so you're like, you know what? I want to check this game out. This is not a game I could check out casually on the weekend. This is a game I need to, like, kind of set aside some schedule to check out. But with all that said, again, check out Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. If you like my content here, you'll probably like what you see over there, which of course means the inverse is probably also true. But for those that don't know me, let's see, it's a big game, yeah. Campaigns run like hundreds of hours each. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I kind of got for the vibe. And so I'll definitely like, all right, I want to play this, but I want to like set aside time for it. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, that does describe Terra Invicta well. 800 hours logged in so far. Yeah, no, and I think I'm pretty sure I have it too. Very cool simulation, also on sale right now, coincidentally. Made by some of the dudes that made XCOM Long War, so it has that flavor. Gotcha. It's definitely one I need to check out. But with all that said, for everyone popping in here who doesn't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, there's past tense there. You can figure that out. But I do play a variety of games. We've definitely done like Vintage Story. We're doing Timberborn. We did Big Ambitions recently. I've done plenty of RimWorld, Project Zomboid, Subnautica, No Man's Sky. It's a pretty wide range, you know, simulation, settlement builders, tycoons, roguelites, even like slice of life sims, so your Stardew Valleys and all that. I've played Coral Island a whole bunch on the channel. It's a pretty wide range, so if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here. Today we're just picking up with some Timberborn. We are playing on the 1.0 experimental build, so it's effectively the release build, but it's like there might be bugs. I haven't run into any myself, but there might be bugs, there might be demons, that kind of thing. But it's been pretty good. We're very, very late game, as you can see. I technically did finish the ending condition once with our Earth Repopulator here, but I actually have a second one, and we're currently working on a third one, because we're knocking out a bunch of different achievements, and one of the achievements we're working on is to basically launch the Wonder, which is again your kind of your win thing, 3 times at the same time. So we're working on that. We're very late game. I have my entire beaver population has effectively been replaced by bots. The beavers are still here, but the bots, I have 280 bots working for me right now, where I have less than 100 beavers working for me right now. And they're working a completely unreasonable, grueling shift of 3 hours a day, whereas by default it's 16. But that's because one of the other achievements we're going for is to max out their wellness. And as you can see, we're doing really well. The Earth Repopulator is that wonder I want to fire off. And this I just need to build a second one. But the problem we're running into is the Earth Repopulator is eating all of my gears. Well, actually, it finished. It's got all its gears now. And so I've been starved for gears for a while. But now that that's done, we should have plenty of spare gears. So a ton of projects that have been stalled out should all start getting finished rapidly now. I am working on a giant monstrosity back here where I'm making a big aqueduct to move a ridiculous amount of water around to create power and all that. But yeah. For those who've never played Timberborn, it is absolutely a game I recommend checking out. It is extremely good. It is a survival settlement builder game, but if you think about your typical survival settlement builder games, your Banished and Farthest Frontier, the usual flow is spring, summer, fall, you build up your firewood, your food, your clothing, that kind of thing, and then you just try and survive the winter. With Timberborn, it's different. There's not that kind of seasons. You've got your temperate climate, which is just your normal everything's fine. You've got drought, and you've got bad water. And so much of the game around is like terraforming and shaping water. So like to give you an example, this used to be like a little river that kind of wound through here. Like you can see the remnants of this part of the river where it snaked through there. And what we ended up doing is we cut it straight through here so you get mechanical power through my water wheels by having it have a lot more force by making it a narrow river. And then built a giant reservoir here to store water for drought. And then on top of that, you can kind of see this set of locks here. And this is because bad water is suddenly your water supply, the source of it starts putting out radioactive water. And so you just need to get rid of it. So that's what we've got here is a set of sluices and all that. So the moment the water gets contaminated, it just ejects it out the side of the map. And this is the same kind of system we have here. You can't see it, but I have the ejection side underneath that. Another cool thing that Timberborn lets you do is it lets you build up. So if we look at this, I've got buildings underneath other buildings. And it's becoming a complete mess that's impossible to navigate. Don't worry about it. But you end up, like, terraforming the whole map. Like, all of this ended up being a bunch of hills, just like you see over here, that we've slowly flattened out to make into more and more farmland and all that. It's a pretty wild game. It's definitely an excellent game. I believe it's going 1.0 next month. I could be wrong about that timeline. But it's going to be fully releasing in about, like, a month or so, somewhere in that ballpark. But it's got a lot of cool stuff that's very unique to it. If anyone's checked out Whiskerwood, this was the inspiration, well, one of the main inspirations for Whiskerwood, that the building in this game works the same way as Whiskerwood does. Whereas fundamentally how the game works past that is entirely different. But yeah, so right now we're waiting on about 750 treated planks. I am producing a bunch of those. You need oh, you're working on the mechanical power right now. That's fair. Yeah, because I'm getting, this is for more production of mechanical, or, treated wood. We are making our robots. I need to be making more of those. What's the holdup there? I think it's literally just assembling them. Yeah, because we got more parts being made. The gears should be fine now, because that's almost all being allocated to the bots. What are you waiting on? You need limbs. And you need limbs, and you need limbs. And we are producing more limbs up here. We're making more chassis. You are waiting on gears, and you are waiting on metal blocks, and I've got no shortage of metal blocks. That's fine. It's just taking time. And this is also, everything's consuming gears. So we're giving our gravity batteries going, because we don't have electricity in this. This you have mechanical power. And so our power storage is he basically use the mechanical power to slowly lift those weights all the way to the top. And then when we don't have enough power, it slowly lowers the weight to pull to create mechanical power. And then, you know, when it hits the bottom, you've run out of charge. Which is part of what I'm trying to do is we have not had power storage this whole time, and I'm now working on correcting that. Because the droughts last a good while, like 12 plus days and that kind of thing. And without that water flow, basically my power all but goes out. Yeah, so you got all that queued up. Yeah, so let that just continue to queue. They can keep building the aqueduct up there. Yeah, no, Timberborn is excellent, but we are at that stage of the game where you set up your grand project and you go, builds my beavers. And that's what you got going on. Because otherwise you have the tendency to do the thing like you do in RimWorld where you go, okay, well here's the entire designed barracks, and here's the entire designed common room, here's the entire designed prison, here's the entire designed, like, my perimeter fence, and here's my kill box and all that. And then you're sitting there and all your people are losing their minds because nothing is done and the enemy just walks through the holes in your wall because everything is half finished. So you kind of just want to queue up a couple of things and just let it work. Let it cook. Because I have killed many a colony in RimWorld. By queuing up 1,000 projects way too early, and there's no prioritization in RimWorld. So nothing gets done. Everything gets worked on, nothing gets done. Okay, so you're getting the other gravity batteries here. That'll be fine. Yeah, so the ones on this side aren't going to store nearly as much power, because it's basically how far down is how much power storage it has. Okay. Yeah, their wellness is almost capped out. They'll just be launching those and getting one more thing built. Yes, you're already down to about 650 more of those. We did increase the capacity of production here and here, which is costing us a little bit more power, which is fine. But the intention is once these are built, I'm going to put another row of them over here, and I'm going to put another big water wheel right there. And that should give me another almost 1,200 watts, or 1,200 horsepower available there. But there's no point in doing it until we got these all built. But that'll be good. We went into the last drought with only 2 of these built. So 80,000 HPH of storage. And that lasted about a day, give or take. So we should have a good, like, 3-ish days of power storage now. Which, again, won't solve my problems, but it'll mean more time being productive before everything kind of winds down while we wait. And the bot population is about 2 to 1 of my actual beavers now, that there's 2 bots to every beaver, roughly. It seems to be getting more and more limbs. And the chassis are going along. The head's not so much. The limbs are still definitely the bottleneck. Which makes sense. You get 8 limbs per chassis per head. Sorry, 4 limbs. You can carry 2 heads, 2 chassis, and 8 limbs inside the building because it can queue up 2 at once. Alright, so one minor change we're going to go ahead and do here. Actually, we can do 2 changes here. Bring this across for right now. Make a walkway here. That way when I tear down this path, to start putting the gravity batteries over here. Alright, so we got drought approaching, so I got 3 days until the drought happens. And then we're going to hopefully have all of this hooked up. If you could please get those 2 blocks done, so that's all wired up. Then that'll give me the 8 grab batteries. Which should give me way more power storage. And one cool thing is when you build the grab batteries, they start charged. So it can be kind of a thing to help yourself in a pinch, as if you have the materials, you could build a grab battery to give yourself a little bit of help there. I would like you to stop being on that path. It's fine. Okay. So, what's gonna end up happening here is, like I said, we're gonna want grab batteries. You can go around this way, so we're going to have you do that. And the reason I'm going to force him to do that is I need to mechanically attach these. And I'm just going to pipe those across that way. And then once they've got that built, we'll put the water wheel up there. Probably need to go out of my way to prioritize the gearing here. Because having those grab batteries not hooked up to the network doesn't help. They'll just sit there holding their charge and none of it will get anywhere. In a couple of flooded buildings down here, because we keep fluctuating the water because of building this out, it's just causing waves. Which is fine. And how are we doing on this thing? Only about 500 more of the treated planks. You're probably about done, right? You got about 150 more. That's fine. They're probably like one more drought or bad water after the one we've got coming up is probably what it'll take to get all of that done to do our 3 wonders at the same time. Alright, in the meantime, we're going to get a large power wheel. That's not what I want. A large water wheel. I'm going to plunk you down there. Now bring more mechanical power into this whole thing. They're all doing what they can up there. The gears will make their way as they make their way. Alright, we're almost at the point of being able to get more bots assigned to more tasks. Honestly, if we can just stabilize the power to run through the droughts, the bot population will probably surge there. We definitely have enough limbs now to keep these going, so it's just kind of a matter of how fast my bot production can keep bot producing. Oh, and we do have the tubes everywhere. That's what those flashing lights moving around. It basically moves the beaters at 300% speed just between the points, where there's like the stations here. So it's kind of like our own like subway system. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Yeah, those are all waiting on gears. That's fine. They'll slowly keep making that longer. Get more mechanical power behind it. And they also have up here being built is they've started a bunch of those pods. Another thing waiting on progress there. I'm doing good. Getting ready to wrap up some achievements for Timberborn. Yeah, and once we get that done, I'm gonna destroy this and put the ingenuity thing here. Because I'll want that to try and get everyone's, you know, morale maxed out. And that'll be the tribute to ingenuity. And honestly, once we have that, I could probably just drop them almost off of having any work hours. Okay, cool. So I got more spare bots. So I'm going to go ahead and have the bots take over that job. Because little by little, all of our beavers are having. It's still taking me ages to get the ETS achievements. You got another one done yesterday? Nice. I mean, that just happens. There's definitely a lot of games that it just takes so much time. Okay, so actively working on getting the charging stations done. Okay, so that does mean I need to go here. And I'll have to close this sluice for the drought. Normally you can get it where you don't need it. It's the RNG for the jobs. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things. That I ran into with Star Trucker. That's those games I got pretty close to 100%ing, and I want to go for the 100%, but there are a bunch that are like, do X number of jobs of this type with this company and that kind of thing. And it's like half the time they just don't show up, and when they finally do, you're stuck choosing between like 3 of the achievements. You're like, okay, which one of these is actually the rarest? The RNG on those can get you. But yeah, now we are in drought. And it won't be too noticeable yet, but you'll notice there was water coming from along here. Because this water source has kind of depleted, you're just not going to see it come out there. One thing I can actually get away with here is I'll let you slowly drain. Oh. That wasn't slowly drain. That just unleashed the entirety of the water in there. Okay, that works too, I guess. But yeah. So you'll end up seeing this like go dry by the time this is over. Going by your beaver base to steal your wood. It happens. And thank you for the Gigantify. Let's see, but did the Orient Express run yesterday? Paris to Istanbul via all the stops in order was fun. That sounds cool. Yeah, so we just basically took the water that's stored in here and we just kind of unleashed it to feed back into the system here. Oh, we just gotta ride out the drought. So far, we're doing okay. How are these doing? Yeah, so these are our power storage. You can see it is very rapidly depleting. And that's just due to a lack of having nearly enough power being created. We're using this to supplement. You cause a natural disaster is what you did? Fact. I'll take no further comments. Okay, only 400 more treated wood there. About 100 there. Yeah, so we're going to get about 2-ish days worth of power out of those before all the batteries are done. Now, if we're lucky to get some of these done too, I might get like an extra a little oomph. And one thing we'll do is over here. We'll add the platforms for more of the water wheels later. And that'll just be the catch of getting the power over here, which will probably be we put the water wheel here and we just bring a gear from the other side over. Which will be tricky because I'll need a way to walk past it. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Alright, so unfortunately our bot heads are starting to get pretty low. I don't really know where I'm fitting another place for making bot heads, though. Because we get way over here, that's pretty far out of the way. I know this probably isn't the play. Let's go here. Bot part factory. You can be bot heads here. Construction priority. And honestly, we'll just put more limbs here. Construction priority. Make these run by bots, not beavers. Because they have very high frequency to injury. Okay. Alright, we just go staircase up, staircase up. And there'll be more production for our bots. Yeah, so at this stage, all of our batteries are empty. No more power stored. So the only power we've got is I've got a bunch of gas generators going. And during a very short window of the day, we got beavers running in a wheel. Now, it is enough that the systems are still running, but it's at about 20%. So what will happen is our bots will gradually run out of charge because the chargers aren't operating fast enough to keep them topped off, and then they'll stop working. And that'll happen until the drought is over, which is why we're trying to expand our power grid, add more power storage, yada yada. You also potentially see adding more power storage in more areas. Like, I'd see, like, making a little walking spot to go over here, and then just kind of gridding out a bunch of batteries back here, but that'll be a pain, not something I'm doing right now. I can also see leaving a gap in between, because we're going to make this, like, turn around here. I could see adding a gap here, that's just for the batteries to be along one side. To just drop down and have more and more power storage. Because the goal would be to get enough power storage that during the drought and bad water, things can keep running. At least most of the time. Okay. You're real close. 350 more treated wood and you're done. And you're not making much progress. That's fine. Once they're done, they'll get built and it'll just be knocking all out. So good news is they started to get the charging areas up here done. You can also drop a building that produces something up here. There's enough space. I don't even know what I want to put up there. There's no materials up here yet. Because we're still building this whole thing out. But yeah, so as you can see, for those who are like trying to see the different stages, so we have the drought happening here. It's basically because we don't have water coming in. I've got 2 sets of sluices here. This set of sluice on the top, if water gets up here, it just dumps it. On this sluice on the bottom, it basically checks to see how deep the water is below it, and it only lets water out when it's not deep enough to kind of just keep tippy-tapping it, and it's just to make this reservoir last a while not letting this dry out. Unfortunately, it's not enough to reliably run any of the wheels. If I do just cut it loose to keep the wheels running, it'll just drain the reservoir before the drought is over. So that's kind of where we're at, is you just basically keep it limping along until the drought's done. But with that, it means our gear production's going to massively be reduced, our bot production's massively reduced. Planks and all that's massively reduced. Okay. You know, other than the wood and our gears, everything else are doing good. The bot pieces we could use more of, but that's not a shocker. I'm producing copious amounts of bots. There are some bots managing to get recharged with what little power we got going on. Yeah, so 350, 125. And there are alternative ways to make power. Like if you look up here, I've got these wheels. And you can have your beavers running the wheels to make power. And that does work. We use that again as a supplement. But, you know, they don't produce that much power compared to a whole lot of water wheels being forced by a ton of water. We can go ahead and do here. That'll be where the next wheel goes. I could have where they could cut across here so I can bring the power along, but that'll be a thing to figure out. The other option is I make an area where we can walk over here, walk over there, and just bring the gearing around, which requires me to build a giant tower to do that, which I'd like to avoid. That's not a priority right now. I just kind of got that queued so I know where I'd put it. Alright, 2.5 more days till the drought goes away. actually, what I can do is once they build this area over, I can just pipe the power right across there. And then we just make another path to the other side just up here. Like, go a tile. You know, get that all set up. We have that there. We're going to end up filling a bunch of this in for, you know, building machinery and all that anyways. Or even what I can do is let's make the path one higher on this side. And we can just put all the gearing underneath it. So you can go and delete that. Put it like this. And grab you. Grab just the path off the top. No, just the path off the top, please. And grab your gearing. And stack that up one. Now connect all that up. And then when I want to add machines, I just put it on this side, which is where they're going to go anyways, because we'd have like the loop back here or whatever. And I can just build the machines over top of it, that kind of deal. Alright. And part of the reason we want more water wheels up here, even though this is running it, is we are slowly expanding our production, which is just consuming more power. Plus, as we're adding more batteries, it'll just take longer to recharge them. So I'm definitely going to need the stuff there to recharge them, otherwise we're just going to kind of get in trouble. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, just over a day. Then we get power back. You have managed to keep some materials going in. We're hovering right around 100 bots that need to recharge. And that's just because they're recharging at 20% the normal speed. So they're just a queue happening. Okay. $325, and then that's done. Alright, last day of the drought. And I've debated trying to hook this area up to the rest of the grid, so it's just one massive grid. Which actually, this area does have a few very tiny, kind of useless batteries. It wouldn't be impossible to do. I could run the power along here. And then there'd be definitely places I could plug in around here somewhere. So you go here, there's power right there. So I could make a walkway across here. Run the pipe across here. The issue is, along with that, they wouldn't be able to navigate that easily. So I'd have to make like a walking path to go along with it, or tube or something. Alright, so we're down to half a day. The reservoir is honestly not looking that bad. I'm going to go ahead and open these sluices. Put us back to normal. Yeah, so you can see that this went dry. There's just a little pool here where it's a little bit deeper. That's a weird blockage. Something below that blockage I gotta worry about? Okay, what is down below you? Oh. There's just, if I remove both blockages, this would balance out between those. That's kind of, sure. Not really meaningful or useful in any way, but okay. Yeah, so you look at, our reservoir went down about 3 tiles, but now that the water's back on, you'll see this start to fill up real quick. And then once it fills up to a certain height, it'll start dumping water out, which will slowly start filling up the reservoir, which will get things, there it goes. So yeah, so now it's slowly filling up the reservoir, which will then get everything back in work. And same with this one's filling up, and then it'll spill over into this area. And once those both spill over, like these are running now, but they get about 1200 horsepower when they're fully, fully set up. Right now it's only getting about 250 horsepower. So that'll keep going that way until these fill up and get going. But every little bit of horsepower does mean it is going just a little bit better. It is a shame that that is not done, so that wheel is spinning and nobody's home. Because till these two are built, that power is just not going anywhere. Just being wasted. It's fine. Okay, so this water is going to be pushing this, so at least that's one of the two, so that'll get us to about 600 horsepower. And then when this goes over, that'll get us up to about 1200. Okay, so you're waiting on gears. Go ahead and bump up the priority on these two. But at least that wheel's doing something. So you're down to almost 300. And we're slowly getting all our bots recharged. It's just taking time. The good news when it's going full speed, they actually do recharge relatively quickly. Okay, only 50 bots left to recharge out of the 100 that lost their charge during all that. We got more bots being produced. Everything back to work and moving. Yeah, and everyone's doing just fine. Yeah, the swimming pool is actually one of the ones that they're not getting done. And that's probably what I'm willing to bet happened is the swimming pool down here. Yeah, the water got shallow enough it's no longer eligible, but that'll sort itself out as this picks up. So that's going well, good. Yeah, so those wheels are going to start going full speed. So we should start seeing these climb soon, as they're making enough extra power to keep them going. That is a tower? It is. You are correct. Yes, you're getting that done. Okay, almost all bots are recharged. Alright, about 280 to go. About 100 to go there. But the home stretch of getting the launch 3 wonders at the same time achievement. From there, the couple other achievements I have is one is to build a bot after all the beavers have died, which is like time for the bots or like era of the bots or something like that is the name of it. Another one is after your last beaver has died, have the breeding pods produce a new beaver, which both have cursed implications. So that achievement, we're already set up well for it. Like, once we could do the wonders, it would be just... Honestly, it'd probably be just shunt the water right off the side of the map so no water goes here, all the food dries out, and everybody starves. Dehydrates would be more realistic. Just, you know, everybody dehydrates. Well, actually, probably just turn off the pumps and let everyone dehydrate. And then the bots will just happen. Okay, so you got that one. So that weight is slowly going down. Well, things are starting to get back up and running. And you're about to get this one online. Because you're right on the fence of having enough power. But I have built more, so that's making it struggle a little bit. Yeah, you're only getting 700 horsepower. Which is probably because of the depth of the water. I'm okay with that, though. Yeah, you're like balancing. You're slowly draining, keeping everything running at full speed. Then, meanwhile, the moment this gets done, then we will definitely have this go on an increase. And already working on getting the power piped in through here. Because once I get that, that'll be another wheel helping out. Okay, now I just need someone to build the last 10% of that, and then that battery's done. And that'll give us another 700 or so horsepower onto it. Which does put us on the positive. So these are slowly charging up. I'm honestly surprised it's struggling so much. Now granted, part of that's because I'm getting even more bot production. And each one of those is taking an extra 150 horsepower. Yeah, those are still getting pretty close to their max. Yeah, so you're just over there building, making it all happen. That's fine. Because it'll be one of those things that once these get built, we'll probably end up taking the treated wood, and I'll probably end up just decommissioning like half of them. And that'll give me a lot more power back, because I just don't need that much stuff. You are for the headpieces. And that's what we're building here. That's fine. To keep bot production up. We're not gaining power. I've added too much onto the system. One thing that'll also help is that some of these production things end up pausing because they max out their stuff here. That should take more stuff off of the network that's currently going. Because you're basically running at 100% despite the fact that the power is kind of fluctuating up and down. But if we don't get more power in here, we're going to be in trouble. Which they're working on. They're bringing another wheel online. Yeah, those are basically running pretty close to max output. $150 to go there. Less than 100 there. Yeah, you've got one of these that's got a charge. It's just kind of going back and forth because we're right on that fence. That's fine. I'll just let them do their thing. They're getting it done. It's whatever. So one thing that'll happen is a couple hours a day, they'll have people on that, which will add like an extra 1,200 power to the equation. Yeah, you're almost top. That'd be another thing, is when this tops off, it'd stop taking power, which would make more power available to the rest of the batteries. Well, you done played yourself, bot. Okay, so let's try and go over here. Get those built, because the good chance that once they get the power built here, it'll shove that bot up top. Or off the side of the map and the bot will die. Whatever happens. It'll end however it chooses to end. How much durability you got left? A good amount, so I don't really want you to get stranded and die, but I'm also not tearing stuff down to make room for you. That is a curious one. Maybe I'll figure it out, maybe it won't. I don't know. I was kind of expecting when that goes, it'll look for a square nearby, then go to, and it just shove them aside, but doesn't seem to be doing that. Oh, hey. You unstuck yourself. Good for you. Ah, because that got built creating the square there. Oh, I see. You can't actually... Well, no, you'd be able to reach all those squares. They just need them to keep filling this in, and then that wheel will start. Because once it gets high enough, that'll be good. How are you doing? They're getting a tiny bit of power going back and forth. That's fine. And how are you doing? You only need 47 more there. And you need about 80. We're just about done with all that stuff. Hey, it is getting the tiniest amount of motion because it's catching just the edge of the water. Right, but these aren't done yet, so that power's going nowhere, which is what we ran into before. So please build these batteries. Can you turn gravity things off so they get charged without using each other? I can. I'm not super worried about it, because as long as like some of them are charged, it's fine. They're just going to be fluctuating, because otherwise what will happen is these will just be bouncing up and down at like 80%, 90% utilization. I'd rather just leave them on, get the wheels slowly improving. As we slowly increase the power. Yeah, so this is solidly above now. So the power is just gradually going up here. And as this one fills up, that'll be less, it'll be less divided between the others. And it should just pick up the pace on recharging them. We are looking at just expanding the power while not really expanding our production of bots right now. Okay, I'm noticing I have way too many limbs. So what I could do is switch you over to heads. Play catch up with that, keep the bot production online. Because we're almost up to 300 bots. So the bots are outnumbering the beavers almost 3-to-1 now. Yeah, so you're up to 90 horsepower as we're continuing to fill this in underneath you. Forcing the water to go a little bit more through this again and again. Every little bit that gets more horsepower is that much more that's going into the system here. Considering it's on a balancing act right now, where the batteries are neither fully charging or draining. Okay, that has all its materials, it just needs to be built. And then from there, we're just waiting for the materials to get on it to have this ready to where we just have to push launch. And once that happens, we'll pause, we'll save, and I'm going to hit the launch button, all that, before I unpause. And then we should get the achievement for all three going at the same time. Okay. And everything's zipping around. It won't be too much longer before we start running out of achievements that we can do with the Iron Teeth specifically, versus just generic achievements. And then there's an achievement for effectively speed running it, getting the wonder set off in fast enough time. I do wonder what faction is the preference for that. Because both factions, you can very, very rapidly grow your population to get your workers able to do stuff faster. And it would be definitely one of those things like prioritization on. Alright, so you're right about to finish. You only need 42 more of those. Not you oversleeping? For the beavers, we're doing good. We just got the last of the wonders built. I'm going to drop a cheeky save real quick. And so now we just got to wait for them to get that last round of supplies in there. And they'll be ready for the 3 wonders triggering at the same time achievement. And then we are really well set up for the other achievement. Because once that's done, I will get the Statue of Ingenuity or whatever it is. I'm going to rip out that large power wheel there. I'm going to plunk it right where that's sitting. And that should give us coverage of this whole area, which means every one of the beavers should be under it, which should max that out. And then we probably just run it for, a couple of minutes till we get lucky where everyone's just eaten, because everything else is maxed. Yeah, so you got 42 to go there. So plenty of treated planks, just need people hauling them. Yeah, because you need 500 treated planks. I've already got 100 something. And the berries have already got the full supply. Alright, that's what you see. So that's up to 700. That should be a solid positive. No, it's right in the fence still. What did I build that's requiring more power? It does feel like that's an endless thing of just slightly more power, slightly more power. Okay, now we're solidly in the positive. I'm at over 2,000 extra power than what's required. So these are all solidly starting to build up. Okay, and what we could do here is for when we get there. Another wheel. So we can just keep that going. Yeah, for a minute there was over 2,000 extra. Oh, you know what the 2,000 extra power was? For the 3 hours I had the beavers turning the wheels. It's fine. We might go into this next drought or bad water with no stored power, which is certainly not the ideal, but it happens. Yeah, once this fully stores, it will be a thing that it just picks up the peep. Oh yeah, we also have these are starting to pick up the pace. And as these all store, it will be just one that they'll pick up the speed more and more and more. That's fine. Okay. Got a drought in not too long. I only need 6 more treated planks, and then this one's completely done. That's just getting loaded up. It looks like I have, after this drought, I'll have like one more round. Unfortunately, this one we're going into with nowhere near enough power stored, but that's, like, we're not going to die or anything. It's just, we're going to have production stop earlier, which is not my favorite, but it's fine. They never did finish that. That's fine. We don't care about any of that over there. Yep, they're just going to keep on running over here doing their thing. Well, I mean, we'll have 3 fully charged. And honestly, by the time it gets here, probably 4 fully charged. A bunch of them partially charged. Yeah, because they're sitting at around 1,000 extra horsepower versus what the system actually needs to run. It definitely fluctuates a little higher at different hours of the day as, you know, as I end up needing more materials, that kind of thing. Like, it very momentarily dips below and all that. Okay. But all that up there should help a lot. It's just taking time. Yep, just slowly charging. I'm actually surprised at how far they're getting on this platform here. That's honestly probably what's causing these fluctuations, is it's causing the water flow here to kind of start and stop, start and stop. But that's fine, like that we want it to keep working, because we get more wheels on there, it's just going to be more power anyways. Broadly speaking, it's mostly staying on a we have more power than we need. Okay, so that one's ready. So now we just got one last one of these things to get loaded up. It's already built, it just needs the materials on board. The berries we have, it's just the treated planks. We do have 150 more, so I only need 250 more after that, which it's pretty much exclusively using it. Nothing else really is using it. That's good. Holy crap, the limbs. I did put a second one of these on bot heads, that's fine. Basically, I could take some of that off of making limbs, but for the moment, I choose not to. We get pretty close to when we get our next wheel built. Okay, that's all fine. Oop, I actually got a couple of spare bots again. So, congratulations. You are no longer working there. That is now the bot's place to work. And even more beavers can kind of just take a break from doing anything. Alright, so the population's continuing to dip a little bit. Let's turn one of these back on. Because we're hovering at about 130 beavers. We really don't want to go under 100. Even though I only have 85 beavers working now, all the rest is just bots. But for the achievement about where they hit like maximum well-being, I do need there to be at least 100 beavers. Well, there's two achievements. One for just hitting it, and one for hitting it with a population over 100. Obviously, I want both. Yeah, so next tile here is where that goes. Yeah, so you've got roughly 4, maybe 5 worth of fully stored batteries when you combine them all together. So definitely not ideal, but still. Alright, drought started. Okay, this drought's not too bad. It's only a 5-day one. That's pretty short for this late in the game. I think the longest they could be for me right now is 12 days, and I think the last one was like a good 8-9 days. So honestly, we'll definitely run out of power on our battery storage. Because you could just see them starting to sink. And as these sink, it'll just get faster, unfortunately. Okay, and I got set to kind of feather that to just slowly leak a little bit more water in there. Try and keep things running. It's not going to do too much, but it might give us just a little nudge to keep things going. That's okay. They can keep working on all the wood stuff. None of that's going to require any power to work beyond the bots themselves, which, of course, is going to be a problem where they're all going to start running out of power. So far, though, we're finishing the first day, and they're only about halfway down. So it does look like we're going to get probably just shy of 2 days out of those. And then we'll just have to ride, the last 3 days with a bunch of the bots just kind of idling due to lack of power. Okay. So first day is fully complete. Yeah, Nemoto's down to just one of those. It's just sinking super fast. Alright, no more battery storage. So it actually only went about 1 day, not 2. That's still fine. Surprisingly, I actually have some spare bots that are unemployed. Not anymore, because a bunch of the bots are starting to run. Oh, you're stranded. Why would you do this? Why would you do this to yourselves? Okay, another bot can go help you. You just fill in the one spot of dirt. All I need is one single tile of dirt and they'll be free. Not there. Here we can shortcut it. Okay. And go free bots. Don't immediately trap yourselves. Good job, team. You are definitely not the brightest. I also like that they could keep working on this, but are like, I'm stuck. I don't want to work anymore. Alright, 2 out of 5 days done. It's fine. They've been meaning to get that filled in for a long time. It's just, I've always had more things prioritized than I had to get done, so they just caught up to me when I didn't expect it. Alright, we just get that one last box there. They should all be able to go free. Then they'll get themselves stuck again. It'll repeat the process. I'm really hoping they break that block in the back corner there first. So pause you. No, I can only cancel your demolition, so we'll just leave it alone. You'll get stuck, you'll figure it out. Alright, so very quickly the bots are running out of charge. No shocker there. So a lot of things are just not going to get done for a little while. Get a bunch of bots pretty much out of power over there too. Okay. There's a good chance they'll get themselves stranded almost immediately again, but that's alright. We can just wait until that happens. Meanwhile, while we're on the drought, I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, the next question is, so how much horsepower did I need to have stored on batteries? Let's see here. Have 10,000. That's not the right one. Oh, 655,000 stored in batteries. So you're about 336. So on this side we've got almost 200,000 here. Almost another 200,000. So honestly, it wouldn't be that hard. Honestly, like, if all of these are fully charged, we're probably pretty close. It's a shame I can't look at this and see what the storage is on the grid. But honestly, it gets pretty close. I probably just need a couple more to, like, push it over the edge. But that's fine. I'm half tempted to go and set like another set of them over here, like build platforms out there, put a set over there, just have like the little step up, step down to get past the gearing here. Realistically, I'll probably do what we said before, which is I'll have the path kind of go up and over. We'll put a bunch of the things kind of in the middle where we have all the weights dropping in the middle and then the weights on the other side. But that'll probably won't even be on stream. On stream, it'll be getting this set up. You've already got half of your treated planks in there. And you're ready. So even though we've been without power, they've been getting all of that done. And I almost have enough treated planks made that they just need to haul it over there. Yeah, because it'll be just get that going. All right. Almost 150 bots without power. We're on our final day of the drought. And then everyone could get back to work. They did get quite a bit more of this built before all the bots started running out of power. Oh, also, for you, just close that thing. And you can go back to normal. We'll let that process just start working. Yeah, luckily this is a nice short one, so we only went down about 1 full tile in our reservoir. So it should get back into full production pretty quick. Oh, how are stuck beavers doing? Did anyone get stuck again? No, they're just now working on it. That's fine. Okay. So 0.2 days, production gets back online. Because I wanna wrap up the stream with the three launches, because I definitely shouldn't be staying up at all tonight. So we're definitely not gonna get some of these other achievements, but getting the 3 wonders triggered at the same time, that definitely feels like a good one to round off the evening with. And as a reminder, I am planning on streaming tomorrow per usual, but it is likely going to start potentially a couple hours later than normal. I'm doing some stuff with family and friends and all that, and just with the nature of the plans, I do expect it to go a little long. Probably not super long. One of the people I'm going with tends to be a very, very early to bed person, but realistically it's going to go past the normal 7 p.m. EST. Even if we wrap up before then, there's a commute and everything involved. And if that changes, I'll just fire off a message on the Discord, whatever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because we got a little bit here till we're done. I just need the last 160 of the wood there. We've already got 100 there. And then we've got the berries. They just need to haul them over. Okay, the wheels are starting to go. Okay, the robot limbs are actually genuinely getting way too far ahead. That's fine. Okay, those are already back online, going full speed. These will take a little bit while longer. The reservoir is still filling. But slowly but surely, it's all coming back online. And 80 bots without power. Slowly we're getting that all sorted. Once we see this kind of pop over the top here, which should be like any second now, that's when we'll start seeing this ramp up. There it goes. Then these will start ramping up to where they're going to pull over 1,000 after a couple of seconds. And with that, we'll start having the stuff properly get moved around. So 70 bots to recharge. $40 bots. Well, 50. Yep, just 2 more tiles and we'll get that next wheel built. Now with the next wheel built, That should give us a little bit more force behind it. It'll just take a little while to get the gearing in place. Alright, 30 bots need to be recharged. Getting real close. Now the good news is there is a minimum cooldown between Droughts, Badwater, and all that. If you're playing on hard difficulty, it does shorten it. We are on normal difficulty, because none of the achievements are related to difficulty. And ultimately, with like taking on these bigger tasks, all the harder mode does once you've stabilized is it just basically goes, okay, well, how long is it going to take? Because like how often are you going to be disruptive? And as you notice during the droughts, we kind of have to just wait for the drought to settle down. It's kind of like how long is that going to be a thing? How often is that going to be a problem? Okay, we're down to just about 10 bots needing a power, and that's probably about where it's going to hover, because bots will be running out of power and needing to recharge, you know, as a regular thing. And actually, for that matter, because that looks like another building that the Beavers no longer work. That's another building handed over to the bots. So you only have 75 Beavers who are still working in the colony. Yeah, solid progress happened. That's getting done real quick. Okay, you got... So we have more than enough materials to finish it. They just gotta haul it. They don't have to do any extra thing. They just haul it there and then they push a button. Okay. We definitely need more of the wheels. Technically, I have a charge barely. Oh, we're making these fast enough? They've already almost got that full building booked. It's got like 1 or 2 vacancies. And then those will be like 20 more Beavers no longer assigned to jobs. Alright, they're officially starting the second wheel, or the third wheel. And how goes all this? It's going pretty good. We're just needing to get that done. And I do think once we get this achievement done, I think that'll probably be it for Timberborn for right now. Because as you see, like, so much of this is kind of we just queued this up. Like, we've made a lot of building up here, and I have added a bunch of infrastructure in this there. But that's kind of what we got done on today's stream. And it's not that it's, like, not a thing. It's just, Timberborn does have, like, earlier, you're just trying to get your basics. Things go kind of fast. But as you get farther and farther, you start getting bigger and grander, bigger and grander, bigger and grander projects that you can get to a scale of a project. Like, for example, if I wanted to get a... Well, actually, I take that back. We also got the tubeways. The tubeways is actually a pretty big one. So that's probably being a little bit more fair, as we did get that whole tubeway thing there. That's significant. Alright, bots taking over that. But, like, if, for example, you wanted to do an underground tubeway, just to get that connected, you can burn a long time as far as, like, game hours doing it. Like, it's a very grand project. And this is one of those games that does enable you to do projects of just an unreasonably large scope. But, you know, it's a perfect game for, like, when you're, like, working on something else, you're doing your taxes, you're working on something else, you can kind of queue up a big project. You just kind of peek to make sure things are running smoothly and all that and whatnot. Once you've stabilized, early game you can't do that. Early game, if you just look away, your place will die. But once you get things stabilized, you can just kind of go and just keep it all running. Yeah, so you're getting that all done. That's fine. How are we doing over here? Did you get yourself stuck yet? Nope. And you won't, because now we can plug those in there. $10 more berries and about 60 more treated planks. And I do have 182 treated planks. It's just taking time to haul them. Yeah, so unfortunately it's going to take a little bit to get that over there, because it's 2 more tiles this way, but they got to build up from the bottom. That won't be done before the next drought, but we are slowly getting stuff. Some of these, like I said, some of the mechanical parts here and all that, once those max out, they'll stop producing them. Ooh, we're actually starting to run ourselves out of the pine resin. The good news is once we get this done, I think we'll have the treated planks will kind of fall off. Speaking of which, I'm going to do this so I don't forget it. So we're going to get rid of you. And go to here to the monument. Because I do have enough materials to get that done. And this still getting done. Yeah, because you only took 100 of those. I got 173, and you only need 23 more. So they can get this whole thing built. Which that'll cover this whole area. Well, not the whole area, but a big chunk of this area. And that should give us that maxed out. And then I'll be basically just letting that run, with the Beavers having minimum schedule. 23 and 10. Do I just pause you for now? I could. Nah, it's fine. We'll just leave it. You can just keep building up the supply until it starts to choke. Because my luck is I would forget about it. Okay, they've got all the treated planks loaded. Now it is... Okay, so... Pause the game. Hit save, just in case. And launch. Launch. And launch. And that gave me the achievement, and now let's go here. So immediately jumping up to 70 wellness. Okay. 71 wellness. And that's the repopulate the world wonder. We're just launching a ton of beavers out into the world. I think one of them might have crashed into your water tower. Yep, probably. $72. And suddenly everything is in actually not amazing shape? Question mark? Did it all dip down so that I could have more? Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Congratulations, well done. Your technology prowess has allowed the utilization of industrious strengths of the Iron Teeth to conquer the map and build the faction's wonder. Your pioneers flew away over the wasteland, leaving a thriving settlement behind them. Earth is to recover. If Earth is to recover, newfound beaver prosperity needs to be shared. A flexible start unlocked. Wonder completed. Iron Teeth. Beavers exploded 2, dynamites detonate 4,341, bots manufactured 941, teeth chipped 106, trees cut 100,200, so 124,945, tails painted 19,032. Beavers exploded 2, yeah, with dynamite. 1 was on purpose, 1, don't worry about it. Water drank 306,045, beavers born 1,667, days past 807. Okay, there it goes. So the problem now is our population did dip below 100 because we just sent a whole lot of beavers out into the world. So this building here is now absolute max priority. Let's see if we can't quickly build that. And see if we can't get the achievement for max happiness. Because everything is about max except this one, which is what we're building. And then the food is just a matter of them grabbing the food. But I'm not going to give it too long. We're going to let that quickly build and we'll just see if it happens. If it happens, great. If not, then I'll probably be ending up wrapping for the stream because I really cannot stay up late tonight. 75. Let's have a 3-hour schedule for right now. No point cutting it short until this thing's built. Come on. Okay, and that's very slowly turning, but it does need another 2 blocks until it's connected to anything. I do wonder how long these last for. Because, like, they've got that, but I do wonder if, like, does it keep its buff forever, or does, like, eventually it stops giving it buff until you do another launch? Come on. Meanwhile, turn that off. Turn that off. I don't need those anymore. I've already got tons of the, because I don't think doing more launches with these does anything. And also, on top of that, for the matter, you're redundant. Get out of here. Give me my materials back. Because those overlap. I just did the 3 for the achievement. I mean, honestly, you're probably redundant too, but that's whatever. You're over halfway done. Okay, the weights are starting to go up because again we did freeze up some buildings and all that. It's 816. We got like 3 of those. There's very, very few. That's the breeding pods. That's that. I'm trying to find the You've got all of you set to bots only. Yeah, so it's not till we get the large power wheels. Yeah, the large power wheels are set to beavers. Which is a bunch there. And then there's like those things, and I think there's like 1 or 2 more hauler places, and then everything else is bots. Okay, we still got a spare bot. Congratulations, you are all taken off work. $76. So we're just one tiny bit shy on the kohlrabies. The problem is I don't have 100 beavers because we did launch like 20-30 beavers off using the finishing, like the stuff there. I'm kind of hoping we quickly get like just a handful more beavers out of here, because I got a bunch of these pretty close to ready. What I could do to probably help, these ones are almost done. Let's turn all these back on. We're at 95. And they'll just need those to last for a couple of seconds. You are all now down to just 1 hour of work a day. They can go find themselves every type of food and entertainment they need. And I just need a couple of beavers to be born. All right. They're at 76, and all these are down just a smidge. Let's try and figure out what work is not assigned to them. Okay, so we got the large power wheels, the inventor. The inventor is one I cannot assign to the bots. Which, honestly, I have no need for the inventor anymore. I will just not destroy it, I will just pause it. We're at 97. Should have a couple supply things here. That's bots as well. That's bots as well. Didn't I have a couple tucked over here somewhere? Those are all bots. That one is not bots yet. So that's 10 of the 40 workers. And then there's another 8. So that's accounting for 18. Then we got that. That's 26 of the 42. And then almost all the rest are probably the large power wheels. Alright, so we're about to hit 100 again. The challenge is I don't want there to be that many new additional beavers coming in, because the additional beavers have to show up, and it takes them a minute to eat all these things. But that said, chat, I unfortunately really do got to get going, and we have no guarantee this is going to get done anytime soon. We're at the 100, but I do think this is going to be one of those ones where I got to like juggle where I stop breeding too many of them. Because I do have to hit, I think it's literally 100% maxed. Leave it at 8, that should be more than enough. Especially with how high the wellness is. Earth 3 populator is starting to dip down. So I do wonder, like I said, I do wonder if it's one of those things that it has to be used every once in a while or it slowly dips off. Okay. Well, with that said, I gotta call it a night. I keep trying to like delay this, but I gotta call it a night. I gotta wake up in a matter of only a couple of hours. So I gotta do that. But thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I'm pretty happy where everything left off with this. We literally did the equivalent of roll credits where we got the end game screen. We did the scenario, like the tutorial or the achievement of doing 3 of them at once. Almost all the achievements are left are just going to be more grindy things, or like setting up really elaborate scenarios and all that. Which I don't think that'll be great to stream because a lot of it'll be setting it up. It didn't work, reload, adjust. But so I don't know what we're streaming tomorrow, but we'll figure it out when we get there. With all that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready. And for those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. Because like I said, I gotta